ABC News, good evening, I'm Yvette Gray. A former Seven Network producer will need to return to the witness box to give further evidence tomorrow after facing questions about allegations he has made about the network's dealings with Bruce Lehrmann. Jade Toomey reports.
Spotlight producer Taylor Auerbach gave evidence in the federal court this afternoon. He stood by bombshell allegations that Seven reimbursed Mr Lehrmann for money he spent on illicit drugs and sex workers during a wild night in Sydney last year. Seven denies the claim. Mr Auerbach is the last-minute witness in Bruce Lehrmann's defamation case against Network 10 and Lisa Wilkinson. Mr Lehrmann is suing over an interview with Brittany Higgins after his criminal trial for her alleged rape was abandoned with no findings against him. Mr Lehrmann's legal team suggested Mr Auerbach is only making the allegations to get back at his former colleagues.
A Warrnambool magistrate has described a former Christian Brothers historical offending against a student as a betrayal of the victim, their family and the Catholic community. Lexi Junowick was in court.
Notorious pedophile Robert Charles Best pleaded guilty to 2 charges of indecent assault against a child under the age of 16 in 1994. The Warrnambool Magistrates Court today heard the victim was one of Best's students and the teenager's parents had referred them to Best for counselling. In sentencing Best to 18 months jail, Magistrate Gerard Lethbridge told the 83-year-old his offending had exploited his exalted position as a teacher and religious guide. Best has been in custody since 2010 for other sexual crimes against children. He won't be eligible for parole until 2028, with his sentence due to expire in 2032.
Police are investigating a fatal collision at Melbourne in Victoria's far northwest. Police say a truck and car collided near the intersection of Main Avenue and 5th Streets about 2:30 this afternoon. The passenger of the car died at the scene. The drivers of the car and truck have been taken to hospital. Investigations are underway to determine how mulch containing asbestos ended up at a playground in Melbourne's west. Costa Haratos reports.
Donald McLean Reserve in Spotswood remains closed after a number of bonded asbestos pieces was found in mulch at the site. Jason Murphy found the dangerous material earlier this week mixed in with recycled mulch around trees.
Imagine all the kids that probably have been playing with the timber.
The Hobsons Bay City Council has removed the material and brought in a hygienist to inspect other sites using the same mulch. The council says the safety of the community is their top priority and they are working with the Environment Protection Authority to determine where the dangerous material came from.
US President Joe Biden has scheduled what is expected to be a tense phone call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the first time the two leaders have talked since 7 aid workers were killed in Gaza. The BBC's Ilan Nell has more.
There's still continuing diplomatic fallout from all of this, and we have been hearing that the US President Joe Biden is expected to speak for the first time since the killing of these aid workers. He's supposed to speak to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He's previously said he's outraged and heartbroken by what happened, but what he hasn't shown yet is any willingness really to kind of use more of the US leverage against Israel when it comes to its dissatisfaction over the conduct of the war, particularly when it comes to US military assistance that is given.
A 62-year-old man in the United States who received a kidney from a genetically modified pig last month has been discharged from hospital. The BBC's Chantal Hartle reports.
Surgeons at Massachusetts General Hospital who carried out the operation have called it a groundbreaking milestone. The organ had been genetically modified to reduce the risk of it being rejected. Previously, 62-year-old Rick Slayman had been told by doctors there was nothing more they could do to help him after an earlier transplant from a human failed. Although the pig kidney transplant has been a success so far and the organ is carrying out its key functions, doctors say there's a chance his body could still reject it.
Reports suggest Google is considering charging for premium content generated by artificial intelligence. The company, owned by Alphabet, is said to be revamping its business model and is looking at putting some of its core product behind a paywall. Google says it does not have anything to announce right now. To the weather, cloudy in the south, tending mostly clear in the north. For Melbourne, partly cloudy tomorrow, a top of 21 after an overnight low of 11. Saturday, a shower or two, 21. Sunday, showers 20. Monday, a shower or two, 19. Tuesday, showers 15. It is currently 16 degrees. ABC News.
Do you often feel overwhelmed by the daily news cycle? Too many headlines with too little context? Well, join me, Sam Hawley, for ABC News Daily.
You know, there's middlemen involved and you have to make sure that the farmers are getting a good deal.
A podcast that walks you through one story per episode to help you with a deeper understanding of the issues affecting your world, all delivered in a comprehensive yet easy to digest 15 minutes. So join me for ABC News Daily.
Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
One state.
And they will come from everywhere.
4 days.
This will be special.
9 matches.
You just cannot take your ears off this game.
And all 18 clubs for a once-a-year festival of footy.
Snaps across the body and the party continues.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Gather Round. Live from South Australia.
Gather around, everybody, and listen to this brand new groove. It's Gary Town in this party. Bring your friends and family.
Gather bursts away, kicks the goal.
This is Gather Round.
The celebrations as they come from everywhere. He gathers in the right forward pocket. He kicks an amazing goal.
Roams the pack beautifully. Snaps on goal. He's the magic man.
Here it comes, here it comes.
Rolls into the open goal and bangs it up into the top tier. 55 out. He's given this plenty. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
The 2024 AFL Gather Round.
Something big is coming. Something big is coming.
He stops, clocks, fires and goals.
Something big is coming. Something big is coming.
What a piece of individual class.
Something big is coming.
Biggest moment of his life. 55 loads up all the way home.
Fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Drop punt is superb on the angle. His kick is gone. And there's a bit to play this yet.
AFL.
Two-step bang. Flushes it from 50. Puts the Jets on and kicks it on the run. Boy, does he love it.
He launches an absolute rocket.
Oh, the home fans like that. From 50. He goes whack.
One bounce at 40. One bounce at 20.
And he goes.
Kicks from beyond 50. It's an absolute booming kick. And the crowd rise.
The 2024 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia on radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Something big is coming. I know.
For the second time in history, the AFL gathers in Adelaide, bringing together all 18 teams in one place with every match to be played in South Australia, making for one of the biggest shows in Australian sport across 4 days. Hi everyone, Matt Clincher there for ABC Sport. For those in Adelaide, it's a beautiful night as you weave your way across the city, under the railway station, over the footbridge, across the Torrens, past the Brass Club, as Malcolm Blight refers to it, the statues of him, Barry Robran and Russell Ebert, the exclusive club that recognises the 3 footballers with statues here at the Adelaide Oval. With the cathedral in the background, as you make your way through the turnstiles, the scene is set for what should be an electric 4 days of footy. More than 200,000 tickets have been sold to 9 matches over 4 days, and the interstate influx is in full swing. We'd love to hear from you on the SMS 0437 777 0437 774 774. Let me spit that out. If you made the trip across the border to South Australia, if you're on your way here, or for those who are following from afar, be it all around Australia or around the world, we'd love to have you as a part of the journey. It's a weekend of celebration. It's feeling like a bit of a family gathering as everyone comes together in the same city. Aaron Bryant, I get to share the microphone with tonight. Aaron, welcome to you. Thanks for having us as part of your team in South Australia across the weekend.
So excited to have the ABC Sport team converge on South Australia once again for this magnificent showcase. And you're right, the city's absolutely buzzing at the moment. But unfortunately, ahead of tonight's game, there's a sense of dread hanging over the locals. Adelaide is not looking good in season 2024. And you go back 12 months, this time last year, the spotlight on the state, and Adelaide cashed in and they used it to essentially claim that their rebuild was over, that they were a finals contender. They demolished Carlton. They got within a win of playing finals football last season, and the hope was 2024 they'd take that next step. And unfortunately, their season's on a knife's edge at the moment, Clinchy. The eyes of the footy world could see them crumble tonight And Melbourne are rocking and rolling. They've stayed here the past 5 days, and it feels like they're home away from home. A victory over Port Adelaide and a chance to go for 4 straight victories. So hopefully it's a really close contest to kickstart Gather Round, because sometimes the energy around the atmosphere and the event in itself can really supercharge a team, and maybe we'll see that from the Crows tonight.
Yeah, it's a weekend of celebration, but the pressure is starting to reach fever pitch for the winless Crows, desperate for a win, and as you said, they face the in-form Melbourne, 3 wins on the trot to kick off round 4 of the AFL. A man, of course, who was a premiership player with the Bombers back in 2000. I think it was his favourite weekend of the year last year. Adam Ramanauskas trying keeping away. He's back and ready to go. Welcome to you, Ramo.
Yes, you absolutely couldn't keep me away this year. I absolutely loved it last year, and as soon as the opportunity arose to come back to Adelaide for this magnificent weekend of football, I was definitely putting my hand up. So I've been here since yesterday and took in a lot of the sights and sounds today and walked around the city and met a few different people, and the place is a buzz. The weather's going to be absolutely fantastic this weekend as well, which will just add to it. And already tonight as the sun's going down over the back there of all those famous names of the Adelaide Oval, it's going to be a magnificent couple of days, and I'm looking forward to it.
We've got some live music in the background as the scene is being set. A man who's been with the ABC for 24 years, a premiership player with the Adelaide Crows, Rod Jamieson. Great to see you again.
Clinchy, welcome to Aaron, as always, and Rama, welcome. Yes, it's a great weekend, and it's really got a grand final feel about it, hasn't it, too, just with all the entertainment pre-game, the build-up, and right across the state and the metropolitan ovals, there's a lot of teams coming to train, and it's allowing all the supporters and young supporters to get close up to all their champions.
Adelaide does events well, whether it's the Fringe, WOMAD, the supercars, the day-night test and the pink ball. It feels like this is building, and the possibility that this year could be even bigger than last year. What's been your expectation, Aaron and Jamo, around town as the footy fans have flocked to Adelaide, some by car, some by plane, and some by any means necessary?
Yeah, again, I spoke earlier to Corby and Ben, and certainly I bumped into Goody down at the beach at Glenelg last week, and he was saying they were staying for the week, and their wives were here, children were here, grandparents were here, so a small indication just of everyone just sticking around that have already been or getting here early. I was down at the Glenelg Football Club today, and we had 10 blokes from Melbourne come across. I threw them a footy, and they were probably 40, 50, 60, and they were kicking the footy in the middle, and they couldn't wait to get back after last year. So I think everyone got a sense of it, and probably surprised a lot just at how easy things are to get around, the access, the hills, the wineries, the food, the beach, and what have you. So I think a lot of people plan to get back, and everything's full.
Over 140,000 people expected across the next few days. Clinchy, Adelaide Airport's going to be absolutely chock-a-block. On top of that, the ticket sales are more interstaters than last year, so I think it's up to 38%. It was 32 last year, over 200,000 tickets sold. So it's hopefully going to be bigger and better as they, I guess, polish off the few little errors of last year, considering the short build-up. They've now had a year to plan this one. And I do like the idea of going out to some more of the suburban venues. So we've got one less game here at the Adelaide Oval. The doubleheader last year, I think, was the one blight on it, that we had a lot of patches of empty seats, and we're hopefully not going to see that this weekend.
So that now, I believe, if you come to the first game and you want to leave, then your ticket goes back, so other supporters now can come in and enjoy the game. So I think that's a good idea.
$10 to buy the ticket to come in, the resale price, which I think a portion of that will go to charity, and the idea to try and maximise the amount of people who can come in and watch a game live. And I think the Premier, Peter Malinauskas, was promoting that the attendance from interstate travellers, the economy, which gets a boost here in South Australia, they're now well over 30% of the people who attend across the weekend will be those coming from a different city. So it just adds to the vibe and the carnival atmosphere around the city.
They spent, I think it was $15 million to get it last year, and it reaped about $80 million back. Yeah. So obviously there's a bit more money involved in the next few years, but clearly it was the right decision by Peter Malinauskas to invest in this. And the hope locally is that they can keep it indefinitely, but I imagine there'll be other states that are quite hungry to jump on the concept now.
Matt Clinch alongside Aaron Bryant to call all the action. Rod Jamieson and Adam Ramanauskas are your experts. Lauren Borden will be down on the boundary. Rama, it's an interesting weekend to kick off proceedings, given we are celebrating Adelaide and the event in which they've created across these 4 days, and yet the team is in a rather tricky position. 0 wins and 3 losses to start the season. Matthew Nicks got the contract extension, but the pressure is starting to rise here in South Australia. Both you and Jamo had unique legends when it comes to the coaching front. How do you try and make sure you're maximising your chance tonight to really make a statement but the odds are against you.
Well, I think for Adelaide specifically, Jamo, it's probably the pace through the middle of the ground that's been a real worry for me in the opening rounds. You know, Rory Laird, as good a player as he has been. Matt Crouch has been through there. Ben Keys has been up there a little bit, a bit of a half-forward flank. I want to see him inject some speed in there tonight. Create some excitement around the ball, because those guys that I mentioned, great players, no doubt about it, but they're not going to take the ball away from contest. They want the ball out to the next layer. So I think that will be plan A for the Crows. And then it's, hey, we've got our forward line back together. The band's back together. Tex is back, obviously. Darcy Fogarty's there. You got Rochelle, you got Rankin, etc., etc. Let's create the excitement through the forward line. Again, we know the difficulties that they're having in their back line. That's a personnel thing. But I think you can work. You're better off having a makeshift back line than trying to have a makeshift forward line in midfield. Settle that down.
I think the challenge for Adelaide, I want the supporters to have the expectation to be bullish, and I was bullish last year, and Adelaide did okay and just missed the finals and lost like 6 or 7 games under 2 goals. So, but Taylor Walker had a breakout year, almost a really good year in terms of his performances. Rory Laird had a really good year. A number of players played at a quality. Rory Sloane too. So these guys re-signed for another year. I think the challenge for me last year was always, I don't know whether these guys can replicate it again at the age that they are. The speed that they're looking for is Isaac Rankin. They've tried him through the middle, Rochelle through the middle. Brodie Smith's probably dropped off a little bit off the half-back. So they're the run, the rebound, the carry, the penetration of kick. And so right now, I was again bullish with how they were going. And what I've seen, I just think they're getting too many numbers high around the contest. When it goes forward, they're getting outnumbered because disposal isn't good and it's high. It's one-on-one, not to advantage, and we look poor. So I think from last week's perspective, really disappointing to fall away in that last quarter against Fremantle. And now add to that, you've got the injuries of Thilthorpe, Millerer, Murphy, Sloane, Murray, Schoenberg. So there's some key forward, midfield, back, and some of that speed and pressure that you're looking for. So I'm optimistic, but I'm struggling to find a way forward for Adelaide at the moment because of the quality of opposition they're going to come up against the next 5 weeks.
The fascinating part for me to start the season is how teams are playing at the moment. So a lot of last year was through the middle of the ground. You build up through the middle of the ground. But if you look at the opening rounds of this season, it's been built off halfback. It's been run and carry off halfback. Speed, power through the midfield. You know, try to separate the defensive unit of the opposition team. Give your forwards the best look. You mentioned Brodie Smith, who a player that was seen do that so often. Like, does Jordan Dawson go back there and play there permanently tonight to create a bit of that spark off halfback and just to try something sort of? Well, I think they've got to. Adelaide have got to excite the crowd early in this game, because if they don't, we know how Melbourne play. Melbourne are very systematic, and I was concerned about Melbourne in their opening round loss to Sydney, but now their ball movement's back up and going again. So Adelaide want the crowd involved in this game tonight, and the only way they can do that, Jamo, is kick goals early and just run and carry.
I think that's the problem, Rammer, though. They can't kick goals, and that's the biggest issue at the moment. Like, even looking into some of the detail, at the stoppage clearances, Adelaide are number 1, Melbourne are number 11.
Yeah, but that says it all.
Oh, yeah. So, again, centre clearances, they're pretty much the same. Adelaide dropped back, but it's 10 average, 13 average. So the pressure that they bring, but Melbourne kick goals, so I'm worried about their ability up forward. Adelaide doesn't have the defence. And at the moment, we've already seen in the 3 rounds that they just can't kick goals. So that's going to be a concern.
Adelaide number 1 in clearance.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
That's where the exact problem lies. So Laird, Crouch, those guys, they're going to get the clearance, but the ball's just going on the boot.
Yeah.
It's going high, and then it's turning over at half-back. Teams are then just running back the other way.
Well, they've got the numbers around the football.
Correct.
They're playing high, so when they do win it, they go forward, they're outnumbered or they bomb. Yep. And against Geelong, when we saw them here, they just kept going in the same way, and Tom Stewart just had a day out, and he's 150th.
So the Crows are number 17th from punish from scoring, so the ability to then be able to convert that to a score, and they're number 18 from scoring from a turnover. So a couple of pillars that were the strength of their game last year have actually become one of their weaknesses, which...
Well, if you can't score from turnover, you won't play finals.
Well, they were the number 1, weren't they? They're the number 1 team in scores, so they've gone from 1 right down to the bottom of the ladder at the moment.
From a system perspective, we see Dawson, Laird and Crouch as your main 3, right? And Dawson's getting about 500 metres gain per game. So he moves the ball forward. Whether it's been efficient or not is another talking point. But Crouch and Laird are getting half of that combined. So they're about 200 each. Whenever they win the stoppage, they retreat with a handball. And by the time they actually set up to go in, the opposition's ready to go to cut it off. They're too slow.
So this is the next layer around. So you got your inner layer around a contest, okay? And then what's your outer layer at 5 metres? Well, if you can't get the ball to that outer layer where they can go and burst, look, Jamo just mentioned Tom Stewart ate them alive because the ball was going from inside the stoppage and kicked long rather than inside the stoppage out to the outer layer, and then you move the ball that way.
Clean look inside 50.
But I think for Taylor Walker to improve, he's had a tough couple of weeks too, both personally and on the field and I guess physically with his back, but he looks best when he's leading up too, and that's where Adelaide need to hit him. They've missed him, and with that he then has to battle 2-on-1, or they've missed the footy. So when it comes to ground, he's not the quickest, So there's Darcy Fogarty needs to step up, but we've seen him and Taylor come together most times. So then you're bringing another player and another defender into the contest too. So the forward line is their biggest challenge, and then to be able to finish off, and then certainly then you go back to the fence because they're not running, and one of the players in Miller that does it is now out for the season.
What I'd also like to see from Adelaide tonight, they have to test Stephen May early in this game. Now, obviously it's got to be all above board, but remember what Sydney did to Max Gawn in the opening round. They tested him physically. Someone ran by him, they bumped him, they knocked him. We know the injury that Stephen May sustained, and it's very hard to carry ribs. Very, very difficult to... If you get hit on those, you'll know about it very, very quickly.
Yep, get rid of the knife.
So, hey, let's show some physicality towards him. Make him feel uncomfortable out there. When, if he is on Taylor Walker, if Taylor Walker sort of does that double back lead, get a bump on Stephen May. Make him feel it. Make it a physical encounter for him.
Darcy Fogarty's a man to do that. Yeah. He's almost playing in a different era. He should be playing in a different era. Adelaide has had to curtail him a little bit to let him loose because he just loves the physical nature of the game.
The voice of Rod Jamieson alongside Adam Ramanauskas, Matt Clinch and Aaron Bryans to call the action. Lauren Borden's down on the boundary on the SMS 0437 774 774. Rule Live from Adelaide says 2 tips for interstate commentators if you want to blend in. Don't call us the city of churches and eat some Fritz under a gum tree. Well, we're all going to get the odd City of Churches reference in.
Fritz or Straz?
Wow, yeah.
Fritz here.
Hi, grandstand team of watching and listening from Morford Vale. We are glad to host this gather round and all of you. Now it's time for the Crows to make their mark by beating the Demons against the odds. Thanks to Dave.
Local club, Clinchy. The Emus.
The Emus. So 0437 774 774 if you want to contribute across the weekend. Let us know where you're listening in from and your name as well. Melbourne, on the other hand, Simon Goodwin with the side, having beaten in straight sets last season, losing in the opening round of the Sydney Swans. All of a sudden they've found their rhythm. Cosy Pickett returned. Their forward line looks far more balanced, and an off-season which was centred around, even in last week, all the off-field controversy, Joel Smith being suspended due to an illicit and performance-enhancing drug test, and now the club focus very much on the on-field and trying to make sure they're giving themselves the best chance to once more push for another premiership.
And I was really concerned for Melbourne after that opening round against Sydney. I know that game was a difficult game of football. It was hot and humid there, and it looked like a wet weather night. And their ball movement that night was terrible. But you mentioned Cosy Pickett. Since he's come back into the team, they've just looked different. They've looked more dynamic. Caleb Windsor, who's a young kid who plays up on a wing, he's another guy that has a lot of speed. Their forward line looks a lot more balanced now. I don't know why, but Bailey Fritsch always looks more comfortable when he plays with Ben Brown. I think that's because Ben Brown leads up high, creates space behind him, then Bailey Fritsch comes in behind that on the lead. So the way to always test and beat Melbourne, I've always thought, is separate their defenders. If you're able to separate their defenders, you're able to score very, very easily against Melbourne. They love defending together. So Stephen May and Lever have done it for years now. And then you throw in Trent Rivers and Christian Salem and the like. They're very experienced there. Judd McVee's becoming a very good player for the Demons. But my eyes are always on Melbourne early in how they're moving the ball. If they're slow moving, you can beat them. If they're fast moving and taking risk, they're one of the best teams in the competition.
And talking out of their rebound, out of the defence, I think Christian Salem's had a really good start to the year too. He's a left footer, reads it well, got great skill so can use the football then to open up and load off the halfback.
Eye test question here. I'm a big stats guy, but obviously a lot of it's
I
what you
love
see
eye
in front of you.
test,
But Melbourne have lost clearances against the top sides they've faced. So the Hawthorn game we can forget about, considering where the Hawks currently are. But the Western Bulldogs, Sydney, Port Adelaide, there was a lot spoken about expected score last week and how Port Adelaide should have won. How long does this trend continue where Melbourne isn't winning centre clearance before it becomes an actual problem?
Richmond lost clearance for 3 years and won 3 premierships. Yeah. So it depends then on your system behind the ball.
Yeah.
And that's what it really is. If you're going to lose clearance, or if you're willing to lose clearance, that normally means that you're outnumbered at that stoppage and you've dropped one back into your defence to create the uneven numbers.
Adam Ramanauskas alongside Rod Jamieson in the experts chair tonight. Matt Clinch and Aaron Bryant to call the action. The final member of our team, Lauren Borden, has made her way around to the Melbourne camp. She can take us inside with Andrew McQualter. Loz.
It's great to be on the boundary, joined by Melbourne assistant coach Andrew McQualter. Thanks for joining us, Andrew. Can you tell us a little bit about what it's been like for Melbourne? Obviously a little bit different than other clubs, given that you had that great win over Port Adelaide and then you've been able to stay until Thursday night.
Yeah, so we, being the 5-day break that it was, we decided to stay over here for the week. Beats flying back twice, so it's been awesome. The weather's been great. We've got our training in, but 5-day break, sort of the turnaround is pretty quick, so it wasn't much training this week, but yeah, certainly around the town today it got busy really quickly, didn't it? A lot of people around.
No, there were people everywhere, I agree, on the walk over. Was it difficult maybe, or not difficult, but managing, I guess, players that maybe are from here, they wanted to return home a bit, and that chance to bond a little bit as a side? You probably don't get this opportunity a lot to break up the season and come away for a week.
Oh, look, I think it's brilliant when we plan to stay for guys to see their families. It's such a demanding game and they spend so much of their lives in Melbourne that when they get their chance to see their families, I think we embrace that.
And what about Stephen May? He's had 2 broken ribs, a small spinal fracture, and somehow he's back playing within basically 10 days of his injury. How's he got to the point where he's able to play?
I think it was a bit of carry on he missed last week. No, look, Maisie's really tough and a proud player. Didn't like watching the footy last week. He hasn't missed many games and look, he'll be a bit sore, but he's ready to go and we're rapt to have him back in our team.
So will he have kind of the rib guard on and protection just to get him through the game?
Yeah, I assume so. I think they make a guard these days that give you a chance, but ultimately he still will be a bit sore for a little while, so he'll have to grit his teeth and work his way through it.
Andrew McQualter, Melbourne assistant, joining us on ABC Sport. We chatted to Christian Petrarca a week or so ago and he spoke about making the most of the moments, and that's what everyone's trying to enjoy, the small things that each of their teammates are doing. You obviously weren't here the last few years when Melbourne exited in straight sets, but has that been a focus for everyone to just make sure they're, really celebrating the little things that each player is doing each week?
Yeah, it has been a focus for us and Christian's really driving that. He's doing a terrific job. I think footy can be a chore sometimes, but we've got to remember we're playing a game we love and it should be really enjoyable. So there's been a big focus on celebrating your teammate and so far this year, I think you've seen it in the game, the joy on people's faces when their teammate's doing something good. So we'll keep embracing that.
And on yourself, you spent a long time at Richmond, including time as interim coach. How have you, I guess, fitted into now the Melbourne lineup and the experience that you can bring?
Yeah, I've loved my time here. It's it feels like it's been longer than it's been. Footy clubs move pretty fast, but I've had the opportunity to learn some new things since I've been here, which has been awesome. And there's been a couple of ideas that I've been able to help implement. And the reality is that we've got a pretty experienced, mature group, and certainly in the midfield area that I'm working in. So I don't think I'm teaching Max Gawn too much.
Has it been rejuvenating, I guess, for you, though, to go to a completely different scenario, different coaches, different place?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it has. The funny thing about footy clubs is, we're playing on the same piece of grass each week with the same ball, but we do things differently internally. Every club does. So it's been great to see something different. But and also, I guess the bones of the club is very similar to all footy clubs as well.
Thank you for your time, Andrew. All the best out on the park tonight.
No worries. Thanks so much.
Andrew McQualter chatting with Grandstand's Lauren Borden as the Demons make their way out onto the Adelaide Oval. The Crows a few moments before. So Stephen May returns for the Demons. Marty Hoare, unfortunately, suffering a broken thumb, so he'll miss a couple of weeks, but the one change for the Demons is Stephen May set to return. While for the Adelaide Crows, 5 changes from the team last week, with Jordan Butts coming back in the lineup alongside Parnell, Cook, Berry and Nankervis, with Wallace, Scholl, Murphy, Pedler and Miller out. So Adelaide, having lost their last 3 matches against Melbourne, their last win coming back in 2021. as the Demons make their way out onto the Adelaide Oval. There's no late changes with Tajwa Woden, the sub for the Demons this afternoon, and Sam Berry for the Adelaide Crows. There's so many fans who are across on the other side of the Torrens in so many of the pubs and hotels. They'll make their way across the footbridge as the countdown to the opening bounce gets underway. We had some live music on the Adelaide Oval, but the scene is set for what is going to be an incredible 4 days of footy. It's all happening in South Australia as Gather Round for the second edition kicks off.
If you love country music, you'll love ABC Country.
You get a fast car.
It's Australia's home of country music. The music you grew up with.
You'll be the captain.
All the latest country hits.
I ain't proud of all the punches that I've thrown.
And emerging artists.
Because, baby, we've been up
24 hours commercial free. ABC Country. It's on your DAB Plus digital radio and the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Gather Round.
On ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
And take us with you
on the ABC Listen app.
look for the AFL button.
A warm welcome to our listeners through Western Australia and Northern Territory for the first time to ABC Sport. There's no bigger stage than Thursday night footy as Gather Round kicks off for the second year. The Crows desperate to get their first win of 2024, while the Demons, having won their last 3 games, are just starting to get their season up and running. Matt Clinch and Aaron Bryant's a call the action for you. There's no late changes with Tajwa Woden and Sam Berry, the subs tonight. Adam Ramanauskas and Rod Jamieson are your experts tonight with Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Now, from tonight, we all go in different directions. So, Rama, you and I are heading to the parade in terms of the games we're looking forward to. So, the Brisbane Lions and North Melbourne.
Yep.
Bit of pressure on the Brisbane Lions.
There is.
And a real chance to try and...
Look, I say this with the greatest respect to North Melbourne. It can't come at a better time for Brisbane Lions to play against North Melbourne. So I expect Brisbane to win that one comfortably.
How much do you read into the off-field noise around what took place with the players heading away, some of the relationship breakdowns, and when a team is winless, the questions start to come as to what is leading to such on-field form?
Yeah, I don't read into that off-field stuff at all, to be honest with you. So I don't know how that becomes a story, to be honest with you. Oh, well, it becomes a story because they're not winning. So they're gonna look at any excuse. But I think there's a few stats that don't lie at the moment for Brisbane that they need to clean up.
Did you take Chris Fagan at face value, Jamo, that he said they've dealt with it during the off-season and it's not affecting their form?
Well, I wouldn't see why you wouldn't.
I think you've answered my question then.
Yeah, well, I think you got the leader of the club coming out, and you would have thought what he says goes. He's not going to say something that's not. And again, I guess, lucky enough to be on the board of Adelaide for 8 years and a club, sometimes I think certainly the inflammatory can come out at many a times, and people want to make a little bit up. But I think the word transparency gets thrown around too much at the minute, and you've almost got to say a club's not going to tell you everything. It's like a business. They're not going to tell you what their business strategy is and what they're going to do and how their game plan goes about it. So you have to trust the leaders that they are sharing with you that things are being dealt with, and I think Chris Fagan's been able to do that.
Friday night back at the Adelaide Oval, Port Adelaide and Essendon. We've had a couple of thrillers between these two sides. Dan Houston, of course, kicked the winner. The Bombers bring the Essendon edge once more. Jack Stringer capable of a second showing.
Look, Essendon played quite well last week, I thought, against St Kilda, but I think Port are going pretty well at the moment. I think once there's more game time between Alir, Ratagalia and Zerk Thatcher, I think that'll be really promising. Always for me, the key to Port Adelaide is how healthy Charlie Dixon is, how much of an impact Charlie Dixon can have. Their forward line just looks better when Charlie's the main target. Their midfield is dynamic with Rosie and Butters, so they're a good football team, Port Adelaide.
You're off to the Adelaide Hills on Saturday morning, Rama, to see the West Coast Eagles and the Sydney Swans. Taylor Adams will make his debut for his new colours. Do the West Coast Eagles need some AFL support? Do they need some assistance if they continue on the same trend?
Yeah, if it continues on the same trend, definitely. I think they will need some level of support. But
are you fearful as to what the score might be if Sydney can really get into gear?
I am, but I think with North Melbourne, I think with West Coast, and probably even to a lesser extent Hawthorn, I think their supporters want to see, well, this is how we play. This is what we are. Like, remember when Justin Longmuir started at Fremantle, he went ultra defensive. And you go, geez, Fremantle are so hard to play against. You know, what is West Coast at the moment? What team are they? Are they a high scoring team? Are they an ultra defensive team, or are they a stoppage and clearance team? What are they? That's, I think, what's got to be identified in the next couple of weeks for the Eagles.
Unfortunately, they're not a very good side at the moment, is the reality. Fremantle and Carlton, who's got the most to gain out of this? Both sides haven't dropped a game so far. The Dockers, this would be such a statement for Justin Longmuir if they were able to record a 4th straight win, and yet everyone feels like the Blues are building nicely, especially given the fact they're still missing Sam Walsh.
I'm a little bit in that camp. I think the Blues have got everything to lose, and I think the way Fremantle are playing, they're probably surprised. I haven't really given them too much thought around can they make an impact, and certainly how far can they go. So I think it's a big game for Carlton.
89% of teams that have gone 4-0 have finished in the top 8. So whoever wins on Saturday between these two unbeaten sides can lock themselves in for finals footy, I reckon, Clinchy.
And you look at the teams they've beaten. Fremantle's beaten Adelaide, North Melbourne, Brisbane. Carlton have beaten Brisbane, Richmond, North Melbourne. So there's a little bit of sort of trying to work out where these two sides sit, especially given the ladder is a little uneven in the early stages of the season. Jamo, the Western Bulldogs and Geelong on Saturday night, that's certainly one to look forward to. Again, two sides, we're trying to just get a gauge as to where they'll sit. The Cats obviously are still missing Patrick Dangerfield, but they're bolstered by the return of Zach Tui, Reece Stanley, and Toby Conway goes out, having made his pretty impressive debut last week.
And that's the one I'll be calling here. We saw Geelong here a couple of weeks against Adelaide, and I'm always a big fan of the way they play, the way they rejuvenate, the way they integrate young into the old, and the old are still performing. The Western Bulldogs, I guess, questions of Luke Beveridge and the way he coaches with some of the players and who should be playing and who not, but they're starting to find their straps, and hearing some commentary around, maybe he does know what he's doing, and they're starting to win. So I think it's a good game, but I think Geelong should win that one.
Geelong are transitioning before our eyes. Like, if you look at their midfield on Monday, it was Tanner Bruin, Jai Clark, and there was one more young one in there.
Max Holmes.
Max Holmes was in there, and Toby Conway was the ruckman. Like, they're transitioning. Make no mistake about it, Geelong at the moment, and you're still getting performance out of Hawkins. You're still getting performance out of Cameron, Mitch Duncan, Tom Stewart, the like. It's brilliant list management at the moment by the Cats.
I think you see O'Connor, he's playing a little bit, and Atkins obviously steps up as a hard player too, Bruin, but we talk about Parfitt, like I think there was talk that these types of players would move on because they weren't getting a go, and that's where I love what Geelong do and manage, is that they don't go. They all stick around and they want to learn the craft, do their time, and then the transition comes and their quality and they know their system.
Back to the Adelaide Hills on Sunday morning. Damien Hardwick has swung the axe at selection with 6 changes taking place, led by dropping veteran Brandon Ellis. So he's out with Mac Andrews returning. Malcolm Roses, Jared Wicks comes in, Sam Day. So the Giants are very much one of the benchmarks in the early rounds of the season, but fair challenge for the babyface Gold Coast Suns.
Look, it is a big challenge, and that's probably the game I'm almost most interested in this weekend. Well, coming into the season, I was expecting really big things from Gold Coast. I was expecting them to be really pushing for that final 8. I'm not sure at the minute. I don't know. I don't know. Whereas I think GWS are probably the best team in it at the moment, albeit, Jamo, they've had some easy kills, but they beat Collingwood in the opening round.
Yeah, I like the Giants and where they're going, and it's not 80% humidity either, Clinchy.
That's right.
Up at Mount Barker. So.
Dustin Martin's back for the Tigers in the middle game on Sunday, and the Saints get back in Max King. So it feels like on paper, despite Adam Uze getting his first win last week, another good challenge for the Tigers against a side who will certainly be thereabouts come the top 8.
Yeah, well, that's a huge challenge for Richmond, I think, Jamo, with those players out. They're key players, Bolter, Lynch, and Liam Baker with that suspension. So, yeah, that's going to be tough.
This is the first time ever since Noah Bolter debuted that Richmond won't have Jack Rewalt, Tom Lynch, or him out there in attack.
Yeah.
And I like what Ross Lyon's doing. He just gets them to play a style which is hard, and they get at it. It's just whether he can do it for long periods of time. They tend to blow up, or coaches around him blow up. So it's his third go. I'm sure he'll do it better. But I like St Kilda.
And just a little game. Collingwood and Hawthorn to close out gather round with Jack Ginnivan set to play against his former side. We're just about in readiness as the lights have been turned off here at the Adelaide Oval and the teams are gathering below us. Lauren Borden sitting in the front row of the grandstand this evening. Loz, welcome back again.
Thanks, Quincy. It's absolutely beautiful down here. Cloudless sky, about 18 degrees, but a pretty mild one of that. So pretty nice conditions to be sitting here for the opening round of Gather Round. It does feel a bit like a marquee game because it's the start of Gather Round with the fireworks and bands playing before it. Not a lot of neutral jumpers at the moment. Obviously, being an Adelaide home game, you can't see too many of those other club jumpers at the moment. But you probably didn't hear anything at the toss of the coin. That's because Max Gawn won, and Melbourne will be kicking towards the Riverbank stand of Adelaide Oval. As you mentioned, Sam Berry, the sub for Adelaide, and Taj Woden, the sub for Melbourne. Yet again, he's been there a few times already, but he makes his way to the Melbourne bench now. Thanks, Loz.
Looking forward to your contribution throughout the evening. So the stage is set. Adelaide winless so far in 2024 as they are set to kick off Gather Round in the City of Churches, and Melbourne looking to continue on their winning ways to record a fourth straight victory. Max Gawn in the middle of the ground, readying himself. It's Gather Round 2.0. Melbourne and Adelaide to kick off Thursday night footy. Here's Aaron Bryans.
Max Gawn opposed to Riley O'Brien. Pickett and Saligo in the middle for either side. Nice high bounce in the middle. Gawn wins the tap down. Leads their first tackle by Petrarca. Left it behind. Pickett gathers for the D's. Uses Petrarca, then Viney, who arches his back away from Saligo. First inside 50 goes the way of the visitors. Into the 50, a bit too long for Butts, who threw a fist at it. Ricochets wide. Tackle laid by Chandler. Spills out to Neil Bull, and he put in the spin cycle by Dawson. Got a boot to ball about 5 metres to Jones. Parnell now ducks his head into the tackle from Van Rooyen, and the umpire isn't buying it. We'll get a ball up as a player is down behind play. Mark Keane at the top of the goal square for the defensive goal square for the Crows, but he's popped back up. Ball up to come, 20 out.
Thrown up, O'Brien wins down the puck. Pickett's on the move as he taken high, not in the eyes of the umpire. Hinge with a hand pass out. Quick clearing kick by Jones. Bouncing footy end over end. Neil Bullen gathers for Melbourne. Gets the hand pass to Viney at right half forward. Inside 50. Fritsch on the lead. Can't take the mark. Spoiled by Michael Annie. It gets to the back. Jordan Butts gathers for Adelaide. And they're out of defence with a kick from Keane. Up to Taylor Walker on the wing, and he takes the mark.
Just behind half forward. Taylor Walker kicks through the Max Bashir stand. His target, Fogarty, wrapped up with McDonald. Ball hits the deck. McVie can gather, uses Salem. The D's retreat to defensive 50. Viney back to McVie, dummies his way around Mick Henry. Kicks long up the outer wing. Packer waits on the logo. Van Rooyen launches. Big fist comes from Keane. Down to Saligo, who wheels away at right half forward. Kick needed to hit McHenry, and it was too long. Just pops up inside the field of play. McHenry under a bit of pressure, though, from McDonald. Coughs it up. And the Demons will get away with one as they switch across defensive 50.
Viney with a risky kick, but he spotted Windsor, who takes the mark in the right back pocket. The impressive youngster for the Demons kicks up towards Petty on the wing. He takes the mark. On the broadcast side here at the Adelaide Oval.
The D's look slick, don't they?
They do.
Lace out. Adelaide, good signs hitting Taylor Walker lace out, but struggled since then.
Petty up towards Petrarca, who takes the mark, and he's off and running away from Brodie Smith. Inside 50, Fritsch the target, coming in from the side. Keane off at good support, makes the spoil, and sees the ball out of play. Adelaide's defence under pressure, but Keane able to come across and support Michael Annie. A boundary thrown in the right forward pocket for Melbourne.
No score so far in the opening 2 minutes. Sellout crowd to kick off the second edition of Gather Round. Parnell drops behind the field of play as both rucks converge. Gawn wins it down straight to Windsor, threw it on the boot off a step. It's inaccurate. Out of bounds on the full to the right-hand side. It'll be a free kick to Adelaide. Kicking out of defence from the Riverbank stand ends.
The centre clearance work, wasn't it, too? Just really smart. Petrarca, Viney, the ones that we all know and how damaging they are.
Keane bangs it to a contest at left half back. Couple of juggles from Gawn. Wrapped up by O'Brien on the drop. We'll get a ball up.
Thrown up in the air. Gawn tangles with O'Brien. Spills it down. Quick hand pass forward from Windsor to Petrarca. A hand pass to Chandler. Links up with Windsor. Swings onto his left. Kicks inside 50. Petty the target. Tries to juggle the mark. Can't hang on to it. Whistle. And it's going to be a Melbourne shot on goal. It's going the way of Harrison Petty, who was held in the eyes of the umpire in the marking contest. Have a look at this, Rama. His left arm just held a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's unlucky there. He's very unlucky.
Jordan Butts coming back.
That's just a marking contest, Jamo. He's just too two big key position players. They're not. One's not holding the other.
Harrison Petty, who's yet to kick a goal so far this season. Adelaide asked about him in the off-season to drag one through to start proceedings. He comes in and gets Gather Round off with a bang. Harrison Petty with the opening goal of the match through 4 minutes here at the Adelaide Oval. The Demons 1 straight 6 to Adelaide yet to score. Rod Jamieson and Adam Romanascus with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, again, it's just the way Melbourne just put it into a dangerous spot all the time. The contest is quick, their hands are slick, and they've got the targets up forward and multiple at that. Adelaide went forward in the early part of that passage of play. Melbourne were able to defend strongly, but the kick on the wing was straight out and laced out Taylor Walker. The rest was just bomb away and allowed the Melbourne defence to sweep up and switch.
So the D strike first here at the Adelaide Oval. The voices of Rod Jamieson, Adam Romanascus, your experts tonight. The Gather Round on ABC Sport.
It's their number one centre clearance here, isn't it? Max Gawn, Petrarca, Oliver, Viney in the middle.
O'Brien only had eyes for Gawn, who wins it down for the Demons. Put it in the path of Petrarca. Laird slaps it towards Viney, then gathers his own footy. Laird hands it off to Saligo. Into the 50 to Keys. Turns straight to the heavy tackle of McDonald. Somehow got it out to Saligo. Back to Jones, who skies it towards the top of the goal square. Walker's got a run at it. Good fist from May. On return to the side with 3 cracked ribs. A small spinal fracture as well, and in the space of 7 days, he's back out there. Ball up to come, or boundary throw-in rather, left forward pocket for the Crows. They're down by 6.
Thrown in, O'Brien and Gawn tangle. O'Brien works his way to the front, takes it out of the ruck, hand pass to Keys, almost into the open goal, just brought down at the last moment, and it spills out of play for a throw-in in the left forward pocket for Adelaide. Cathedral end at the Adelaide Oval, Melbourne by 6 points. Tex Walker alongside Stephen May. Tom McDonald has the job on Darcy Fogarty. Thrown back in, Gawn works his way to the front, spoils it down, Tex is onto it, tries to shove the tackle, Johnson on the right boot, he misses to the left-hand side. Adelaide's first scorers are behind, Melbourne 1 straight 6 through 6 minutes in the opening term from the Adelaide Oval on ABC Sport.
Crowd just saw the replay of the tackle. They'll be pretty vocal about the decisions all night, you'd imagine. Rivers plays on. Out of the defensive goal square, sends it in the Gawn direction. Perfectly weighted. The skipper marks it right half back. Calls for a lead. No one's really offering for him on this broadcast side. He dinks it over the top errantly towards Windsor. Too wide, and Laird will cut it off.
Yeah, that's not Max's go. Just kick it long down the line, Max.
Laird doesn't waste any time. Banging it into the left forward pocket. It was shallow, and it tumbles its way in front of O'Brien. They'll get a boundary throw in, 25 out. Left forward pocket at the north end for the Adelaide Crows. It's the one behind for them so far tonight. Laird with 2 touches. No sight of Matt Crouch yet.
Just come on.
Thrown back in, the 2 rucks tangle. Gawn tries to drop it down to the front. Adelaide have the numbers though. Dawson quickly with the half pass to Crouch. Gets the half pass away to Worrell. Driving kick to the top of the goal square. Fogarty's outnumbered. Spoiled down. Trying to keep it alive. McHenry against the boundary. Lever sees him out. And a boundary throw in under the old scoreboard at the Cathedral end. Melbourne by 5 points.
An interesting option, Clinchy, when Adelaide went forward then. Gawn was sort of sitting behind the football and they went to Riley O'Brien, his immediate opponent, as opposed to Walker or Fogarty, which is the normal avenue.
Rod Jamieson alongside Adam Romanascus as O'Brien and Gawn once more. It spills down the way of Rankin, who fires on goal. Boundary side on the right boot. He misses to the right-hand side. A minor score. Adelaide 2 behinds to Melbourne 1 straight 6 through the opening 8 minutes here at the Adelaide Oval.
Just seen Pump out a tune the other night too. Isaac Rankin.
Yeah, got good voice.
How good was that?
Pretty tricky to sing the fray as well, but to do it in front of a packed house is always a tough task. May had the footy in the right back pocket and has kicked it straight into Walker, who was standing the mark. It's ricocheted to Rochelle, 40 out. Spun in the tackle of Rivers, he gives it away. Oliver can clear it for Melbourne, a tumbling footy through the broadcast wing. Pickett surges onto it. Gathered cleanly on the bounce. Wheels away from a couple of options. Tried to get it to Windsor, who fumbled. Almost too much pace off that delivery from Cozzy Pickett, but a boundary throw in to come. True centre wing right in front of us on the broadcast side.
Explosive speed. Were you ever that fast, Ram?
No way. I don't think anybody was that fast.
Toss back in. Gordon O'Brien into lock once again. The D's ruckman wins it down to the feet of Dawson. Tackled quickly by Petrarca, got a handball out. Crouch was there to escort it over the boundary line.
So right now, what Adelaide are doing, they're allowing one extra Melbourne player at the contest. So they're dropping a spare back in their defence just to try to control Melbourne's early scoring in this game.
Trying back in, Max Gawn with a volleyball spike forward, gains 15 metres, but it's Hinge who's waiting for it. Kicks up towards Taylor Walker and a wrestle with Stephen May. Spills to the back, McVie traps it over the boundary line. And a boundary throw in, just short of half forward for the Crows.
I'm just not sure, Jamo, it's the right player to have free though. It's Josh Worrell at the moment.
And I sort of agree that they don't really need that, albeit the perception is Melbourne go hard, go, and they have gone in the forward 50, but it's 3 apiece at the moment, so just go head to head.
Shallow throw in as Rory O'Brien wins down the tap. Straight to Gawn though, gets a little toe poke to Petrarca, who links up inboard looking for Neil Bullen. Awkward bouncing ball, he gathers cleanly though. Hand pass to Gawn, across half back. McVie's kick off the outside of the boot up towards Chandler, tries to knock it on. Didn't quite link all that well to Billings, and it goes out of play off the hands of Salem for a boundary throw in. Matt Clinch and Aaron Bryant's calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Rod Jamieson and Adam Romanascus are your experts.
As expected, Clinchy, that shoulder to shoulder on the hill. There's not a lot of room. Packed house tonight to kickstart what's going to be a magnificent weekend. Toss back into play. O'Brien front position this time, wins it down and does his own crumbing. Under pressure, gets a handball off towards Laird, who retreats back to Saligo. Brushes off Billings, sends it into the left forward pocket. Rankin was his target, whistle off the ball. Free kick going Melbourne's way. McVie to receive it, Rankin was holding him.
So this will be his 5th disposal. Judd McVie. He's becoming a very good player, very solid player for Melbourne in that defence.
Just 20 years of age and already averaging 17 touches. Long ball to the pack. Jones floats across it with the fist. Spills towards the boundary line. Chandler was there, but Laird met him hard. Tackles him over the line. He'll be tossed back into play just behind left half forward for the Crows. They're trailing by 4 points. We're 10 minutes into the opening term. 1 straight 6 plays, 2 behinds.
On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Cheerio to Rowan, who's waiting for his daughter to finish netball practice. Listening to the call from the northern beaches of Sydney. Salem gathers at half back for Melbourne. Hand pass to Petrarca. Burst of pace. Looks up towards half forward. Kicks out in front of Petty and Chandler. Chandler tries to knock it on. Great work coming from the side as Keane sees it out of play for Adelaide. He was outnumbered 2-on-1. Forces the neutral ball for a throw-in at right half forward for the Demons.
The Northern Beaches in Sydney could be the middle of the CBD at the moment, the amount of rain they're getting up there. This is crazy, isn't it?
Sure is. Jared and Shayna is listening from Harrieville, catching trout. Go the Bombers over the weekend. It's from the throw-in. Burgess one down the tap for the Crows, but straight to Oliver. Clayton kicks inside 50. Brodie Smith takes the mark. Read that so well across half-back and switches play out to right half-back. Where Adelaide are away through Cook at right half-back.
One of the 5 inclusions for the Crows. He sends it up the outer wing looking for Walker. He used the body on May, but almost edged him into the mark in the end.
So May slow to get up too. He might be sore already.
Not too heavy of a landing, but tough body contact against one of the game's beasts. Retreats with the kick to McVie. He switches it a little wide to Salem, but he has time to gather. Closing his crouch, forces a quick exit. Trying to find Langdon. Nankervis got front position. Nice overhead tap from Cook, who found Laird. Releases Nankervis at right half forward for the Crows. Lowers the eyes and darted to the scoreboard pocket. Diving across, McVie just got in front of Rankin. He'll hand it back to Salem. Now trying to get out of defensive 50 to Langdon, who's sandwiched between 2 Crows. Nankervis falls into the footy. Trying to wrestle it out of a couple of Ds. We'll get a ball up in front of the Gavin Wanganeen stand.
I just want to go to that actual entry into the forward 50. Nankervis had Walker 30 out, lay small. We spoke about pre-game. The lead-up, get it to him. That's at his best. But Adelaide continued to go to the option, which is the harder one, and it's a contest on the boundary.
Van Rooyen doing the ruck work for the Melbourne footy side and sees the ball out of play for a boundary throw-in. Right half forward for the Adelaide Crows. Melbourne leading by 4 points through the opening 13 minutes here at the Adelaide Oval. Toss back into play. Burgess and Van Rooyen. It spills down to Oliver. Laird bumps him off the footy. Pickett knocks it out to Neil Bullen. Tackled by Jones. Can't get a hand pass away. The umpire says no prior opportunity and we'll ball it up at half forward for the Crows.
A lot of stoppage to start this game. This is the 15th stoppage that we've had in this opening quarter in 13 minutes.
Tough and tight at the moment. You can throw a blanket over them. You won't have to because Oliver threw a boot out amongst a flurry of players. It was reckless. Free kick to Adelaide. Inside 50 they go, and the kick only finds Stephen May. Again has beaten Taylor Walker one-on-one. Alex Pearce towered him up last week. And now the multiple-time All-Australian has his number early.
Well, the 3 defenders last week too for Fremantle had 15 marks. Adelaide forwards only had the 5 inside 50.
Finds Langdon alone in the left-back pocket. He spots Van Rooyen down the line, rose up above Burgess, brought it to ground, then receives the handball and just walked it over the line. So it'll be tossed back into play. True centre wing on the outer side. Melbourne up by 4 points early. One straight 6-2 behind. 14 minutes in. It's Gather Round on ABC Sport.
It's 6-4 inside 50s in favour of Adelaide. The biggest concern we spoke is going to be Adelaide's ability to score. They're getting it in there, they're getting their chances, but disposal is poor.
Toss back in. Van Rooyen wins down the tap to Langdon, who gets a hand pass forward. Smith trying to crash his way through traffic. Gets the hand pass away to Laird. Links up with Cook. In fact, the kick in the middle of the ground, it'll work. Saligo's involved. Works it away to Keane. Defensive side of the centre circles. Kicks out in front of Fogarty. Tries to knock it out to Ben Keys. Can't take it cleanly. Pinched away though by Fogarty. Got the hand pass away. Got it to the top of the goal. Rankin onto it. Swings on the left. And kicks Adelaide's first goal. Isaac Rankin able to create something out of nothing, and Adelaide have their first goal of the match. They take the lead at the 15-minute mark. 1-2-8 to Melbourne, 1 straight 6. On ABC Sport, you're with Adam Ramanauskas and Rod Jamison.
Yeah, Jamo's mentioned the entries inside Adelaide's forward. That wasn't a good one, but the difference was along the ground. So that creates a little bit of chaos inside forward 50. Rankin just simply brewing at ground level. It's a one great pick up onto the left foot and a snap for goal. This game so far, it's been a real arm wrestle. It's been stoppage after stoppage, really testing each other out to see who's prepared to give up the territory in space, in ground space at the moment. So just a real tight tussle we've got what we've got going on at the minute.
Adelaide by 2. Gorn wins it down in the middle. Bounced off Viney's boots towards Crouch. Dawson now releases Laird. Again lowered the eyes. This time hits Tex Walker. Lace out. 51 out. He does have the distance, you'd think.
He goes the journey easy.
All of the distance. Yeah.
This will go over the fence.
And then you see that play. Clearance easy for Adelaide. Clean. First ball possession.
But Stephen May always sits off.
Doesn't he? He's
always
10, 15 metres off him.
Had 4 goals on the Demons last year, Taylor Walker. Starts in the centre square. Booming kick from 50. It'll float across the face and be smashed through for a minor score on the left-hand side.
He's miskicked that.
1-3-9 the Crows lead Melbourne 1 straight 6 as we approach time on in the opening term.
76 goals last season for the Crows spearhead as Rivers brings Melbourne back into play to Tom McDonald, who takes the mark 40 metres out from his defensive goal. Looks out towards the western side when Max Gawn works his way to the front and he takes the mark centre wing.
Here's Rivers again.
The Melbourne captain gives it off to Rivers, linking up. His kick is wide to Petrarca. What a one-handed mark. Stretched out the right mitt and reeled it in. He's got Chandler free at right half forward. He chips it over to him. Pick it into the pocket around the boundary line. Beautiful by Melbourne. Just forcing Adelaide to man up, and in the end they just couldn't do so.
Well, the problem for the Crows there was allowing Trent Rivers to get repeat handballs. That overlap run is what kills your defenders because they can't reset their position.
Cosy Pickett's kicked a goal in every game so far. Deep in the right forward pocket. He's going to go the snap, trying to bend it right to left. That is sensational. As Pickett answers back for Melbourne at the other end. And the Demons wrestle back the lead. Melbourne 2 straight 12 to Adelaide 1-3-9. Goals to Pickett and Petty for the Demons. Isaac Rankin the goal scorer for the Crows.
Oh, I think you called it out early, Clinchy. 2. He's kicked 6, now 7. This is the 4th game and he's just so quick, he's so dangerous, he's so smart. And just again we spoke about how efficient teams need to be, and Melbourne from one end to the other. Carry, run, handball, clean. Look how it ends up.
The South Australian boys for the Demons on the board early, so Petty and Pickett, 2 of 5.
Both those names. Yeah, Adelaide have been quiet a couple of times on those two.
I think they may continue to
go a third Sparrow time as well, who recently got re-signed.
There'll be a third, there'll be a 4th, there'll be a 10th time, Jamo.
I think Neil Bullen as well.
Yeah.
Melbourne by 3 points. Gawn wins it down in the middle. Clean bowled Clayton Oliver. Crouch gathers and hands it off to O'Brien, who shoved it on the boot. The snap around the body only landed into Cook's hands on the outer side. Can load up inside 50. Walker with the sit, didn't get enough height. May stood his ground at the front of the pack and again has taken an intercept mark for the Demons.
That's his third now, Aaron. So
there's Butterick round 1, Stewart round 2, Pearce round 3, and May tonight is loading up. He exits to Sparrow, releases Lever. Now Viney sidesteps Dawson through the centre circle, sends it inside 50. Pickett's his target, 2 to beat. He's entangled with Keane. Entangled rather with Parnell, whilst Keane floated across to take the intercept mark in defensive 50.
He's been good. Nick Murray injured out with the knee. Probably a couple of months away. Mark Keane coming in to replace him.
194 centimetres. The Irishman has been asked to step up and is doing the job. Butts at right half back for the Adelaide Crows. Hand pass away to Brodie Smith. Drives a long kick in direction of Walker. Gawn's in front of him and O'Brien. Brought down by Stephen May. Hand pass to Riverson Melbourne. Tries to chisel the kick forward. Tough one for Billings. He tries to lay the tackle. Worrell gets it out to Dawson. Back to Brodie Smith. Hand pass to Laird at the back edge of the centre square. Through the middle of the ground he finds Rochelle. It opens up for him. Switches play to Cook, who marks on the wing. A chance for Adelaide to charge forward.
Cook hands it over the top to Michael Lanny. Flirts with the boundary line as he goes up towards Burgess, close to the Gavin Wanganeen stand, and the spoil ensures it'll carry over the boundary line. It'll be tossed back into play, 52 out.
That's the kick that's got to get to the top of the square. It's just it's a nothing kick inside forward 50. Get it to the top of the square. Just give your forwards a chance.
Toss back in, Gawn front position. O'Brien manages to win the tap down from behind, then gathers it as well. Wernburner into the 50. Rochelle head over the foot. He got some space on McVie. Gathers, quick snap. Rolling ball through for a minor score on the left-hand side. 1-4-10 the Crows early. Melbourne 2 straight 12 with the lead. Time on in the opening term. It's Gather Round on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us.
Metres gained pretty much the same, 950 for the inside 50, 6-10. 4 behinds to Adelaide, 1 rushed.
Stephen May brings Melbourne back into play in front of the beautifully lit up old scoreboard. Kicks up towards half back. Gawn can't take the mark. O'Brien's right there with him. Footy is stuck underneath them, and a couple of others on the outer side, and the umpire will ball it up. Clayton Oliver alongside Jordan Dawson as it's thrown in the air. O'Brien wins down the tap for Adelaide, but straight to Langdon. A whistle. It's coming back. It's going to be an Adelaide free kick. A hold off the ball, and it's going to go the way of Matt Crouch. He has it between wing and half forward as he looks up inside a congested forward 50 now.
He's just got to go high.
Veers out to the left, gains an extra 5 metres, pulls his kick into the direction of Walker. He can't get a runner. Jake Lever, well situated, takes the mark in front for Melbourne. 25 metres out from his defensive goal. Melbourne by 2 points.
Still getting the boost, Jake Lever. How many years ago did he leave the Crows?
He was the D's tourism manager as well.
I think it's his moustache.
Escorted them around the city throughout the week. Exits to Langdon, who sends it up the outer side. Van Rooyen in front of Keane. Juggled it under pressure but couldn't control it. Boundary throwing to come on the outer side. And it's starting to seem like the same old story, Jamo.
Yeah,
repeated inside 50 entries.
Well, they're just going to the same space. Yeah. You know, it's just a little bit out square, but you've got Lever and May certainly standing up and intercepting mark already, 4 or 5 in this first quarter.
Toss back in front of the Jack Odie stand. Gawn wins it down, looking for Oliver. Had Crouch all over him. Volleys it out of the air towards the centre square. Jones didn't want to rush into it. Rochelle got there first. And a pressure from Pickett. Managed to knock it out to Dawson. Crouch. Back to Parnell. Then Laird. Nice little chain finishes with Cook. In his 13th game, he chips it up towards right half forward. Tried to get it to Keys, but cutting it off was Lever.
So, just on Jamo's point, it's fine going to the same spot inside forward 50. But you've got to separate the defenders. As soon as Melbourne defenders are together, they're winning the contest easily. They're intercept marking, McVee's getting the ball at ground level, and then off they go.
Might check in with Lawrence shortly too. Darcy Fogarty's on the bench. He's getting treated. Not sure what for.
From the throw-in off Max Gawn's head, it lands in the lap of Sparrow. Kicks up towards Fruch, outnumbered. Adelaide have the numbers back. Racing back is Keane for the Crows. Cuts around Ben Brown. Gets the hand pass away. Needs support. Links up with Worrell. Gives the hand pass away to Michael Annie. Finds the way out of defence to Jones, who almost reeled in the market left half back. Wins it, did well. Spoiled it down from Melbourne. Dribbles a kick inside 50. It's wide of Brown. Trying to slide in is Fridge. As is Worrell, a free kick. It's going to be an Adelaide free kick for in the back. And it's going to go the way of Keane. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Yeah, spot on, Jammer. A trainer brought Darcy Fogarty off. He came to the bench. He is in no rush to get back on the field, just sitting on the front of the bench now. I'm just checking to get an update from Adelaide about what exactly is wrong.
Lauren Borden, one of our all-star boundary riders across the weekend. Great to have everybody in town for gather round. Keane went to McHenry, who exits defensive 50. Dawson stuck a knee right in the back of Salem. Bit of height on the broadcast wing to take the mark. Spots Walker over the top. Bit of space on Max Gawn. He backs up into the benches, kicks it up to left half forward. Didn't get a little bit too long in the air, and Rankin wasn't happy about it as Howes rises above and smashes it into the second row. Rankin gives him a bit of a spray.
Yeah, and I don't like that from Rankin. It's not necessary. Just get on with the game.
I would agree with that.
2-point lead to the Demons. 23 minutes into the opening term.
Thrown in, Gawn tries to slap it down to Windsor, can't take the ball cleanly, trying to spin out of traffic. Saligo, hand pass to Dawson, pinched by Neil Bullen, had it for a moment, lost it. Dawson back onto it, driving kick inside 50, it's over the head of Rankin, socket away by McVie, it's volleyed to half back, it worked in the end, and the mark is taken by Langdon at left half back. Melbourne by 2 points, the inside 50 is the way of the Crows, 12-8. As Langdon looks for options inside the corridor, he's going to go all the way back to the right back pocket. Switches it to Tom McDonald, who takes the mark. 25 metres out from his defensive goal. Out to Windsor, who at full stretch takes the mark. What an impressive start to his career he's had, the young demon.
This is his fifth possession of this quarter, all kicks.
Pick 7. He's got that unique combination of pace and endurance as he kicks Melbourne up the wing. Van Rooyen was blocked, couldn't get a run at it. The free kick is going the way of the Adelaide Crows, and Brodie Smith will take it on the wing.
Spots McHenry on the 45, close to the boundary line. Mark's uncontested. Windsor gets there in time to ensure there isn't any quick transition into the 50. McHenry finally opens the angle, heading towards Fogarty. He had Tomlinson all over him, McDonald rather, knocked away towards McVie, who looks to switch across defensive 50. Brown sitting underneath the footy, coming late. Butts knocked it towards Cook, trying to dart his way around his opposing number 15, and Langdon gets him. Comes out, and Curvis utilises Saligo. He dummies his way around Brown, sends it into the forward pocket. Burgess sandwiched between 3 Demons, came to ground rather, and McVie walks it over precariously under no pressure. He gets away with it.
He's the bloke's right next to him. What do you mean under no pressure?
1 point lead to the Demons. Lauren Borden downstairs.
I'm just watching Stephen May on the Melbourne bench. He had a bit of a chat to the club doctor. He looks like he's running a bit more freely, but watching him early on in that term, seemed like he was struggling a bit. He was, he wasn't really comfortable with that guard that he had on his ribs, but just having a spell on the bench now.
Thanks, Lauren. Neil Bullen with a dribbling kick on the outer wing. Worrell trying to get the hand pass to Laird. Petty ran out of room. No, kept it alive. Hand pass to Neil Bullen. I think the boundary umpire called it. And maybe the players couldn't hear it out over the noise of the crowd. It's a full house here at the Adelaide Oval. And the ball will come back, a throw in on the eastern side of the Oval. Melbourne leading by a point. 2 straight 12 to Adelaide 1-5-11. Matt Clinch and Aaron Bryans call the action. Lauren Borden down the boundary. Rod Jamison and Adam Ramanaskas with you. A chance for Saligo trying to break through traffic. Quick hand pass to Mount Curvis. Links up with Dawson. Kicks up towards centre half forward. At full stretch. Almost Burgess the mark. Not paid. Back to his feet quickly. Dragged down once. Broke it. Almost a second. Tries to get it to Keys. Hand pass forward. Chase Jones. Good tackle. Ball spills away.
No. He's directly in front.
So
40 metres out here, Clinchy. Don't take the advantage.
Thought about taking the advantage from the Chase Jones tackle on House.
Terrific tackle.
And realised there was no advantage really to be taken. So Jones, who has been a good kick in front of goal, more known across half back, but gets his opportunity here. And a chance for Adelaide to take back the lead just before quarter time. Chase Jones sets himself pretty much directly in front. He'll kick from just inside 50. This will be a big blow for the Adelaide Crows. Jones sets in approach. He hangs it out to the right, and he can't make the most of it. He misses everything. Out of bounds on the full under the old scoreboard. Melbourne still lead by a point.
Just deflating, isn't it, too? Does all the hard work.
Correct.
Has got the skill to actually go back and nail that. Was drafted to the club more as a midfielder, ended up learning his craft in the back line.
McDonald heaves it out of defensive 50. Gawn nearly clunked it in the pack. Spills down front and square. Smith is wrapped up in the tackle. We'll get a ball up between the Gavin Manganine and Jack Odie stands.
15-8, Aaron, inside 50s, Adelaide's way.
Cannot spot an empty seat on that outer side. Going out of the ruck, kick was smothered by O'Brien. Viney buffets his way through, but gives it away late. Laird tumbles one into the 50. Lever was sitting back as the goalkeeper. Awkward handball, didn't favour Salem. Slapped away from him and it rolls towards the boundary line and we toss back in.
I just think, Jamo, watching the Crows forward line structurally at the moment, they're far too close together. They need some set. Like, you look now at this stoppage where it is on a true half-forward flank. They've got to separate more. They've got to give each other more space to work.
From the throw-in, Gawn wins down the tap to Oliver. Can't get a clean disposal away. Through traffic, Nankervis kicks end over end, trying to knock it on. A chance for the Crows. They can't get on the end of it though. A whistle, and it's going to be a Melbourne free kick as Rivers was impeded. So a free kick 40 metres out from his defensive goal. Melbourne leading by a point. As Trent Rivers looks out towards the far side, kicks out towards Harrison Petty. Wall worked his way to the front. Petty surely in the back. Yeah. And the free kick will come back to Adelaide. Interestingly, the stats, the inside 50s are 17-8, Adelaide's way. The clearances, Rama, also 16-9. So no secret, Adelaide get the clearance, they go inside 50.
Well, I think it's connection and cohesion at the problem.
Yes.
You know, certainly you got Burgess that's come in, Fogarty and Walker that have been there for a while. You got Rankin and McHenry trying to work their way through it.
Worrell bangs it into the attacking 50 and again, Gawn cuts it off. Lever shepherded him to free him up. Intercept mark for the D's skipper. Another wasted entry for the home side and the crowd is getting restless at the Adelaide Oval. Rivers now with the foot, he speared it straight to Hinge. Was only trying to find Neil Bullen and he's coughed it up. Hands it to the runner and Smith. Now Keys at centre half forward. Booming kick towards the goal square and back with the flight. Fogarty reels it in. Couple of metres out. It'll be a tight angle on the right-hand side.
Well, much better. From a turnover, you just go. You give a handball to Brodie Smith. He gives another handball. Get the ball in there. You catch Melbourne defenders all at sea.
So Darcy Fogarty, check side from 10, injects some life into this contest. The Crows back in front. 2-5-17 plays 2 straight 12 as we close in on quarter time. It's Gather Round on ABC Sport. Your experts, premiership players Adam Ramanauskas and Rod Jamieson.
Well, again, Melbourne come out of defence. They try and pick off something in the middle. We know that they like to do that and can do it. They've already shown how to, but just the turnover, the quick movement to get over the back and not really finding its target. Darcy Fogarty had to work very hard to get there, but in the end takes a chest mark over the back, and that's where Adelaide was so good last year and haven't been able to nail that this year.
So the Crows finally get some reward for all their dominance inside 50 and they take the lead just ahead of quarter time. Back in the middle, Gawn wins down the tap, Laird onto it, Viney onto him. Rides him into the turf and the umpire will ball it up. Adelaide by 5 points, and that'll do us for the opening quarter. As Gawn wins down the tap. And the Crows have brought the energy and the effort tonight. And despite a seesawing opening quarter, Adelaide get their noses in front at the first break. The Crows 2-5-17 to Melbourne 2 straight 12. The goals to Rankin and Fogarty for the Crows, while for Melbourne it's Petty and Pickett. On the SMS 0437 774 774, cheerio out of Fran from Melbourne. Says, hi team. We'll be listening tonight and love not only this round in terms of the various games that take place, but loving to hearing all the different members of the ABC Sport team gather as well. Have a good call and look forward to the commentary. And also a cheerio from Pete in Ballarat, who thinks that even though this round has some merit, the fact that it's school holidays in Victoria, feels like he's missing out this weekend. Well, I guess it's a good chance to get in the car and get across the border if you're able to do so. And Lachlan from Footscray says, looking forward to the Roos beating Brisbane tomorrow night. We'd love to hear from you on the SMS 0437 774 774. This is Live Footy on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Do you often feel overwhelmed by the daily news cycle? Too many headlines with too little context? Well, join me, Sam Hawley, for ABC News Daily.
You know, there's middlemen involved and you have to make sure that the farmers are getting a good deal.
A podcast that walks you through one story per episode to help you with a deeper understanding of the issues affecting your world, all delivered in a comprehensive yet easy to digest 15 minutes. So join me for ABC News Daily.
Hear it now on the ABC Listen app. You're listening listening to the AFL Gather Round on radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and take us with you on the ABC Listener.
Swings onto his left, kicks the inside 50, heading the target, tries to jump on the mark, can't hang on to it. Whistle. It's going to be a Melbourne shot on goal. It's going the way of Harrison Petty, who was held to drag one through to start proceedings. He comes in and gets Gather Round off with a bang. Ben Keys can't take it cleanly. Pinched away though by Fogarty. Got the hand pass away. Got it to the top of the goal. Rankin onto it. Swings on the left and kicks Adelaide's first goal. Isaac Rankin able to create something out of nothing, and Adelaide have their first goal of the match. He's got Chandler free right half forward. He chips it over to him. Pick it into the pocket around the boundary line. Beautiful by Melbourne. Cosy Pickett's kicked a goal in every game so far. Deep in the right forward pocket. He's going to go the snap. Trying to bend it right to left. That is sensational.
Booming kick towards the goal square. And back with the flight. Fogarty reels it in. Check side from 10. Injects some life into this contest.
The 2024 AFL Gather Round.
on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
Thursday night footy, the Adelaide Crows lead Melbourne by 5 points, 2-5-17 to Melbourne, 2 straight 12. Matt Clinch and Aaron Bryans calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. The thoughts of your experts, Adam Romanascus and Rod Jamison.
Well, good start. Adelaide needed to, wasn't it, too? We all thought, and I was concerned about how Adelaide would perform. We know how they've travelled, and they're 0-3 coming into this game and how important it is for them. And Melbourne coming off a good win against Port Adelaide here only last Saturday night too. But they've really taken it up to Melbourne in all the areas they need to. It's the area that pre-game we identified that they were going to struggle, and that was their way to goal. They can get it in there, but they just cannot finish off. And they've ended up with 5 behinds and one of those rust, and there's sort of a little bit much of the same. But what I have liked is their ability to be able to shut the Melbourne forward line down when it has gone there. It hasn't been fluent or fast, Rammer, when it has come out, but they're able to be competitive, and that's all you could ask. But I think the positive is that they're actually got their noses in front and have done reasonably well in the first quarter.
Well, I've been fascinated just watching Adelaide's forward line and how it's structured. So they've had 19 inside 50s in that quarter to 8. So they've really dominated. I wouldn't say territory, because if you look at metres gained, it's even enough. But what territory they've dominated is keeping the ball in their forward half of the ground. So that then comes down to, then you look at the kicking efficiency. Adelaide kicked the ball at 63% that quarter. So going inside 50, they need to get more reward for effort there. So on a number of occasions, Stephen May took 3 intercept marks that quarter. Judd McVie had 11 possessions that quarter. And it's a little fascinating little matchup, little sideshow, the McVie and Rankin sort of matchup. Rankin kicks a goal that quarter, McVie has 11 possessions. So, he would have probably had 6 or 7 rebounds out of defensive 50 in that quarter. So I think what Matty Nicks needs to really be focusing on is, okay, boys, who's going to be the unselfish forward today? Who's going to create the space for your teammate that they can lead up in? You saw Tex there on 3 occasions. He leads up at the football. Stephen May trails him in by 5 metre. Tex takes the mark. The ball goes in high and long, or whatever they're trying to do. Stephen May pushes off, takes 3 intercept marks. So that's then the midfielder and the winger's job to recognise what's happening. What's happening in my forward line? How should I be kicking the ball to Tex tonight? How should I be delivering the ball to Darcy Fogarty tonight? The other part, I think, for both teams. So at one end of the ground, you've got Josh Worrell as a spare. The other end of the ground, it's Christian Salem. They've sort of rotated a couple of players through there. Trent Rivers at one stage. Trent Rivers kicked out, got 2 handball receives, takes the ball down the other end of the ground. Cosy Pickett scores. So that's the trade-off. Like, it's okay to, have a loose in your defence, but who's then picking up the loose? Who's then sacrificing their game to chase the loose in the opposition's defence?
And I think for the D supporters too, that's all upside at the moment. Cosy Pickett's kicked their one goal, Harrison Petty's kicked the other. And a lot of the defenders, the typical midfielders, Petrarca, Rivers, or off the back line, and Viney in the middle, Gawn getting much of the football. But then you have a look where Clayton Oliver's only had the 3 in this quarter. And it's Howes, Billings have only just had, a couple of handballs, 1 disposal each. Van Rooyen hasn't touched it, Brown hasn't touched it, Fritsch hasn't touched it. So a lot of their key forwards. So
that's on the back of 8 inside 50s. They just haven't had the opportunity. And that's great by the Crows midfield to keep it away from that forward 50.
16-9, the clearances the way of Adelaide. You'd expect the Melbourne midfield to be given a bit of a message at quarter time. Adelaide by 5 points as we get the second quarter underway. O'Brien readies himself as he pushes across to match it with Gawn. Gawn wins down the tap, bounces off Dawson to Viney of Melbourne, slipped over as he gets his hand pass away, charging in Rivers. He's locked up by McHenry. The ball spills to Viney. His quick kick is marked by Jones. Not 15 for Adelaide. Hand pass to Matt Crouch, over the top to Rochelle. He dodges a tackle. Hand pass away to Fogarty, 55 metres out. High ball looking for Walker. He's wrestling with May. May makes the late spoil. Down front centre is Langdon for Melbourne. Hand pass to Neil Bullen. Gets it away to Windsor. Pulls his kick, but it might be too wide for Billings. He's deemed to be just inside the field of play at right half back for Melbourne.
Boundary umpires in the front row weren't happy with that one, Clinchy. Long ball up towards the outer wing. Dawson, true centre wing, rises above the pack to cut it off. The skipper for the Crows, who's had a career-low disposal efficiency heading into this round. That kick's a lot better as he finds Parnell across half-back. And now Keane, the Irishman from County Cork, sends it up the spine. Awkward kick. Coming across, Viney gets a fist in, ricochets to Chandler. Now the D's are out. Fritsch to Petrarca. Arches his back through the logo. Empty 50, so he'll boom it all the way from centre wing. It's tumbling towards home, but he just won't get the angle. Minor score on the left-hand side. The D's strike first with a behind. 2-1-13, they trail Adelaide 2-5-17. Opening minute of the second term.
Parnell wastes no time, bringing Adelaide back into play. Finds Michael Annie in the right back pocket. Adelaide by 4 points as he looks long around the western wing. Fogarty sets himself against the boundary. In the end, didn't end up flying. Left it for McHenry. It's spoiled out of play by Howes and a boundary throw-in just in front of the two benches.
Melbourne working their way, setting up behind the football.
Ball spinning back into play. Gawn sets himself in front of O'Brien. The two's tangle. Gawn tries to just shark it forward. Running onto it, Parnell taps it to his own advantage, but straight across the boundary line in front of him and Chandler.
So the difference is there, Jamo. So Trent Rivers is a spare.
Yeah.
He comes up just to the back of that stoppage. So if Melbourne get the clearance, he's on the fly to get that handball received.
And McHenry's worried. Does he want to go with him or does he stay with Lever?
Hilborn's lurking on the outside of this stoppage. O'Brien wins it down to Viney. Jams it on the boot high up towards the 50. It'll sit just inside the arc. Through the hands of Chandler under pressure from Parnell. Picked up by Worrell. Spun in the tackle. Gave it away to Neil Bullen. Now Sparrow. Low ball bouncing into the left forward pocket. Ben Brown can't get there in time. And it rolls through for another minor score on the left-hand side. They're chipping away at that deficit, the D's. Down by 3 points now, 2-5-17, plays 2-2-14. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Mitch Hinge has it for the Adelaide Crows as he looks at options to bring them back into play. Saligo leads to half-back. He wants to go longer than that in the direction of Dawson. It lands in front of he and Petrarca. Keys with a hand pass forward. Nankervis trying to knock it on. Keys with a little toe poke up the wing, but Gawn for Melbourne counters. Hand pass to Sparrow. Over his head. Windsor and Viney collide. Viney knocks it onto Windsor. Hand pass to Petrarca. Fends off the tackle. Kicks into the pocket. Great vision. The mark is taken by Billings. No one on the mark. Plays on. Misses to the right-hand side. Great vision from Christian Petrarca, but Jack Billings just couldn't finish. Melbourne are doing it by single digits at the moment. Adelaide by 2 points.
He had only 8 touches last week, Clinchy, and he was subbed. Many thought he may have been dropped. Simon Goodwin's given him the benefit of the doubt, and he's performed poorly early. Exit from Keane. Just slipped out of Lever's grasp with Walker on his tail. Front square, though, with Smith for the Crows. Uses Parnell. Curls it around the body only as far as McDonald. He marks up against Fogarty. Just behind left half forward for the D's, who are kicking to the northern end, the left side of your radio dial in this second term. McDonald low and hard into the 50. The pack leaves it in the end. Fritsch flew late, couldn't control it. Spilled down towards Nankervis, who's wrapped up in his opposing number 37's tackle in Cade Chandler. Will get a ball up 40 from home, left forward pocket.
Petrarca's just strength, isn't he? Gets the footy in both hands and just so strong.
Gawn tries to take another rock. Hand pass to Chandler. Hard against the boundary. Impossible angle. It slams into the left goal post. And was almost able to curl it beautifully from left to right. Melbourne with 4 behinds to start this second quarter, which is now 4.5 minutes old, and Adelaide's lead is just a point.
4 inside 50s too, Clinchy.
Hinge to Michael Annie, right back pocket. Son of a gun. His dad, Jim, a Norwood legend. See 2 games there across this weekend. He kicks it up to the broadcast swing. McHenry in front position, should have claimed it. Umpire left the whistle away. He went to ground with it in his hands and it was ripped out as he hit the deck. And a ball up is called as the tackle is laid. Crows fans a little stiff there. 1 point game. O'Brien wins it down. Langdon was there. The former Docker wrapped up by Crouch. Let's see if third time's the charm. Left half forward for the Melbourne Football Club. Gawn went to ground against O'Brien. Off the deck, towed by Langdon into O'Brien. We'll get another ball up, Rammer.
Well, I'm just looking now how the Crows are setting up, where this stoppage is at half forward on Melbourne's forward line. Crows are far too high up the ground as forwards.
O'Brien one down the tap, but it's Swallow Melbourne. Gets the hand pass to Gawn, kicks inside 50, and Keane is able to spoil out a play for Adelaide. A boundary throw in the left forward pocket for Melbourne at the Cathedral end.
Just such congestion, isn't there?
Yeah.
52 at the moment, and Ramo, they just can't get it out, Adelaide, but this is where Melbourne play their better football.
This is how Melbourne really pride their game on defence and contest. Just the 4 behind so far to show in this second quarter. Gawn tries to drop it down for Petrarca. Little fumble off his boot. It finds Rivers. Hand pass towards Windsor at the top of the 50. Cleverly knocked it onto House. Nice little sidestep around Keys. Drives it towards Fridge in a tangle 2-on-1. Keane gets back to provide good support to Worrell. Let's rush through for a minor score. Scores are level. It's 17 apiece.
Slugfest to start the second term, but it's been all Melbourne so far. Brodie Smith decides, stuff it, I'll go straight up the spine. Long ball towards the logo. Walker battling with May, spills to Rankin, breaks away from Lever, hands it over the top to Rochelle, sends it towards the attacking 50, Fogarty front position, over the shoulder, McDonald pulled him down. Free kick to Darcy Fogarty, 52 out. 45-degree angle to the right, he's thinking about it. They flood back, he's taken too long and he'll have to take the shot.
He's got the distance in him again at the city end here. The big grandstand actually can prevent the wind coming through, so he does have the distance, but took, I think, Worrell he had out there to the left. He could have been one-on-one, a lot closer to goal.
Just the 2 behinds last week. Fogarty opens the angle, sidesteps McDonald, kicks on the left from 45, he's not prepared, and it's shanked all the way to the left side. Walker wants to keep it in, but he's escorted over the boundary line. That was a bit messy.
That was a la Stephen Milne. Stephen Milne used to do that.
I was thinking Brent Harvey. Boomer would have tried
Boomer, yeah.
I'm not sure that's in Darcy Fogarty's repertoire.
Not going on to the left.
Would have got a whole lot of odds for trying predicting that.
Thrown in. O'Brien wins down the tap. Walker tries to bust his way through. Bump laid by Sparrow on Crouch. Play on's the call. And the tackle is laid by Jack Viney, who ensures there's no momentum forward as Nanker is trying to charge his way through. Adelaide deep in attack. Max Gawn sharks it forward to Petrarca. He's locked up. Somehow dropped it to his boot despite being tackled by Hinge. Knocking it out Billings towards the boundary line. Dawson offers chase. And Jordan Dawson sees the ball out of play. 55 metres out from Adelaide's goal. It's 2-5-17 apiece. Melbourne with 5 behind so far through the 8 minutes of this second quarter.
Interesting, Laird on the bench. Hasn't touched it this quarter. Jake Saligo for Adelaide. Cosy Pickett, the other influential player, and Clayton Oliver haven't touched the football in the second quarter.
Toss back in, Gawn edges O'Brien under the footy, releases Melbourne. Billings to Petrarca. Now Neil Bullen running out of room, gets a handball out late to Windsor. Bit of space close to the boundary line out of side. Sends Melbourne inside 50. Brown charging out, couldn't control it. Petty was there to Crum. Tight angle, heading into the scoreboard pocket. He heads to Langdon. McHenry gets there late. He's it into the fence. We'll get a boundary throw in. Couple of metres out, right forward pocket. The Demons on the charge in this second term. 5 unanswered behinds. No goals so far either side.
Very lucky there, McHenry. This is the Langdon goes from goal line to goal line as a winger. McHenry's got to be with him.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Knocked down by O'Brien. Couldn't quite find Saligo. Hinge tackle by Neil Bullen. Spills out to Matt Crouch. Hand pass to Parnell. Kick smothered. Petrarca onto it. Swings onto his left-hand side. That's a classy finish. Melbourne have struggled in front of goal in this second quarter. And Christian Petrarca says, let me do it myself. And Melbourne take the lead with that straight kick. The Demons 3-5-23 to Adelaide 2-5-17. 9.5 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport.
Well, your defensive work, Rammer, too, isn't it? In any forward line, great smother. Sparrow, that was what caused it. The pressure, we know, Melbourne do it so
South
well.
Australian.
Oh, don't. Will you stop that? Maybe you can change the jumpers over at half time.
But it was terrific by Sparrow. That's what you want in any forward line. That type of forward pressure where, tackles are great, but smothers are just as important. Then Petrarca, that we know how classy he is, left or right foot, snaps around the corner for a goal. They've really dominated possession and play this quarter. Melbourne, that's 7 inside 50s to 2 in their favour, so a reversal of the first quarter at the moment.
You're going to call this clinch and you're not going to believe he's doing the ruck work for both teams.
Van Rooyen and Burgess. Oliver gets the exit.
Sorry,
to the
Aaron.
Side. Dawson kicks up towards the attacking 50. Off hands, brought to ground by Howes, and Pickett can wheel around and send it up to right half forward. Little low for Brown. He couldn't gather, and it ricochets off his shins to Rankin. Uses butts, then Parnell back into the defensive 50 to Keane. Bit of time to think about his exit as Melbourne zone in front of him. Pops it short to Parnell. Rushed his kick up towards Laird. Sparrow got there late. Nearly cut it off. Mark Pade to the two-time All-Australian. He's at left half back at the moment in front of the Gavin Wanganeen stand. Adelaide just looking for an answer in this second term right now. Bangs it long up through centre wing. Dawson's in front position. Van Rooyen with the spoil. Goes to ground. Wins up. Hollywood handball over his head looking for Chandler. Went to ground. Couldn't gather. Picked up by Saligo for Adelaide. Releases Rankin. Burgess may have been taken high. Umpire calls play on. They continue to force their way forward.
May tries to get it to Oliver. Lost it though. Here's a chance for Adelaide. Hand pass comes out to Cook. 55 metres out. Kicks it out in front of the run. Foggett, he just can't reel it in with his right mitt. Racing towards the right forward pocket with Tom McDonald in tow. Just trying to make up that last millimetre or two. It goes out of play for a throw in the right forward pocket.
Just another a metre shorter, I think, Jamo, and he marks that, Darcy Fogarty.
Throwing up against the right behind post. Tex Walker's doing the ruck work. Tries to volley it. It goes straight in the air. Cook couldn't get a fist to it. Sparrow had it, lost it. Walker's quick hand pass away. Saligo through traffic. Beautiful hand pass. Rochelle fires on goal. He misses to the right-hand side. It's Adelaide's first score of this second quarter. 12 minutes in. It's Melbourne who lead by 5 points.
Adelaide at the moment, it's more on anticipation where players are going to be as opposed to with the precision and just finding a teammate where they know they need to be.
McVie to Salem. Only had 11 touches last week. He's quickly going to equal that and a half. Long exit, floating across. Front position was Worrell, who caught a high one through his troubles from Van Rooyen. Free kick to Adelaide, through centre wing broadcast side. Chips it to Laird. Starting to find his way into the second term. Melbourne by 5 at the moment.
No one coming forward.
Laird.
Look at the numbers.
Tight on the boundary line, sends it into the right foot pocket. Rankin got some height, couldn't bring it down. McVie caught in the tackle, dropped it against Burgess. Play continues. Rankin now wrapped up. Lever released him so that Van Rooyen could gather. And we'll get a ball up.
The kick goes to the forward pocket inside Adelaide's forward 50, and there's 4 pairs there. So you kick into 8 players.
Thrown up. Spills down the way of Clayton Oliver. High ball towards half-back. Big fly! Up early before acceptances was Nankervis. The ball spills down. Keys fires out a hand pass. A chance here. Rochelle, hand pass to Saligo. Chips over the head of Keys. He missed him. And Van Rooyen working back in defence. Marks 15 metres out. He probably could have just had the shot on goal.
Yeah.
Trying to do the unselfish team act.
Van Rooyen short to McDonald. Heads in the Gorn direction on the broadcast wing. Gets a nice run at it. Worrell sticks the fist in. Spills down to Jones. Overhead handball was poor. Completely missed Crouch. Gets another chance. Worrell, booming kick into the 50. Walker kept down. Lever launched himself into a big fist. Thrusts it a good 30 metres over the boundary line into the right forward pocket. It'll be tossed back into play. Melbourne's up by 5. 13 minutes into the second term. 3-5-23. Plays 2-6-18. Adelaide just the one behind this term to Melbourne's 1-6. Toss back into play. Rankin can gather out of the stoppage. He's wheeling, dodging, dazzling away from Van Rooyen. Lowers the eyes. Beautiful vision to Laird. Could have gone for home. And instead, a very important assist. Can the senior leader finish it off?
No, it just always screamed at Adelaide for speed. Eyes at Rankin in the forward liner in the middle too. Went this way, that way on 4 occasions. Defenders out of place. And Rory Laird, who's slowly working his way into the game in this second quarter.
Tight angle, 30 out. Rory Laird hooks it on the right, threads the needle. Adelaide back in front again. A fifth lead change of the night. The Crows 3-6-24. Lead the Demons 3-5-23. 15 minutes into the second term. Gather round on ABC Sport. Your experts Adam Ramanauskas and Rod Jamison.
Jamo, it's got to take a little bit of brilliance for Adelaide to score tonight. You look at the way they're entering their forward 50. Structurally, it's not working at the moment because of just how close they are. I've mentioned it a number of times, but on that occasion, Rankin weaves and dodges in and out of the contest and then is smart enough to find that little target in Rory Laird. But if that's what it's going to take to score, they simply have to do that.
Well, I think that's the option. There needs to be alternate ways, and that's what Adelaide haven't thought their way through in the last couple of weeks. And tonight, it needs the smarter players to think that way, and Isaac Rankin was able to do it.
Gawn gets it forward to Sparrow, hand pass to Chandler, chopped off by Matt Crouch. It spills away at Parnell for the Crows. Kicks out towards the left half back when Nankervis takes the mark. Slipped over as he tried to get it forward. Kicks out wide for Keys. He marks at left half back on the eastern side of the Adelaide Oval. Adelaide 3-6-24 to Melbourne 3-5-23. After the Crows led by 5 points at quarter time. Keys wanted to come inboard and slipped over. Had to return and kick long down the wing. O'Brien sets himself. Max Gawn reaches up. And the Melbourne captain takes the mark centre wing.
He's going to be better than that, Riley O'Brien. He had the run and jump at that contest. You can't just let Max take an intercept contest to mate. You've got to at least spoil.
Gawn blasts it up towards half forward. Petty front position, paid the mark against Keane. Just wide of centre half forward. The Norwood product calling for an option. Sends it into the scoreboard pocket. Fritsch is his target. Had Michael Annie on him. Who did very well to close him down and knock it over the boundary line. It'll be tossed back into play. 45 out. Right forward pocket for the Demons. Trailing by a point.
Sorry, Aaron. It's a good matchup, that one too. Michael Annie on Fritsch. I think the positive for Adelaide, they're kicking at 70% this quarter. Either pressure and disappointing for Melbourne at 46.
Thrown back in. O'Brien wins down the tap. It's straight to Sparrow of Melbourne. Kicks straight up in the air. Gawn and Fritsch try to fly for it. Neither can take it. Sliding in Hinge for Adelaide. Gathers. Hand pass away to Nankervis. Needs support. Gave it to Dawson, the Crows captain, dodging and weaving. Kicks up towards halfback. Flying through Viney. Can't take the mark. Rankin gets the hand pass forward to Burgess. Here go the Crows. Hand pass to Fogarty. Free space in front. Kicks it out in front of Rankin, racing back Rivers. Rivers got there first. Rankin lays the tackle. Great contest. Umpire waves play on, but stuck underneath them. Rankin thought he'd won the contest.
Well, he had a look, Trent Rivers, so...
Did he scoop it underneath?
Oh, he's had a look there, so... Oh, has he had a chance there? Yes, he has.
I think he has.
The arm's free. That should be holding the ball.
Tossed up, O'Brien slaps it down. He's looking for Crouch. Bursts onto the footy. Handball out wide and Nankervis gets it back. Off a step. Spears it towards home. Minor score on the right-hand side.
Yeah, they should be upset about that, the Crows supporters. Trent Rivers had a look. He had the arm free, so he couldn't dispose of the football. No Melbourne teammate was around, so he chose to drag the ball back in. That's holding the ball.
I thought he was brave to actually take it. He should have just smacked it to the side and ran onto it. Get it out of the danger area.
And Josh Rochelle is one play you don't really want to try and take on in that scenario. May brings it back into Rivers. Back to May. Kicks around the boundary line. Chandler marks on his chest.
What was also impressive is Rivers' speed. Like Rochelle is quick.
Yep, absolutely. Chandler kicks up towards half forward. In front, Michael Annie spoils it down. Fritsch back onto it though for Melbourne. Hand pass to Windsor. Looks up inside 50. Beautiful kick to Petty. Hard against the boundary. The class and composure from Caleb Windsor, streaming into the half-forward line and was just able to guide the kick to Petty's advantage. So it's like a good kick. He's up against the fence in the left-forward pocket, 40 metres out from goal.
Caleb Winder's 10th disposal going at 63%, 4 inside 50s. He looks classy, first time I've seen him live.
Harrison Petty up against the photographers in the left-forward pocket as he starts his approach. Looking to try and wrestle back the lead Melbourne's way. He comes in, it's left all the way. And just scrapes in for a minor score in the end. Adelaide's lead is a point. The Demons with 1 goal, 6 in this second quarter to Adelaide's 1-2.
1 goal 6 from 10 entries. So, they're not kicking goals, but their efficiency going into score is very good.
Worrell pumps it to right half back, and Nankervis found some space when there wasn't one amongst a flurry of D's. Takes the uncontested mark. Now switches across half back. Michael Annie. Really uncertain
here.
Finally, Fogarty does present. Butts was there as well, and neither can take the mark. Fogarty put it down in the end under no pressure. Spills out. Billings trying to gather. Went straight through the legs of Keys. Gets another chance to funnel the handball out. Jones back to Laird. This is his target on the way back, and over the boundary line it goes. Lauren Borden downstairs.
The breeze has really picked up on the boundary line. As you can feel it down here, it's blowing towards the scoreboard end, which is the end Melbourne's kicking to. But like you mentioned, they've only kicked 1 goal 6, still behind on the scoreboard, but they've got a bit of breeze going their way.
Thanks, Loz. Toss back into play. Corn wins down the tap. Oliver tries to knock it forward. Viney read it well. Hand pass to Petrarca. Can't get around Chase Jones, who lays the tackle and sees him out of play. Tajwa Woden and Sam Berry, the subs tonight for their respective sides. Adelaide by a point.
Christian Petrarca's got some sort of cooking exhibition here on Sunday.
Doesn't he? Yeah, just all part of the show for Gather Round.
What's his go-to meal?
Pasta, I'd imagine. Gorn wins down the tap. He'll pull it. Hand pass away. Billings driving, kick inside 50. In from the side, Ben Brown. Can't take the mark, and it goes off hands. Would you be lining up to see that, Rama?
I'd be lining up to eat some of it, but I don't know. I'm watching someone cook food.
He's got a bit of competition these days on TikTok. The old Brett Sprigg has joined the MasterChef crew.
Really?
Toss back into play. Our own. Gorn wins it down. Crouch was waiting for it, though. Uses O'Brien. Slightly missed Saligo. Gathered and turned into the Oliver tackle. It was heavy, hard, and holds him up.
So we're into time on now into this second quarter. It's an arm wrestle. You look at the scoreboard, you look at how many stoppages. Can't concede now. Both teams can't concede late.
O'Brien tapped it down. Petrarca was there, had one arm pinned by Crouch, still got it out but gave it away. Jones uses Crouch, snaps around the body out of defensive 50, a hit and hope, and it lands into the lap of Viney. Had 3 Brownlow votes the last time these two sides played. Heads back to Salem and now into the centre square. The kick finds May. Looking lively, considering he only missed 1 game with his cracked ribs. Uses McDonald. Now the switch is complete out wide to McVie. Just behind right half forward, called to play on. Darts his kick into the scoreboard pocket, hits Chandler. Rises up above Jake Saligo and takes the grab. Tight angle, 45 out on the right-hand side.
Well, just change the angles, Jamo.
Yeah, really smart.
Yeah, one side of the ground to the other. Find the hole going inside forward 50, then hit up the target.
And that's the improvement in Melbourne's game, isn't it?
No doubt.
Cade Chandler starting outside the boundary line, nearly on the fence in front of the Gavin Wanganeen stand. Hill is packed. Majority of them Crows fans. They'll be watching this all the way home. And Chandler makes them hurt. The kick from 50 is pure. And Melbourne are back in front. 4:6:30 plays 3:7:25. Time on in the second term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Wearing the same colours, come from Norwood over here in South Australia, 38th game, and it's his 6th goal for the season. Left-footed, knows Adelaide Oval, and just nailed it.
Which is, as a defensive unit there, you've got to adjust. You know, as the ball is moving from one side of the ground to the other, you can't be caught on your heels. You've got to be moving sideways with the ball, because that's then you're blocking up space. On that occasion, the Adelaide's defence just didn't move with the ball. They just stood there on their heels, and it's his responsibility now. It's his responsibility now. If you pass over, you've got to tell your teammate, you've got to go.
And if you're going to be critical, which Matty Nix would be, they took their time to transition too, didn't they, before they entered, and you've got time as a defensive unit to move across.
24 goals last season for Cade Chandler on the board tonight. Back in the middle of the ground, Saligo could have been taken high as he got a hand pass forward. Adelaide won't take the advantage as Laird had a little fumble, so a chance to the right. I'm not sure why Laird would have to take the kick given the high contact was on Saligo, but anyway, that's the way the umpire views it. He'll give the hand pass away to Saligo. He runs out to the wing, bumped as he got his kick away. Is that a downfield free kick?
Why?
It is.
Come on, Clinchy.
Now, if Isaac Rankin's smart, he'd end up with a footy in hand, but it's Ben Keys who's rather keen to work his way to the front.
Oh, no, that's not a free kick.
Has he disposed of the ball, Rambo?
No way. It doesn't matter. He's still at a bump.
Only while he's got the ball. If it's after that, it's a free kick.
Nah, I'm not with you. You and I usually are pretty tight, but not on that one.
Ben Keys from outside 50, veers out to the left with everything he's got. It's offline to the left-hand side. It won't be a goal. Running in McHenry, almost a chance. Burgess off the ground, misses to the right-hand side. Melbourne by 4 points. With the long bomb deep to the goal line, asking the question. 25 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport.
Another touch in coming from McVee, who plays on from the defensive goal square. Low and hard out of defensive 50, finds Langdon. Marks ahead of Nankervis, had a runner on the outside. Gives it off to Rivers. The East Fremantle product sends it up down the line, looking for Van Rooyen. Free kick paid his way. The two West Australians combining.
Played it well.
Van Rooyen sends it inside 50. Fritsch is outnumbered. Saligo brings it to ground and Michael Annie can crumb. Gives it off to Smith and Adelaide now. Move their way through the outer wing. O'Brien, the ruckman, kicked a little bit too high for Burgess, which is a tough task in itself. In front position, Gawn can walk it over the boundary line.
Possibly handball to Isaac Rankin, the big ruckman, Clinchy.
Well, that might have been a good option, I think, in a few Crows supporters' eyes as well.
Remo, who was the ruckman you played with?
Johnny Barnes.
He didn't really handball much.
Steve Alessio. Johnny Barnes is a very skillful footballer. I wouldn't say that to his face.
Thrown back in. O'Brien trying to prove you wrong, Jamo. He does his best and kicks up towards half forward. Rivers sliding in. Tackled by Matt Crouch. Spills out. Level trying to knock it out. Got it to the advantage of Viney. Kicks into the middle of the ground for Petrarca. Got a kind bounce. Swings onto his right-hand side. Van Rooyen is out. He gathers it right half forward. 15 metres of space. Takes a bounce. Runs to 50. Centering ball. Looking for Fritsch. Almost juggled the mark. Couldn't hang on to it. Tough one for Michael Annie. He made the right decision. Cossie Pickett swoops onto it, kicks it end over end and bounces through the goal, as only Cossie can. He makes the most of his opportunity and puts through his second. And Melbourne stretch out to a 10-point advantage. The biggest lead of the match so far. 5-6-36 to Adelaide, 3-8-26. 26 minutes gone, second quarter.
Well, Van Rooyen was in his right to have a shot there. Yeah. So he tried to do the unselfish thing and square the ball up. But then Cossie Pickett just, at ground level, just wrenched the ball out and was able to kick a goal. But that's two red time goals now. You know, we spoke. It was 24-25 at the 23-minute mark. So 23-minute mark, 26-minute mark now. Melbourne have kicked goals. They're critical in these arm wrestle type games to get these late goals in quarters, and the Crows have given up two that they shouldn't have.
Max Michaelani in his second year, but experience, played all the games last year. He was well composed, can assess the situation really quickly. Just to hold it in, unable to do so.
Nice high bounce in the middle. O'Brien taps it over his head. He was looking for Laird. Sparrow touched it first. Ricochets towards the outer side. Langdon a bit of a fumble. Gets a second chance. Hands it to Rivers. The dodge step around Rochelle. Long ball for Melbourne inside 50. Van Rooyen front position. Sports away from him. Front square was Billings. Can gather. Snap. Tight angle 30 out. Misses. Right hand side. Melbourne up by 3.
Two behinds. Jack Billings this quarter.
Yeah, and two very gettable opportunities, Jamo.
Handy pick up too, by the way.
Absolutely. So Melbourne with back-to-back goals for the first time in the match. As Hinge brings Adelaide back into play. Kicks up towards Rankin, who takes the mark. Just had a couple of metres on Neil Bullen. Hand pass away to Jones. Runs the boundary at right half-back. Kicks up to Taylor Walker. He marks in front of the two benches. Turns and thought about coming inboard to Brodie Smith. Now it'll come to Rankin, who's centre wing.
Got Taylor Walker here again. Clinch if he goes. Got to be good.
Goes for him. Oliver tries to get there late. Can't hold. Tex up and he's away. Kicks up inside 50. It's over the head of Jordan Dawson, and the mark is taken by Tom McDonald. It's just that last kick for Adelaide which have let them down on multiple occasions tonight. Melbourne by 11 points.
Gave up some of his own medicine.
McDonald to Howes. He's been very quiet tonight. This is his third touch. Left back pocket. Tells his teammates to settle down and booms it up towards the broadcast wing. Petty nearly juggled it against O'Brien. Spilled down to Jones for the Crows. Tries to find Butts, who just slaps it inside. Crouch buffets its way towards Hinge, then gets the handball back. Worrell under a bit of pressure as they keep retreating. Finally launches it forward with a wobbler. Sitting underneath it is McVee. Only had eyes for the footy around a couple. And here they come, the D's. To the outer side, Billings. Turns. Open 50. Spots Brown. Leaves it for Van Rooyen.
Well done.
Excellent body work to keep his opponent out of the contest, and Van Rooyen clunks it 25 out straight in front.
It's great pressure all round.
And 50. So clearly something was said to the umpire.
Worrell wasn't happy about the way that Ben Brown used his body to free up Van Rooyen, and the descent has caused a guaranteed goal for the D's. On the stroke of half-time, in a seesawing affair, Van Rooyen gets a gift. His first of the night puts Melbourne up by 9. 6-7-43, plays Adelaide 3-8-26. 30 minutes into the second term. It's Gather Round on ABC Sport. Great to be with you, Aaron Bryans, Matt Clinch, Premiership players Rod Jamieson and Adam Rabanauskas.
You just spoke of how good Judd McVie has been to Rama in that contest. He was the only one that sat under it. Everyone else was anticipating where it went, but he just read it really well, and then they just loaded and took off with speed, and you still got to get it down there with precision, and they were able to do that. Billings with a deadly left foot, 2 over the back.
I just think the one area that Melbourne is on top is spreading from contest, spreading from stoppage. They just look like they've got more players on the outside.
And they've got on top in the clearances in this second quarter, 11-9 after Adelaide was so dominant in that first quarter. O'Brien wins down the tap. Oliver can't gather. Laird can for the Crows. Kicks towards half forward. Saligo bounce off his chest. Petrarca racing back for Melbourne. Gathers at centre half back. Turns and kicks out towards Cossie Pickett. Speed to Burney. Knocks it down to Max Gorn, the unlikely rover. The Globetrotter hand pass. Back to Cossie Pickett. He runs away at right half forward. Drills a kick inside 50. It never got to Ben Brown. And Keane takes the mark for Adelaide. Switches to Jones in the right back pocket.
Tasmanian dinks it up towards McHenry. Right half back. And time will beat the Crows on the counter. Melbourne imposing in the back half of that second quarter. And they're out to a 9-point lead, which surprisingly is a game-high margin. 6-7-43. 17 points, I should say. That's poor maths there on my behalf, but it is a game-high margin. 6-7-43 to Adelaide's 3-8-26. An incredible quarter there from the D's in the back half. And poor Matthew Nix, I shouldn't make this joke with Rammer and Jamo in the box, but if he had hair, he'd be pulling it out on the stroke of half-time there, Jamo. The goal scorers at the major break, 2 to Pickett, singles to Petty, Chandler, Petrarca and Van Rooyen. For the Crows, all individual, Fogarty, Laird and Rankin. What did you make of that first half, Jamo?
Oh, well, a little frustrating, I must admit, if you're an Adelaide supporter, isn't it, too? Just the way in which they do it. We've seen it for the first 3.5 rounds in which Adelaide are doing it. There's been some fumbling in the forward 50. They've gone in high. The defenders of Melbourne have been too strong. Rama touched on it when they've been able to do that. Their run, their rebound off the half-back line. McVie has been tremendous. And Trent Rivers with their run and rebound carry. They've been really influential in defending for Melbourne. And then just their precision when they do get the football across, they've transitioned, they get back. Adelaide have been gallant in the back half, and look at Max Michelani try and run down Cossie Pickett. He almost got him too, which was surprising. I know he's quick, but not that quick. But they've had their opportunity to get their hand on it in their defensive 50 rammer, but they just haven't been able to hold it, maintain it, and then get it out of the defensive area and go from one end to the other as quickly and as well as what Melbourne did in that first half.
Well, a damning stat for, I think, Adelaide in that half of football is Melbourne's intercept marks. They've taken 11 intercept marks. So they've had 29 inside 50s, the Crows. So of those 11, 9 of them have been actually in Adelaide's forward 50. So they're just giving the ball back too easily. And I've been critical of the way Adelaide have set up their forward line in that first half. Far too close together. Too many pairs going towards the one contest. You know, when they've got a little bit of space, it's taken a little bit of brilliance to kick a goal. So, you know, Rankin kicks a brilliant goal in the first quarter with a one-touch pick-up, left foot snap. Second quarter, he has to dodge and weed out of the contest to find Rory Laird to kick a goal. So they're working far too hard, Adelaide, at the moment to score. Now, the other part is, and Jamo and I spoke about this before the game, there's the inside layer of the contest and the outside layer of the contest. As that second quarter wore on, there was no outside layer for Adelaide. Like, there was a number of occasions where you saw a Billings out on his own, a Langdon out on his own. Even Christian Petrarca at times was out on his own. So they've got to tidy that part up, that outside layer of the contest for Adelaide. That's McHenry, that's Jones, that's those type of players. They've got to be there and and work out, am I too close to the contest or do I need to get myself further away from the contest? Because if they don't, as we saw, 3 red time goals there for Melbourne, they'll get busted open in the third quarter really quickly.
Bill on the SMS 0437 774 774. Crows endeavour, good. Execution lacking. And that's the thing, you look, they kicked 4 goals 10 last week against Freo, so they kicked 7 goals in 6 quarters of footy. And what's going to be a tight arm wrestle in their eyes, Melbourne are able to kick 3 goals in 6 minutes to open up a 17-point advantage at half-time after Adelaide led by 5 at quarter time. Matt Clinch alongside Aaron Bryant's calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Adam Romanascus and Rod Jamieson are your experts. It's gather round from Adelaide. The start of what's going to be an exciting 4 days. Still plenty to come, but for the moment, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The White House is calling for a swift investigation into an Israeli strike that killed 7 humanitarian aid workers in Gaza, including an Australian. Israel's military has launched an independent investigation and says it misidentified the vehicle the workers were travelling in. The strike killed Australian Zomi Frankham. State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller says the US will wait to pass judgment until after Israel's investigation.
They need to put in place better deconfliction and better coordination measures to protect humanitarian workers and to protect all the civilians on the ground. And it is something that we have consistently said to them over the past few months.
Rescuers in Taiwan have worked through the night to try to reach dozens of people who were thought to be trapped in tunnels and in collapsed buildings around the epicenter of a massive earthquake. At least 9 people have been killed and over 1,000 have been left injured, while dozens more are believed to be trapped. The magnitude 7.2 quake is the largest to hit Taiwan in 25 years, and while quakes are common there, this resident says it came completely by surprise.
Normally, before earthquake, we receive alerts from the office of the president. But this time, there was nothing from them. So it adds into the scariness of the situation. I was holding onto my bookcase, trying to steady myself. And I could hear people screaming. They were also looking for information and trying to decide what to do.
The federal court has viewed social media video of a former Channel 7 producer breaking a set of golf clubs belonging to a former colleague from the Spotlight program as part of Bruce Lehrmann's defamation case against Network 10. Here's Isaac Narumli.
Lawyers for Mr. Lehrmann have challenged Taylor Auerbach over new evidence which has reopened the case, saying he is just trying to get back at Channel 7 after he lost his job. Bruce Lehrmann is suing Network 10 over its interview with Brittany Higgins. He did an exclusive interview with 7 after his trial over the alleged rape of Miss Higgins was abandoned with no findings against him. Today, Mr. Auerbach denied he has brought forward allegations of drug taking and sex workers to humiliate Mr. Lehrmann. The case will continue tomorrow.
Police are investigating the death of a man found after localised flooding south of Brisbane. Victoria Pengilly reports from Greenbank.
Police were called to conduct a welfare check after a utility was found in floodwaters off Begley Road in Greenbank around 5:30 this morning. It was found down a river embankment wedged between trees. The body of a 71-year-old man was discovered inside the submerged vehicle. Floodwaters have now receded. Locals in a semi-rural area say they've never seen anything like it. Victoria Pengilly, ABC News, Greenbank.
A major rain event engulfing most of eastern Australia may cause some flooding around Sydney and surrounding areas. Greater Sydney could be soaked with up to 200 millimetres over the next few days, while the south coast of the state is also due for a soaking. SES Metro Zone Commander Alison Flaxman says the Bureau of Meteorology is predicting more flooding and is urging people to stay off the roads.
The areas around Sydney that they are predicting is that there could be minor to major flooding along the Hawkesbury-Nepean River. The areas of concern are mainly the Richmond and the Windsor areas.
New figures from the Australian Bureau of Statistics show a 3.6% rise in household spending compared to this time last year. The increase, however, masks a drop in discretionary spending, showing a shift towards essential expenses. Sarah Megasin is a finance analyst from Finder and says although it's an improvement on last year, the data is relative.
Look, I think it's a number to celebrate compared to the numbers last year when we were edging up towards 7 and 8%, but non-discretionary spending and spending on our essentials is really driving the majority of the increase there. Spending on discretionary goods actually fell 0.2%.
A 62-year-old man in the United States who received a kidney from a genetically modified pig last month has been discharged from hospital. The BBC's Chantel Hartle has more.
Surgeons at Massachusetts General Hospital who carried out the operation have called it a groundbreaking milestone. The organ had been genetically modified to reduce the risk of it being rejected. Previously, 62-year-old Rick Slayman had been told by doctors there was nothing more they could do to help him after an earlier transplant from a human failed. Although the pig kidney transplant has been a success so far and the organ is carrying out its key functions, doctors say there's a chance his body could still reject it.
ABC News.
So, what makes us Australian?
Just be whoever you want to be.
And who's the obvious person to ask how that's transforming?
Welcome to Broken Hill, Miriam.
I'm on a quest to learn what it takes to change and adapt.
Occupation? I'm actually an escort.
An influencer.
Miriam Margolyes, Impossibly Australian.
You are changing the world.
Starts Tuesday, April 9 on ABC TV and always free, always entertaining on ABC iView. You're listening to the AFL Gather Round. On radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Matt Crouch, hand pass to Parnell, kick smothered, Petrarca onto it, swings onto his left-hand side, that's a classy finish. Melbourne have struggled in front of goal in this second quarter. Christian Petrarca says, let me do it myself.
Rankin can gather out of the stoppage, he's wheeling, dodging, dazzling away from Van Rooyen, lowers the eyes, beautiful vision to Laird. Rory Laird hooks it on the right, threads the needle. Adelaide back in front again. A fifth lead change of the night. Darts his kick into the scoreboard pocket, hits Chandler. Rises up above Jake Saligo and takes the grab. Hill is packed. Majority of them Crows fans, they'll be watching this all the way home. And Chandler makes them hurt. The kick from 50 is pure. And Melbourne are back in front.
Centering ball, looking for Fridge, almost juggled the mark, couldn't hang on to it. Tough way from Michael Addy, he made the right decision. Cozzy Pickett swoops onto it, kicks it end over end and bounces through the goal. As only Cozzy can. He makes the most of his opportunity and puts through his second.
To the outer side, Billings turns, open 50, spots Brown, leaves it for Van Rooyen.
Well done, 50.
In a seesawing affair, Van Rooyen gets a gift.
The 2024 AFL Gather Round.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time at the Adelaide Oval, the start of Gather Round, round 4 of the AFL. The Demons lead by 17 points, 6-7-43 to the Crows, 3-8-26. Melbourne with 3 goals in 6 minutes after Adelaide led by 5 points at quarter time. 2 goals to Cozzy Pickett for the Demons, leading the way. Matt Clinch alongside Aaron Bryans calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Adam Ramanaskas and Rod Jamieson are your experts. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Evening team, enjoying listening to the footy on the radio, helping me through a boring uni assignment. Thank you. That's from Natural from Darwin. And g'day boys, would like your expert opinions please. When a player receives a medical assistance to play, example May or any injured player, why isn't that an issue like the drug enhancing side of things? Can you clarify? That's from Stan in Victoria. All right, we'll get the thoughts of Jamo and Rama there. Of course, Gather Round continues tomorrow night. We head to Norwood Oval as the Brisbane Lions take on North Melbourne. So the teams have come through. No big changes for the Brisbane Lions with Darcy Gardner and James Tunstall coming in. Dev Robinson and Darcy Ford are out. While for the North Melbourne side, Charlie Compton comes back in. Shields and Greenwood with Pink, Coleman, Jones and Lazaro out. Port Adelaide taking on the Bombers is the second match on Friday night. Will Setterfield comes back in. He was the laid out for Harry Jones last week. Sam Durham is the player who misses out, unfortunately, with a shoulder injury. While for Port Adelaide, Jason Horne-Francis returns. And a good story, Aaron, with Mitch Georgiades set to play his first game in over 12 months. Unfortunately, the downside, though, Ollie Wines is out and Francis Evans as well.
Rumblings the Wines hamstring's just a tweak, so it should only be a week for him, and then they can see that four-headed behemoth power through the midfield in the weeks to come. There is a bit of a talking point that's come out of the opening half that's kind of behind the play. So Jake Saligo's got a clearance from the broadcast wing that he's kicked towards the 50. Cozzy Pickett's Roberts jumped to try and smother it and has actually stuck an elbow in on his way down. The old Braden Maynard ruling from last year that we saw with Angus Brayshaw. Liam Baker copped a week for it last week for his hit that was deemed careless conduct, medium impact and high contact. Now, Saligo's totally fine. He's still playing out there at the moment, which may reduce that impact penalty, and maybe Cozzy Pickett can get away with just a fine on that incident. But the brace for contact on the landing, the clear bump isn't a great look. So it'll certainly face some scrutiny, Clinchy.
Yeah, so the match review officer, Michael Christian, no doubt will have a look at. Rama Stan just posed the question around players receiving assistance to play, like Stephen May, who might have a couple of little fractures in his rib, as to how that compares in terms of the painkillers are received versus the issue around drug-enhancing side of things.
Yeah, look, I think all in all, you trust your doctor there to know what's right, to know if that injection is actually going to make a difference to you getting out on the field or not, or is going to cause more harm and damage to the injury. So I think there's a lot of trust that has to go into the doctor. Like, I'll give you a little example of the late great Doc Reed at the Essendon Football Club. There, a few guys would ask for pain-killing tablets before the game because they had little niggly injuries, and Reed would go, sure, no worries, here they are. And then years and years later, what he would tell us, he always thought it was more mental, so he'd give you a salt tablet. And none of us,
the old placebo.
None of us are none the wiser. It was like you go out there and you play and off you go. But yeah, look, I think that's very much a doctor's call, and I think if we're getting into that territory of what's right or wrong without any expertise as medical practitioners, where it's probably a slippery slope that we're making comment on.
Mark Keane also made the reference to the umpire. Have a look at, put word in there, the footy. He wasn't facing the ball with eyes on the ball. Have a look at the replay. Is that the advantage for some of the current day players who pay attention to the first game of the weekend to work out which rules are being adjudicated slightly different? Is umpire dissent making a return, or do you think that's all fair and well?
No, I don't think it's making it. I think that was deserved there. He clearly remonstrated against the umpire, so it was a deserved 50-metre penalty. But no, we got into a situation. What was it, last year or the year before when that came in? The umpire
last year.
Was it last year? That we got into a situation where it just went way too far. Like, players putting their arm out. You're allowed to show emotion on the football field. There is nothing wrong with showing emotion on a football field. Your supporters want to see emotion on the football field. There's the difference between emotion and dissent.
And a cheerio to Cheryl, who's listening from Vietnam, coming through loud and clear, Aaron, on the ABC Listen app. So if you haven't already, download that. You can listen to the AFL coverage. Just click on the designated button. Of course, the NRL is also available as well, and so much of the live sport we're able to bring you across the weekend, so keep an eye out for that. There's some cracking games in the NRL as well today, in the match taking place between the Melbourne Storm and the Brisbane Broncos. The Broncos, who lead 18 points to 6 after 42 minutes. The Crows and the Demons have made their way back out onto the Adelaide Oval, so Jamo, the challenge to Matthew Nicks is to ask for a little bit more composure as his side enters the forward 50 and to try and open the shackles, release the shackles and score a little bit more freely.
Well, I think it's composure, but find a different way, which we spoke of just at pre-half-time or at half-time, around how they go forward and the way that Melbourne actually just went forward on that last foray in and were able to get, I guess, Pickett goal, maybe in the rush too. They were a little lucky because it came loose in that contested area, but they went around, they took their time, they maintained possession. And if it was Adelaide and what they've done in the first half, if they're out in front of the Western stand, they've just either kicked it to 50 and then tried to get a bomb just outside. But the defence of Melbourne have just been too good and exceptional, and we know the way they're going to play, but they've just done it for multiple weeks. And I guess the concerning bit for Adelaide in the short term, they give up 5, 10, 15 minutes of football in a game. They're so good for 2.5, 3 quarters. They just can't maintain it, and when they can't maintain it, the opposition get away. And we saw Fremantle, I think, kick 4 goals last week and get on top and win by 34.
And you look at the numbers, Jamo, in that first half. Clearances, Adelaide +6. Inside 50s, Adelaide +4. So, two of the key indicators, Adelaide are winning those. Contested possession, it's -3 in Melbourne's favour. Ground ball gets, Adelaide are +5. So, key stats they're right up in. But this is the thing now. football's played in those moments you're talking about, in 10 or 15-minute moments. How can you capitalise on the scoreboard? Melbourne capitalised in a 7-minute period with 3 goals there in red time, and that just opens the game up.
At some point, Sam Berry, and I'd love for Adelaide to persevere with him, he is that almost Christian Petrarca-like player. He doesn't have the experience as Christian does, but he's like that, and if they do persevere, he can be that bull in and around the football. So it might be a Matt Crouch option where they do the sub, or they might go with a Chris Burgess, who is a bit of a swing man, not having a huge impact on the game. They might just throw him in the rotations too and get him in the game.
Crows Premiership player Rod Jamieson, Essendon Premiership player Adam Ramanauskas, Matt Clinch and Aaron Bryans calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. How would you like to be under the old scoreboard, Rama? There's a DJ down there. Shoulder to shoulder. I could see you sitting into that sort of environment.
I could see Rama doing his
I'm
best
partial
work
to an amber liquid,
Yes.
it's fair to say. So, look,
I'm just not sure how you go amongst the public.
no, I'm like the public, but when things get a little bit... When people get a little bit close, I like my own space. I'm sort of like, in the slips quarter. I need to put the arms out, and that's sort of the space I need around me. I think most people are like that.
It's a bit more than close on the hill, though.
Yeah.
It's an absolute race.
Absolutely it is.
No, I'm a first slipper rammer. I'd like you a little out to sort of 2.5. And I do love beer myself as well.
There it is.
Cheerio to Jack on the SMS, 0437774774. Often I can find myself listening to another station, but they're not calling the footy on Friday night, so great to have your company, Jack, tonight.
So just quickly here, this first 10 minutes of this quarter is critical for Adelaide. So it's going to go two ways. Melbourne are going to bust this game open, or Adelaide are going to really tighten the contest, and then we're going to have that photo finish.
Clayton Oliver with just the 6 disposals for the match as well. Christian Petrarca leads away with 16. Jack McVie with 15. Viney with 12. Saliga with 16 for the Crows. Laird with 15. And Jones with 12. Melbourne by 17 points as we get the second half underway. Here's Aaron Bryans on ABC Sport.
Gawn and O'Brien face off once again. Really high bounce. Both stay down for it. Gawn wins it down and trips over O'Brien as Laird gathers in the tackle of Pickett and will get a ball up. Cosy Pickett seeing plenty of midfield action this game. Gawn wins it down straight towards Neil Bullen, turned into the tackle of Smith, and will try once again through the centre circle.
Rankin on Pickett in the middle. Bit of speed between those two.
O'Brien won it down to Smith, bounced off him. Pickett tried to gather, bowled over by Jones. Viney slides in, he can't control it. Langdon head over the footy, spills out Adelaide's way. Smith to Laird, turns through traffic, hooks it around the body up towards right half forward, towards the boundary line, out on the full. Free kick to Melbourne at left half back. They're up by 17 points, 6-7-43, place 3-8-26.
So McVie has it a left half back for the Demons. Veers inboard and drives a long kick in the direction of Petty. It won't get to him. Off the hands of Petrarca, through traffic. Smith lost it for the Crows. Hinges hand pass straight to Max Gawn. Kicks a high ball to half forward. Fritsch out number 2 on one. Michael couldn't take the mark. Petrarca rows it beautifully. Hand pass to Langdon over the top to Oliver. Crunched in a tackle by Hinge. It spins out. Trying to gather it as Petty. He's brought to the ground by Rankin, and the umpire will ball it up. Now left half forward for the Demons. Still 2 kicks out from goal.
Tossed in the air, O'Brien gets there first. Oliver gathers for disposal number 7. It's a hack towards the 50. And sitting back, it's cut off by Hinge. Looks to switch. Bouncing in front of Nankervis. He's got Windsor on his tail. Gathers. Sidesteps him. Trying to find an option. The composure was there, but the kick was poor. His kick a little shallow in the end. Put Parnell under a bit of pressure. Got it back to him. He exits to defensive 50, and this time finds Hinge in a bit of space. Spotted Laird down the line, but kept it too low. Oliver cuts it off, back inside 50. Oh, that hurts. Straight back in to Bailey Fritsch, who's been unsighted tonight, and a gimme goal opportunity to start the third quarter.
It's good anticipation there by Clayton Oliver. He has been quiet in the first half, but just a little moment there. They just intercepted that ball. Critical spot on the field, in the right dead smack in the middle, and then just the composure going inside forward 50 to Bailey Fritsch.
11 goals, 6 for the year, but this is just his third touch of the night. Bailey Fritsch leans back on it from 35, and he's found his place in this game. Melbourne strike first in the third term. They push it out to a game-high 23-point lead. 7-7-49, place 3-8-26. 3 minutes into the third term. It's Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Well, you got Nankervis. We spoke about composure. The kick was poor. First of all, put Parna under pressure. And the next hit just into the middle of the ground when Melbourne probably got time to set up because we went backwards and forwards down here on the boundary line when he had to go forward more so on the first kick. And again, just anticipation by Melbourne's defence and their midfield to be able to get across. And now you're starting to get players in Bailey Fritsch, who hasn't had a whole lot of an impact in the first half, now having an impact early in this third.
When you've only kicked 3 goals for the match, to give up one like that, it's just so costly. Back in the middle of the ground, O'Brien and Gorn tangle. O'Brien wins down the tap. Oliver's onto it though. Tackled and brought down by Saligo. Gathers the loose footy. Kicks up inside 50. Beautiful pass. Walker can't hang on to it. Rivers picks it up for Melbourne. Hand pass away to McPhee. Kicks over the head of Chandler. Got a hand to it. Regathers the footy. Brushes the tackle on Nankervis. Hand pass away to Windsor at half back. He turns and comes inboard, and Salem takes the mark.
Right, Taylor Walker got up a little ginger in that contest. He's just trying to work his way through it.
Salem to Petrarca. Hand pass to Rivers. Here comes Ben Brown on the lead. He marks on his chest. The Demons starting to find rhythm now. And Brown on the runway, able to run onto a comfortable chest mark.
So Chandler drops the mark. Yeah, right boundary, centre wing. Yeah, good enough then to regather the ball, but it's Windsor coming back into the middle of the ground. It just opens the game up for the Demons, and then it's just the runners coming through. You know, Trent Rivers, we saw a couple of times in that first half do it, but just looked fantastic. And Brent Brown straight up the guts for the lead.
First touch of the footy at the 4-minute mark of the third term. Bailey Fritsch a few moments ago. Now Ben Brown's chance from directly in front. He drags the kick out to the right, and it won't score. Petty's outnumbered. A little toe poke in the end from Michael Annie. Through for a minor score. And Melbourne lead by 24 points. They've hit the last 4 goals of the match. 5 minutes gone in the third term on ABC Sport.
Benny Brown's run-up was longer than his kick went.
Yep.
And the first 6 scores of the second quarter, the D's, but only 1 goal, 5 for it. Hot start here early in the third. Keane hits Nankervis, who's feeling the way Miller will roll quite nicely tonight. Just his 5th game, he sends it up the broadcast wing for Adelaide. Walker was his target. May got a hand to it, went to ground. Dawson wrapped up in the tackle, missed his boot. Melbourne capitalised. Petrarca hacks it up to half forward. Fritsch presents, takes it on the chest. Pickett now charging forward. He goes over the top of him, heading to the goal square. Petty entangled with Keane, who kept his feet for the Crows and walks it over. And talk about no pressure, Rammer. That one was certainly not there.
Inside 9 metres.
Rush behind for the minor score. Melbourne by 25. Adelaide have the ball in defensive 50 through Dawson.
Got to know the rules, Clinchy.
Yes, you do.
Defensive work too on Petty by the Irishman.
Yeah, it's terrific.
Smith into the middle of the ground for the Adelaide Crows. Finds Saligo, who marks in front of Lever. Hand pass back to Brodie Smith. Works back onto his right-hand side. Chisel kick to Laird. Drop the mark. Taken high by Salem. He'll get some relief for his fumble at right half forward for the Crows, but Melbourne to push numbers back. As Rory Laird gets back to his feet. Turns and chip kicks at boundary side to Smith. There's a long raking kick, but he's still 70 metres out from home at the Cathedral end. Smith goes wider still, where the mark is taken by Keys. So he's 60 out from home, but at right half forward, 15 metres in from the boundary. Swings onto his left-hand side, kicks for Walker, who takes the mark over the top of Clayton Oliver.
Look at Stephen May here inside forward 50. So that was Stephen May's man. Make no mistake. This is the thing. If you hit Taylor Walker up on the lead, Stephen May will not go with him.
It was well thought out too. Yeah. He went hard on the lead. He then worked his way back. Crouch was never going to go long with a kick. Really smart play. Probably the best for Adelaide. Hopefully they end up with the result they need.
Reaching up with a good vertical leap at 33 years of age. Adelaide desperately need a spark. Can Tex deliver? You bet he can. Adelaide with their first goal since the 15-minute mark of the second quarter. After Melbourne had kicked the last 4 goals of the match to wrestle back the lead, 19 points the Demons' way. Melbourne 7-9-51 to the Adelaide Crows 4-8-32. Taylor Walker with his first goal at the 8-minute mark of the third term.
It was a patient build-up. Laird wins that free kick for the high tackle, and then it's a little bit of sideways action to Brodie Smith, and then to Ben Keys, and then Ben Keys puts it in the hole in that dangerous spot inside inside forward 50, but you look at all Taylor Walker's ball tonight that he's got, it's been all on the lead. You know, he's not going to outmark Stephen May. Stephen May's brilliant in the one-on-one contest, so it's a lesson for your midfielders ahead of the ball. Look for Taylor Walker on the lead.
I gave Matty Crouch an extra one.
The voice of Premiership players, Anna Ramanauskas, Rod Jamieson, Melbourne up by 19 points at the moment. Van Rooyen will get the exit for the D's. There's a whistle before the ball drops, and it's going Melbourne's way. Harrison Petty handed the pill. 35 out from goal, slight angle to the left.
It's just too hard, isn't it, too? Just
what for?
In a body contest, really soft decision.
Keane worked his way around Petty.
Yeah.
Didn't
really
wrench
soft.
him out of the way, just manoeuvred his body around him, but...
Well, I'm not sure where the free kick is there.
They've paid a hold, but...
I think the left arm was around the body before the ball came in. Oh, not a lot in it.
Wasn't pulling his jumper.
The crowd incensed. Harrison Petty won't care. Hop skip past the 50. Kicks from 40. Misses to the right. And the Riverbank stand erupts with a bit of footy karma. Melbourne by 20 points. 7-10-52. Plays 4-8-32. 9 minutes into the third term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, we were just in another replay on the big screen. That was a seriously soft free.
Hinge into Smith for the Adelaide Crows. Back around the back to Hinge, who kicks up towards the wing. Tom McDonald takes the mark. Over the top of Nan Curvis, he marks centre wing underneath that commentary position.
The meat eater. He was the sweet man, wasn't he, too? He's gone defensive up to being forward and just had a red meat diet.
McDonald up towards Brown, through the hands of Fritsch. Rochelli's after it. Over the top of the footy, trying to knock it clear. Fritsch lays the tackle. Matt Crouch got down low. He was taken high. And the nuggety Adelaide midfielder will take the free kick 40 metres out from his defensive goal.
Crouch heads over the top to Smith, just behind left half back. Spearing ball that was low and hard and wide of his target Laird. Howe gathers under a bit of pressure from McHenry, barrels into him, ball spills out. He threw it, rugby style to Laird, and it keeps going. Adelaide surging forward, bouncing in front of Keys at left half forward. Spins around from McDonald, gave it away to Chandler, and offhand it's over the boundary line. Adelaide got away with one, but they didn't cash in the chips.
Pressure good. You can feel Adelaide will lift it. Just looking at the frees, Adelaide 12, Melbourne 5. So they've had the rub of the green in the first half.
Demons by 20 points. A goal apiece so far in this third quarter. Thrown back in. Van Rooyen and Burgess doing the ruck work. Van Rooyen wins down the tap to Oliver. He jams a kick up towards Fritsch at half forward. In a tangle with Michael Annie. Fritsch gathers, turns from 53. Vacant goal mouth. Bounces through his second. Pure class from Bailey Fritsch. Max Michaelani would have thought he did pretty well until Bailey Fritsch was able to pinch the mark and just bounce it through, making it look so easy. Melbourne answer back to extend it to a 26-point lead. 8-10-58 to Adelaide 4-8-32. 11 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport.
You go back to the stoppage though, Jamo. And it's Clayton Oliver there doing the work. We mentioned he's been quiet in that first half, but you know, the intercept mark in the middle of the ground and now a clearance and take the ball forward. He couldn't do much more, McElhaney, there. It's just Bailey Fritsch is just a good player.
Jake Saligo, I think, is running with Oliver in this quarter, particularly around the centre. It just couldn't maintain, and he and Betrayed just brute strength around the football. But I think Michael Annie, I think he was disappointed with himself that it looked so easy in the end.
Certainly the tail of Oliver at the moment at this stoppage. Bounce in the middle. Crouch gathers, gives it to Saligo. Broke away from Oliver. Hands it off to Hinge at the defensive edge of the square. On the left, Lethal up to half forward. Hits McHenry, falling back with the footy. Right. Too far out to score. Turns, Melbourne flood back. And the opportunity's gone. They'll have to bang it in. 30 out, didn't favour Rankin. And Sparrow launches himself over the top to reel it in.
I think it's fair. They're actually looking for different ways now, aren't they, too, in this third quarter? Like, you got Rankin on the lead then.
Sparrow skies it up towards right half back. Gone outnumbered, but had the height. He's crunched by Hinge, who bowled him over. Play continues. Billings gathered, brought down in the tackle. Bit of afters as well there from Hinge.
But the question's got to be, Jamo, you look at Melbourne, the way they're setting up their full and their space. So they bring plays up the ground. Whereas every single time it goes into Adelaide's forward line, it's just too many numbers.
Neil Bullen gathers, kicks up the wing. Pickett tries to tap his own advantage against Worrell. Worrell back onto it. Surely a free kick for a push in the back against Clayton Oliver. He fell right in the middle of Worrell's back on the 24. And Josh Worrell gets to his feet and will take the free kick for the Crows at left half back. Melbourne by 26 points. As he works it back to Keane and now back to Worrell at left half back. Around the boundary line in front of the interchange. Good mark taken by Cook. A reflex mark in front of Billings. He turns and comes inboard on the 45 degrees. Spots up Jordan Dawson, the Crows captain, who wants to be adventurous with his kick across the top of the 50. It might open up play. Michael Annie takes the mark. He chips it looking for Rochelle. He missed him. And sliding in, Langdon takes the mark for Melbourne, and that sums up a bit of the Crows' night.
Doesn't waste any time. Heading up towards Fritsch, who might centre wing on the outer side. And 50. It's knocked out of his hands by Patrick Parnell. It's a handy 50 as well because Fritsch had no one ahead of him. Gives the Demons some time to set up. We marched all the way. Plan on the mark will be 35 out. It's a slight angle to the left, and Bailey Fritsch will say, thank you very much, I'll take my set shot.
As soft as that is, it's there.
Taylor the same, though, wasn't it? 2 Adelaide. They were able to win the football. Dawson wins it, switches. Last kick inside 50, goes
Michael
straight
Annie.
to the opposition.
2 in the term already for Bailey Fritsch. Starts at the attacking edge of the square. Long kick from 45. The shackles are off now. 2 touches in the opening half. 3 goals in the third term. And the dam wall has burst. Melbourne has kicked 6 of the last 7 goals and are up by 32 points to start gather round. 9-10-64 plays Adelaide's 4-8-32. Lauren Borden downstairs.
Well, it's meant there's an early sub for Adelaide as well. Sam Berry's just run onto the field as the sub to start this next centre bounce. Just waiting to see who's come off for Adelaide.
I think it might be Burgess that is subbed out.
Just look at the efficiency in this quarter. Disposals, Melbourne have had 29 and kicked 3-3.
Yeah.
Adelaide have had 42 and kicked the 1 goal. 8 inside 50s this quarter, Melbourne, 4 to Adelaide.
What would you say to Max Michaelani when you miss a pass like that, Gemmo?
What would I say?
Is it just not in the kit bag, or...?
Oh, it's in the kit bag.
Just got to make the kick.
Yep.
Neil Bullen out of the middle. Hand pass to Petrarca. To Viney. All the key movers getting involved. Oh, Michaelani cannons into the right goalpost as a lunging effort to deny Jack Viney the goal. Through for a minor score. Melbourne by 33 points. They kicked 3 goals to 1 in this third term.
Worrell long ball to the broadcast wing. May gets front position on Walker, who outmarks him in the end. Hands it off towards Smith. Long ball towards the 50. There's no one ahead of him. Melbourne have all the numbers, and Lever floats back and takes the intercept mark. Crowd getting restless at the Adelaide Oval. Packed house to kickstart the second edition of Gather Round. Lever to his Batman in May. Over the top looking for Rivers. Sat underneath the footy. Hinch flew over the top, knocked it to ground. Smith caught in the tackle from Windsor. Take him over the boundary line to be tossed back in right half forward for the D's.
The voice of Aaron Bryant alongside Matt Clinch calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Mike Jamison and Nada Ramanaskas, your experts. Gather Round continues tomorrow from Norwood, Brisbane and North Melbourne, and then Port Adelaide and Essendon. From the throw-in, Salem slides in underneath. The footy stuck underneath him and Berry, the sub, into the action, and big Riley O'Brien has his frame over the top, preventing the ball coming clear. Gets to his feet, competes against Max Gawn as the umpire throws it in the air. Down to Berry once more. He tries to put his head over the footy. Can't quite extract it from the congestion around the contest. Thrown up on the wing in front of the 2 benches. Gawn tries to slap it down. Chance for Crouch. Hand pass out in front of Berry, trying to knock it on, but it's Viney for Melbourne. Hand pass to Salem. Gets it away to Windsor. Kicks up towards half forward. Billings let Hinch slip to the front. It's gathered by Petrarca. Hand pass to Van Rooyen in the right forward pocket. Opens up to Sparrow. Tries to sidestep. Almost a great tackle by Hinch. It spills out to Van Rooyen. Too slow in the end as Chase Jones lays the tackle and Windsor's gone. Adelaide take the advantage as Berry on half back.
to Crouch, then Fogarty. The chain forces them up towards centre wing on the broadcast side. Dawson, the full 360 as he turns, looks inside the centre square, spots Michaelani. Here they come. Smith launches it. Walker's in the 50, bounces off May, takes the mark. Plays on, goal Adelaide. He hands it off to Ben Keys, who charges in. And there's a heartbeat at the Adelaide Oval.
See, that's the blueprint that Adelaide want to play, and Matthew Nicks will applaud that too. They've got the handball received. They're trying to carry a line. It's tight traffic. They think their way through it. Jordan Dawson came to the outside. They'd have to stop, then almost go around the middle. He had 3 Adelaide players in the middle, and that was the kick, and that's what Brodie Smith is renowned from, just out of the centre, over the back, and it had to be a quality kick to Taylor Walker.
Oh, there was Chase Jones with the tackle, I think, wasn't it, on Windsor? So Windsor looked all but home to kick that goal, but just the lunging pressure, it just threw Windsor completely off the kick, and it's sort of then built from there.
And they've got to take some risks, the Crows. They're not going to come back from a...
Well, they need to find a spark.
A 5-goal deficit without, and Taylor Walker gets involved there. Back in the middle, Gawn just spikes it forward, gains 15 metres to half forward. Smith knocks it away from Neil Bullen. Laird's tackled by Smith and Oliver and taken high. And Rory Laird will get the free kick just at the back edge of the centre square. Gets to his feet and releases Hinge with a hand pass through the middle of the Adelaide Oval. Kicks out to the far side where the mark is taken by Keys. Adelaide with a bit of pep in their step. Kicks inside 50. Up Dawson, can't take the mark. Onto it, House tackled, almost a full 360 as it spills to May. Kicks a relieving kick up towards Ben Brown. Spoils it away from Parnell. Is able to get it to Billings' advantage. He knocks it forward. Tried to play for a free kick, not given. Hand pass from Neil Bullen out to Langdon on the wing. Hard against the boundary. Ben Brown kicks it. It's too wide because he picked it and out of bounds on the full. Melbourne made 27 points with the Crows trying to lift here.
There's a bit of Jack Billings and Kevin Bartlett about that. It was the handball to himself, wasn't it, too?
Hinge to Michaelani, directing traffic at half-back. Pack awaits him at right half-forward. It's wide, too wide, and out on the full, straight back in the hands of Melbourne. The crowd's starting to build their energy, but that'll deflate you fast. On the 45, kick from Brown to Viney. One of the D's better players of the year. He's 4th for clearances, 5th for inside 50s, 3rd for tackles, finding it plenty tonight. Up to half forward, Van Rooyen late crunched the pack, collapsed. Billings was there, got it to Langdon, dummied Worrell into a jump, hands it over the top to Pickett. Now Fritsch sidesteps 1, 2, back to Neil Bullen, squares it up. He's looking across towards Howes, floating, couldn't gather, under a bit of pressure, spills to the back. Howes did enough to paddle it to Windsor. He was dumped after he knocked it on, and the free kick will go to the 5th gamer. Blake Howes turns 21 this weekend and has a chance to kick his first ever goal.
Maybe momentum added to that. He certainly probably didn't have it and tackled after he got disposed of it. Just felt that Adelaide, if they could get down to sort of 2 goals, you know, like there's got a half a chance.
Yeah, give them a chance, yeah.
Now at 27 points, can blow it out to 33.
Tight angle on the right, man on the mark's 40 out. Howes gets close to him, that's why he's a backman. Sprays it across the face, it'll fall short though, and Van Rooyen reels it in. The one-arm fisherman hook as he just pulls it down. Top of the goal square. It'll be a 45-degree angle to the left, but it won't faze him. That's frustrating for the Crows' defence.
It's lazy defence. Like that should be an easy kill there. Ball comes in high into a packed situation. All it needs is one defender to stand off and then just smash the ball through for a rush behind.
Van Rooyen comes in and slots his second. The D's back up by 33. 10-11-71, plays 5-8-38. Time on in the 3rd term. Gather round on ABC Sport. Your experts, Rod Jamieson and Adam Ramanauskas.
Did you say Van Rooyen was a fisherman?
Fisherman. Yeah, anyway. You get my gist. I'm trying to paint a picture for you, Jamieson.
The mark was a fisherman too. I was with you, Ads. I got what you went at.
That being said, a Claremont boy, so you never know. Maybe he does like his time on the river.
Adelaide worked so hard for them.
Yeah.
2 goals in this quarter, and as you've mentioned, Rama, to give up goals in time on, 20 minutes gone in the third term, it just is such a blow to morale.
Yeah. Look, Melbourne are ultra efficient this quarter. 4 goals, 4 they've kicked from 11 inside 50, so it's not over yet, but it's getting towards that for the Crows.
3 to Fritsch, 2 to Van Rooyen and 2 to Pickett as Melbourne gather. The kick out towards Windsor. Can't quite gather. Berry pinches it for Adelaide. Chips a kick to McHenry, who marks it left half forward. He's still 65 metres out. The lead comes from Fogarty. Clayton Alder can't get in front, and Darcy Fogarty takes the mark. Hard against the boundary in the left forward pocket. This will take his best, as he'll start right up against the fence.
Yeah, he's got it in him, Clinchy, too. He's a brute of a kick, and, geez, 2 big boys going at it in Oliver and Fogarty, neither flinching.
6 disposals so far tonight. A couple of marks inside 50 for Darcy Fogarty and 1 goal so far. Adelaide need a fire starter. Fogarty veers out to the right. This is what he's been brought in to do. It's a beautiful kick as it sails straight over the goal line. Darcy Fogarty tries to give Adelaide the lift ahead of 3/4 time in his second to wrestle back the lead to 27 points Melbourne's way, as they just try and give everything they've got. 10-11-71 the Demons to Adelaide 6-8-44. A clutch goal from Darcy Fogarty.
Well, Jamo, it was a 50-50 ball just on centre wing. Sam Berry and Caleb Windsor, who were sung the praises of this year, but Berry just wanted that ball a little bit more, and a little chip kick to Henry. Henry goes inside forward 50. Well, a very shallow forward 50 entry, but Fogarty's able to mark that ball. So you're just thinking, what can Adelaide do? What can they do to change the momentum of the game? And I look at Rankin and I look at Rochelle, maybe bring him up into the midfield, bring him up to the centre bounce. Try something. Have Rankin and Rochelle with the Jordan Dawson in the middle of the ground for 5 minutes. See what happens.
Very led and crouched there at the moment, and the Demons win out. Gawn to Oliver, then Viney, and now Salem racing through the outer wing. Sends it up towards half forward. Van Rooyen presents. Late spoil from Worrell. Brings it to ground. Laird tried to tackle Sparrow, who spun out of danger. Chips it over the top to Gawn. Magnificent play. And the skipper has it on the tight angle. 30 out, left forward pocket.
Just the clearance work again from Melbourne. They know that Adelaide and Melbourne are pretty similar, but they continually do it. Probably 8 disposals there. Someone off the half-back line in Salem. And just the smart work too, was it there by Sparrow? Just to grab it clean. Pirouettes, and what's Max doing here?
He's fumbled the ball on his way back. Time is down to 4 seconds. He has to start his run-up. And we'll get there in time. Not quite the distance he was hoping for, though. It'll be a short, stunted approach. He stabs at it hard and misses to the left-hand side. Melbourne up by 28 points. 10-12-72, plays 6-8-44, 25 minutes into the third term. Adelaide don't waste any time heading to the broadcast wing.
It's the kick in from Worrell, is close to the boundary line. Salem taps it straight out. That's got to be insufficient intent. And for the local fans at last, even though Jamo said they have won the free kick count.
We don't use deliberate anymore, we just go insufficient intent.
I think that's the AFL wording around it.
Very hard to get that all out when you're a player.
Fogarty takes the free kick and goes short to Matt Crouch. He switches across half-back where Butts takes the mark and out to Keane.
Transition's
right
good,
back.
but you just can't go back, Clinchy.
No, 25 metres of space for the Irishman.
But look how Melbourne's defence just moves across now. They're all set up again, Jamo. It's brilliant structurally from Melbourne.
Worrell to Brodie Smith. This is when Melbourne were at their prime, weren't they? Where they had a grid-like set-up across the ground. And Smith needs to try and clear that. Kicks up towards Fogarty. Dawson at the back, can't gather. Tex tries to knock it on. Rochelle gathers. Spinning into Neil Bullen. Hand pass to Matt Crouch. Away to Dawson for a lifting goal for the Crows. Just misses to the right-hand side. Snapping on his left-hand side. Melbourne's lead is 27 points at the 27-minute mark of the third term.
Wasted opportunities as we close in on three-quarter time. Nay to the right back pocket to Rivers. Long ball up towards centre wing. O'Brien back into the pack. Courageous, couldn't control it though. Petty becomes the tackler at the fall of the footy and holds things up. He mounts his way over Chris Burgess.
Well, Jordan Butts here. either cramping or left knee. It's just trying to run through it.
Martin Roger tosses it into the air. Gawn takes it out of the ruck contest. Laird strips him of it. To Saligo. Little 1-2 with Crouch. Turning into the centre square. He's run down. Chandler got him. Holding the ball.
Too much handball on the inner layer of the contest. They've got to get it outside quicker to get the ball inside their forward 50.
Melbourne will slow things down now.
3 players had a possession within 3 metres.
Chandler out wide to Salem. He sends it up to right half forward. 2-on-2 there, but spoils it down. Chandler tried the don't argue on Crouch. Couldn't get away from him. Umpire says ball up.
That's almost holding the ball every day, isn't it, too? You just can't fend off and think that you can't give it up.
Well, you're fighting the tackle,
Yep.
so there's prior opportunity there.
Yep.
O'Brien wins the tap close to the boundary line. It trickles out in front of Matt Crouch and Clayton Oliver. Clayton Oliver's been quiet by his standards, just 10 disposals tonight. Christian Petrarca leads the way with 22. Judd McPhee was 17. Brodie Smith and Jake Saligo for the Adelaide Crows with 21.
It's the contested stuff, though, that he does so well, Clinchy.
Yeah.
Contested 7, Granville gets 6, and then the clearance 5, so...
O'Brien chased the loose footy. It spills out to Gawn. Kicks around his body towards Ben Brown. Spoiled down by Worrell. Keane left it for Butts through traffic. Good composure. Hand pass to Worrell. Almost run down by Billings. Hand pass away to Sparrow. It is holding the ball.
He's just too slow there, Worrell.
Yeah.
He's on his left foot. It's clear the danger zone.
Chest 1, Mississippi 2, 3, gone.
He didn't even throw Mississippi for 2 or 3 there either, Clinchy.
It's easier than insufficient intent to get out sometimes. And Jack Billings in the right forward pocket. It's had a relatively quiet match with just the 10 disposals. 2 behinds next to his name, but a chance to try and redeem himself here.
Speed defensively, Melbourne, great in their forward 50.
Billings with the drop punt in the right forward pocket. Comes in, fires it at the right goalpost and hits it.
He fired it at the right goalpost. It was deadly accurate.
Yeah, it's always harder to do than you think, but the Demons have kept Adelaide in it. 4 goals, 6 in this third quarter to Adelaide's 3-1. And Melbourne by 28 points at the three-quarter time break. 10-13, 73 to Adelaide 6-9, 45. The Demons able to really click into gear in that third quarter, kicking 4 goals to 3, but it was some of their key names that got involved. Bailey Fritsch with 3 goals all in that third quarter. 2 goals to Cozzy Pickett and 2 goals to Van Rooyen. The individuals to Petrarca, Petty and Chandler. Meanwhile for the Adelaide Crows, 2 goals for Darcy Fogarty. The individuals to Keys, Walker, Rankin and Laird. Three-quarter time at the Adelaide Oval, the start of Gather Round. It's Melbourne who lead by 28 points on live footy on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
If you love country music, you'll love ABC Country.
You get a fast car.
It's Australia's home of country music. The music you grew up with.
You'll be the captain.
All the latest country hits.
I ain't proud of all the punches that I've thrown.
And emerging artists.
Because, baby, we've been up
24 hours commercial free. ABC Country. It's on your DAB Plus digital radio and the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to the AFL Gather Round. On radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Finds Hinge in a bit of space. Spotted Laird down the line, but kept it too low. Oliver cuts it off. Back inside 50. Oh, that hurts. Straight back in to Bailey Fritsch, who's been unsighted tonight. And a gimme goal opportunity to start the third quarter. Bailey Fritsch leans back on it from 35. And he's found his place in this game. Melbourne strike first in the third term.
So he's 60 out from home, but at right half forward, 15 metres in from the boundary. Swings onto his left-hand side. Kicks for Walker, who takes the mark over the top of Clayton Oliver. Adelaide desperately need a spark. Contents to deliver. You bet he can. He jams a kick up towards Fritsch at half forward. In a tangle with Michaelani. Fritsch gathers, turns from 53. Vacant goalmouth, bounces through his second. Pure class from Bailey Fritsch.
Doesn't waste any time. Heading up towards Fritsch, who might centre wing on the outer side. And 50. It's knocked out of his hands by Patrick Parnell. It's a handy 50 as well because Fritsch had no one ahead of him. Starts at the attacking edge of the square. Long kick from 45. The shackles are off now.
Still 65 metres out. The lead comes from Fogarty. Clayton Alder can't get in front, and Darcy Fogarty takes the mark. Hard against the boundary in the left forward pocket. Adelaide need a fire starter. Fogarty veers out to the right. This is what he's been brought in to do. It's a beautiful kick as it sails straight over the goal line.
The 2024 AFL Gather Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time from the Adelaide Oval. The Demons have all the answers at the moment, leading by 28 points over the Crows. 10-13-73 to Adelaide, 6-9-45. Matt Cledge and Aaron Bryan's calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Adam Ramanaskas and Rod Jamison are your experts on ABC Sport. 74 minutes gone in round 5 of the NRL. It's the Melbourne Storm who lead the Brisbane Broncos 28 points to 26. Thoughts of Jamo and Rama to three-quarter time.
Well, you can see what Adelaide are trying to do. I think they tried to hold on to the possession of the football. They tried to transition. They went backwards rather than quickly across and through the middle of the ground. And I guess on the one occasion they did, they were able to go forward and score with Ben Keys at the tail end after a Taylor Walker mark. But just the way that they're moving it, they cannot be precision enough with their kicking and disposal. And it's not there, and Melbourne defensively setting up. The other thing that's so glaring is you have a look at Billings on the wing and maybe Windsor on the wing centre. You got Chandler, Pickett, Sparrow. The speed in their forward half, which is then applied to the defence of Adelaide, and we just saw it then, on Worrell trying to get out when they are held up and they can't think first of all to go, I need to kick here, or I need to find a teammate up the line or in the middle of the ground on the 45. They just sort of sit back and go second, third. And that's where Melbourne play really seriously good football and defensive in their forward half. So it's just going to be much more of the same, I think. I think Matty Nix will be saying continue to play the way of that third quarter, not necessarily the first half, but maintain possession, but try and move it. So I don't think there's another way around it, Ramo, the way that they get forward.
But do you challenge the thinking there? And you go, look, with 28 points, so 28 points is not much in modern football. So do you put the same team out there structurally and go, well, can it get us over the line here? So, for the game at the moment, the Crows have had, it's 38 inside 50s apiece. So, what's that, 15 scoring shots to Adelaide, 23 scoring shots to Melbourne. I think they need to inject some speed in the middle of the ground. I mentioned it quickly in that third quarter. Maybe it's a 7-minute period here where Rochelle, Rankin and a Jordan Dawson are playing through the middle of the ground, because the one thing that's probably lacked in the Crows game today is overlap run. You've said Brodie Smith a couple of times, Hinge a couple of times, but that's about it. Like Laird and Keys and Saligo and those, and Matt Kraut, they're the same type of player through the middle of the ground.
Yeah, the other interesting part for me is Chase Jones and Nankervis. They're two wingers. Like Luke Nankervis in his fifth game. I don't know, I feel like that's potentially a role they could try Mitch Hinge or just someone else to try and break the lines a bit.
But again, I'd probably challenge that thinking, because you've got Hinge off the half back again. So you want the run and carry. I know what you're trying to say, but if you take them off there, then who do you put back onto the half back line? So I think they're trying to work with the players that they have. Saligo's the one I think that can add to that. Rankin as well, and or Rochelle. But then if you're going to put it up against Oliver, Petrarca, Viney, like in the middle of the ground where blokes haven't played a whole lot, that's the challenge, and that's where they're going to get beat up. But I hear your point. They're going to have to pull the earplugs out at some point to go, we've got to try something here.
Melbourne have played an extremely disciplined game. They have. Well, it's been a real professional game by Melbourne so far.
Demons by 28 points as we enter the final term on ABC Sport. Gawn and O'Brien ready themselves in the middle of the ground, and O'Brien just whacks it forward and follows after it. Gets there first in front of Petrarca, volleys it to the top of the 50. A chance for Keys, can't break the tackle as he's locked up by Howes, and the umpire will ball it up. Edge of the centre square with the Crows heading to the Riverbank stand in this final term. O'Brien just slaps it down in the direction of Keys, lost his footing. Viney swoops onto it, broke the tackle, just got the hand pass away at the last moment. Sparrow gathers from Melbourne, hand pass to Billings, links up with Sparrow at right half back. A high kick around the wing. Petty tries to use his body against Keane. It spills to the back. Neil Bullen tried to sock it off the ground. Pickett does just that, but it goes across the boundary line and insufficient intent. Free kick going the way of the Crows, centre wing under the Max Bashir stand.
And another way to think too, I think Riley O'Brien, as difficult or as easy it is to say, difficult to do, up against Max, just belt it forward.
Yep.
Get it out to what you're saying, Eric. Get it to the outside and open up the space.
And Curvis heaves it towards half forward. Pat collapses. Crouch was there, gathered. Handball, a little errant wide. Neil Bullen charges in. Now Curvis beats him to it for the Crows. Gives it to Crouch. Now Rankin thought he had more time than he did. Managed to brush off the Billings tackle. And Rankin's entry is magnificent.
There's Stephen May. he must have went to the contest, Stephen May, and Taylor Walker's just stayed inside forward 50.
It's landed straight out in front of Tex, leading out. He marks it 40 from home, and there's a bit of concern downstairs as he gets ready for his set shot. Patrick Parnell's coming off and can't seem to move that right shoulder all too much. We'll check in with Lauren Borden in a moment. Walker, meanwhile, has to be the catalyst for the Crows. Launches a bomb from 45 and misses to the left-hand side. 27-point lead to the D's. 10-13-73, place 6-10-46. What are you seeing down there, Loz?
Got him now and he's weaving, he's getting some movement into that right arm. He's already got the right shoulder heavily strapped and just trying to get some movement in it, but he did it on the outer side of the ground.
That's Patrick Parnell who's come off the field thanks to Lauren Borden on the boundary. Kick up towards half-back. Butts makes the spoil. Spills to Petrarca. Lost it. Butts has another go at it, trying to just charge his way forward. He's brought down and the umpire will ball it up. Just between wing and half forward for the Demons, who lead by 27 points, 10-13-73. To Adelaide 6-10-46. Matt Clinch and Aaron Bryans calling the action. Lauren Borden down the boundary. Adam Ramanauskas and Rod Jamison. Sam Berry tries to charge his way through. Lost the footy. Sailing for Melbourne. Hand pass to Windsor. To centre half back when Neil Bullen gets involved. Quick 1-2 with Petrarca. Brought down and lost it. Pinched by Rankin. Gets to 55. Vacant goalmouth. Goes for home. Stephen May racing back. Gets a hand to it. And denies Adelaide a goal. He didn't look completely comfortable scattering back to the last line, but got a hand onto it. And denies Adelaide the chance to start with a flurry. Melbourne by 26 points.
Just incredibly electrifying, isn't he, Isaac Rankin? Just to be able to shake off a tackle too with brute strength, and then the next passage of play, blow him away with speed.
Nader McVie and then Sparrow, still inside defensive 50, but edging closer to the broadcast wing. Long ball this time, 2-on-2. Butts smashes it straight down to Neil Bullen. Off a step, he sends it up to left half forward. Fritsch presenting. Hits him wide. Low, hard, beautiful delivery. Perfectly weighted to Petty. Lace out. 35 out. 45-degree angle to the left. A bit of uproar because Keane went to ground in the contest. Pickett did bowl him over, but Petty was in front position the entire time.
We're just looking at the replay here. Not a whole lot in it.
No.
The mark was taken.
Yeah.
King was a long way behind and Pickett runs into him, bowls him over.
It may well be an audition for the Adelaide Crows for Harris and Petty. But at this point in time, it's all about leading the D's to victory. You can't secure it right now. Minor score on the left-hand side. 27-point lead to Melbourne. Still a slim bit of hope for the home side.
1-3, Harrison Petty.
Yep. Adelaide work it up towards half-back. Riley O'Brien the target. It's spoiled away by Max Gawn and out of play from the Mitch Hinge kick and a boundary throw-in.
He might have got a rocket at three-quarter time, Riley O'Brien. A few players have got around him then just with that contest.
He's playing a bit like a bulldozer in this final term, trying to make his physicality known to Max Gawn. Gawn wins down the tap. Crouch and Petrarca trying to wrestle clear the footy. Oliver lays the tackle, but it was over the shoulder. And the free kick will go the way of Jake Saligo at left half-back. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Just on Patrick Parnell, who came off. He had a few painkillers. He's sitting back on the bench, so it looks like he wants to go back onto the ground for now.
Thanks, Loz. The Crows made their sub in that third quarter. So Chris Burgess subbed out of the match and Sam Berry coming in. Tajwa Woden still the sub for the Demons. As Adelaide switch it across half-back. Hinge out to right half-back to Keane. Now the challenger finding the path forward. He sidesteps Bailey Fritsch as he feigns the kick into the middle of the ground for Michael Annie. Hand pass to Hinge. They haven't gone anywhere though. Petrarca putting the pressure on. Hinge needs support. Hand pass back to Michael Annie. He's tackled by Fritsch, and in the end Adelaide went nowhere. A ball up at centre half forward for the Demons.
Look at Harrison Petty running. It looked like he just won a 100-metre sprint. He's gone with both hands in the air in terms of the defensive work that Melbourne were able to apply.
Tossed up, Gawn clunks it out of the ruck contest. Gave it to Petrarca. Releases Neil Bullen. Turns from 55. Eyeing off the big sticks. He heads all the way, but a little way left as it bounces through for the minor score. Melbourne up by 28 points now. 10-15-75 plays 6-11-47. 6 minutes into the final term.
Alex Neil-Bullen with 16th disposal with his first score tonight. One behind.
So he's got out by 33 points in the third quarter as Jordan Butts kicks towards Rochelle at half-back. Has to spoil against Lever. Lever tried to claim the mark. I'm not sure the umpire realised it was spoiled.
No, he gave the mark.
He did. Yeah. Everyone kept playing. They didn't think it was a mark. As Sparrow kicks inside 50. Ben Brown with one arm. Spoils it down. Petty couldn't gather. Petrarca trying to bulldoze his way through. Tackled by Keane. Got to be holding the ball. No whistle. Play on Sokola. Smith with a clearing kick. Up towards Fogarty, but Lever in front takes the mark from Melbourne.
Looks inside. Chip kick to May. On the logo broadcast wing. Heads towards the left forward pocket. Wide ball intended for Billings. Smith got a hand in and knocks it over the boundary line. It'll be tossed back in. 55 out. Left half forward for Melbourne. Currently up by 28. Lauren Borden downstairs.
Tajro Woden's just done some ball work on the sideline for Melbourne as the Melbourne sub, so it looks like he'll be coming on pretty shortly for the D's.
48,000 in the house, and you'd imagine 80% of them want Adelaide to find something here. Off the boundary throw-in, they'll get the clearance. Dawson had to handball it to himself and then paddles it forward to Hinge. Chandler got there first. Smashed up, bruised and bodied by Berry. And brought to ground inside the centre square. Will get a ball up.
Experience in the Melbourne forward line too. They win the football, so Lever takes the mark at half forward. Just their structure to be able to keep the space and at last minute create some.
Gawn won the tap. Jones tried to soccer it forward, but Salem gets the hand pass to Sparrow. Inside 50. Brown spoils it down. Fritsch slipped over. Allows Keane to get back. Petty offers the chase. Keane needs support. Hand pass to Worrell. Ben Brown lunging tackle. Worrell went one way. Ran out of space the other. And in the end, it's taken out of play by Harrison Petty and a boundary throw-in in the right forward pocket. Adelaide just starting to look more and more uncertain out of defence.
They just play around with the ball. Deep inside their forward 50. They're asking for trouble.
If they're not careful, they're going to get knocked out in a moment. With Melbourne leading by 28 points. Thrown in. Gawn, O'Brien, it spills down to Oliver. Kick is smothered by Saligo. Berry tries to knock it back to Saligo. Looks for options out of defence. Kicks up to Taylor Walker. And Mark sliding on his knees under the Gavin Wanganeen stand at left half back.
May and Lever are patrolling ahead. Walker gives it some time and then thrusts it through centre wing. Dawson, front position. Claims it unopposed. The skipper searching for an answer. Numbers flood forward. And finally he sends it into the left forward pocket. Fogarty's got some space. The sit on May. Couldn't reel it in. And off hands it rolls over the boundary line. Left forward pocket. Riverbank stand end. 28 points is the lead for the Demons. One more goal you think would lock it away. 9 minutes into the final term on ABC Sport.
The D's really celebrate defensive work, don't they?
Yeah.
Toss back in, it clears Gawn. Oliver gathers, hand pass away to Billings. Kicks a high ball to the wing. Ben Brown tries to take the one-handed mark. Just can't hang on to it. Hand pass to Petty. Away to Cosy Pickett. Neil Bullen dodging and weaving through traffic. Centre wing, chips a kick forward. Miss Chandler, and the mark is taken by Keane for the Crows. Goes back. It's a little risky kick to Brodie Smith. Takes the mark, lunging down low to his right. All the way back to Max Michaelani inside the defensive 50. Call to play on. Looks out to the broadcast side where Ned McHenry takes the mark. This is where Adelaide have found issues, just trying to transition the ball.
But you look down the field, Melbourne had just set up structurally so well.
So you need run, don't you?
Absolutely.
Looks in the middle of the ground.
Or risk.
Yeah. Finds Matt Crouch. Had to give the hand pass. Didn't as Hinge was running past. Kicks it laterally to Keane. The fans are starting to get frustrated. Kicks up to Jordan Dawson. It's now in the hands of the Crows captain.
Again, that zone ahead of him for the Demons. Dawson will try and find a gap between it all. To the pack, O'Brien there, couldn't claim it. Sparrow falls into the footy. Kick smothered off the deck by Fogarty. Spills to Jones. Hands it to Rankin. He kicked it into his teammate McHenry. Trickles out. Keys gets a chance. A tumbling, rolling footy. May's back at the last line. Uses McDonald. Out to the right back pocket. Melbourne get away with one. Langdon marks. In defensive 50. Time ticking away at the Adelaide Oval. What a weekend it's going to be for Gather Round. And the exit to a pack intended for Petty off hands. It'll be a boundary throw in front of the Foss Williams stand.
Adelaide forwards just getting in front of each other, consuming space, not creating the space that they need, but the experience and defence and the sure hands of the Ds.
Toss back in, O'Brien in front position. Gawn wins down the tap towards the boundary line. Berry tries to keep it in play, but he's taken over the line by Langdon, and a boundary throw in.
We touched on it in the pre-game, Rammer, but how do you have 24 touches for 37 metres gained? Matt Crouch.
Yeah. Well, there's 16 handballs in there. So, you know, those handballs, it's the layers that I've been speaking about all night, inside, outside the contest.
O'Brien trying to get it to Sam Berry, who's taken high. He'll get a free kick at left half forward. And Langdon over the top of him. Hand pass away to Matt Crouch. Here's a chance to go forward. Drives into the pocket. Lever waiting for that kick. And he marks in front of Tex Walker. All too predictable in the end.
He just doubled his metres gain there, Clinton.
It's the damaging disposal that they're after, right, Jamo? Yes. They're not finding it at the moment. Stoppage. Lever exits. Pickett flew early. There was a hold amongst it all. It's going Adelaide's way. Mark Keane, the recipient. Just behind left half forward. They've got to go here.
Look at the numbers.
Kicks it just the required 15 to Crouch. Hands it off. Shotgun was hinged. And Dawson pushes off Rivers. And the slips catch in the left forward pocket. Well, there's a sign of life here.
It was basically the only one-on-one contest inside Adelaide's forward 50.
Just smart bodywork too, wasn't it, too? Young, experienced player. Might have been pushed out of the way.
Tight angle left forward pocket. Man on the marks a couple of metres out. Jordan Dawson will opt for the drop punt. Squeezes it through. He's built for the big moments. And Jordan Dawson keeps Adelaide in this contest. 22 points the deficit. Still 10 minutes to play. 10-15-75. Play 7-11-53. Gather round on ABC Sport. Your experts, Rod Jamieson and Adam Ramanauskas.
They've still got time, Rama, too, but they just can't get it down to that 2 goals we keep talking about. 22 points, 7 inside 50s to 4. 1 goal, 2. Melbourne have been forward on 4 occasions for 2 behinds, but it's just who are they going to find the target up? And Rankin, if it's not forward, well, then they need him in the middle of the ground. They're just plugging holes at the moment.
Lauren Borden on the boundary.
So it's Ben Brown that's come off finally after Taj Boy-Woden to go on. So both subs now used for both sides tonight.
Thanks, Loz. Matt Clinch and Aaron Bynes calling the action. Rod Jamieson and Adam Ramanauskas as that bounce is going to be recalled. So Jordan Dawson gives Adelaide life with the first goal of the final term, which took 12 minutes. They'll have to kick another 3 unanswered. Can they build on this? Saligo into the middle of the ground. Hand pass to Laird. Trying to link up with O'Brien. He just jams it onto the boot. An awkward kick in front of Dawson. Can't take it cleanly. Charging through McHenry. Hand pass forward to Cook from 55. Dobs it as long as he can, but it's offline to the left. And a minor score. Melbourne by 21 points. As Adelaide have to throw chaos to the breeze now.
Ed McHenry always brings energy around the footy.
Stephen May looks left, looks right, not sure what to do. In the end, he opts for the broadcast wing. Petty wrestling with Keane for position. Hinge gathered at the back, ducked his head into the tackle of Windsor, spills out Nankervis, trying to find some territory. Shoveled handball towards Worrell. He funnels it back to Keane, up to right half forward, floating across Oliver. Cuts it off with the chest mark in front of Rankin. Quiet tonight, but when he's touched the footy, he has been imposing. Oliver sends it up, trying to get it to left half forward. Petty, chest mark in front of the pack, got in front of O'Brien, hands it off to the outside run of Woden. First kick of the night is a little wayward, but he's lucky enough as it drops short of the boundary line by a couple of centimetres, and it'll be tossed back into play. 30 out, left forward pocket for the Ds.
Tracker onto the ground.
21 points, the Demons lead. As it's thrown back into play, Van Rooyen and O'Brien collide. It spills to Laird, trying to break the Van Rooyen tackle. He then dives on top of the footy. Chandler over the top of him, rips it away. He and Saligo fight for it. With Hinge involved, and the umpire will ball it up 50 metres out from Melbourne's goal, the cathedral end of the Adelaide Oval.
Just need to work it out here. Adelaide cannot concede.
O'Brien down to Lair, but lost it. Billings for Melbourne. Hand pass to Viney to Windsor. Hand pass turned it straight over to Nankervis. Under pressure. Hand pass straight to Chandler of Melbourne. Knocks it to Salem. A centering kick looking for Petrarca. Spoiled away by Butts. And here is McHenry. He tries to go. Kicks into the middle of the ground and Walker marks. Has Fogarty at centre half forward. Rochelle pushing deep. He kicks laterally and spots Rankin at right half forward. In two minds. He looks towards the pocket. One way, then the other, around Salem, kicks a high ball, have a fly at that Rochelle, makes contact with Lever, can't take the mark, it spills to May, contact to the face, and Rochelle will take the free kick.
Oh, I think they'll due one inside Adelaide's forward 50. Melbourne have got a couple tonight inside their forward 50 where they've kicked the goals, so Lever definitely put his arms around him.
Totally, yeah. He was worried where he was coming from, Rochelle. We wanted to give him space to jump. He just stepped in front of him, put his arms around him.
The 20-year-old Josh Rochelle setting himself to snap around his body on the left-hand side from the right forward pocket, 30 metres out, curls it through for a goal. Adelaide with 2 on the trot and maybe not done with yet. Melbourne's lead is cut back to 15 points and the Demons 10-15-75 to Adelaide, to the roar of the home crowd, 8-12-60. 17 minutes gone, final term on ABC Sport.
Well, Jamo, it was the fight inside Melbourne's forward 50. There was a couple of repeat stoppages. In the end, then the ball finally got free. Tex Walker takes that mark dead centre of the ground and was patient enough to wait. Comes out wide to Rankin, and then Rankin gets it inside forward 50. I just think Jake Lever didn't want Rochelle to sit on his head. So that's why he's just put the arms around him in the end, and then Rochelle's good enough to kick around the corner, but that's what you want. You want more risk from Adelaide. Come back through the middle of the ground. Then make Melbourne really defend. Melbourne find it very easy to defend when the ball's sitting out wide. Take it through, take risks through the middle of the ground.
Listen to the roar, the opening act of Gather Rounds. Got a bit of spark. Great to have you with us for it as Gawn wins it down. Sparrow wrapped up in the tackle of Laird and will go again.
Jake Saligo was the one that kicked into Walker. He's had a good second half.
15 points, the Demons lead. Gawn slapped it down to Saligo, brought to ground. Tunnelled the handball through to Berry. Tries to charge away from Neil Bullen. Just caught him. Got the disposal to Laird. Under pressure, his kick is good. Finds Rankin too far out to score. Runs around to right half forward. Curls it in. Oh, it was Walker's ball. Rochelle stuck a hand in. What has he done? He shrugs the tackle. Can he make amends? Rochelle the goal line. It's knocked into the behind post. An absolute mare in the dying stages of the final term. It's Melbourne by 14 points.
That's where you talk about cohesion. That's the stuff where he stopped, he created. Walker was leading up and Rochelle wanted to win and understand why. His instinct just took over, but he had to be aware of what was around him.
Howes into Rivers for Melbourne, kicks up towards Petty. Had a fair piece of it in front of O'Brien. No mark claimed. Knocked forward. A chance for Sparrow. Kicks end over end up to the wing. Fritsch let it go up past him. Michael Annie races back after it. He gathers it right half back. Out past to Berry. Had to break the tackle of Van Rooyen. Back to Michael Annie, who kicks out to Worrell. He marks it right half back. Adelaide have lifted in this final term. 2 goals to none.
14 points, 6.5 minutes still remaining.
Worrell to Nankervis, back to Worrell, who runs around the interchange side of the ground. Melbourne 10-15-75, Adelaide 8-13-61. 20 minutes gone, final term. He kicks up towards Fogarty, who marks on his chest.
Wants to move it quickly. Fogarty squares it up to Rochelle. Marks just wide of centre half forward. Spots a target, top of the goal square. Sends it in the Walker direction. McDonald's next to him. It's too long. Powerful kick and through for a minor score on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it's got to be better, though. Yeah. It's got to be much better from Rochelle there.
13-point lead to the Demons. Time on in the final term.
3 on 1 deep, wasn't it? 2. He had Fogarty, he had Rankin on his own. Lever just sat and waited. There were better options.
The Demons look to come back into play through Judd McVie. Long towards Petty. Can't take the mark. Max Michaelani spoils it down. Laird's hand pass. Put Hinge under trouble. Dodged weave. Found a way out. Great kick. Into the middle of the ground. Found McHenry. Adelaide have lifted. Playing with more belief. Gets the hand pass away to Parnell. Kicks up towards half forward. Rochelle caught behind. Surely a free kick. As Howes put himself in front position, he was dragged down. And the Melbourne free kick at right half back.
Adelaide's best quarter is their first, but their very close second is the last quarter. They know they keep coming when they get their tails up.
May has the ball. He's been solid tonight despite his injuries. And a beautiful kick to Gawn on centre wing on the outer side. In front of the Max Bashir stand, the Demon skipper just wants to slow it down. Kill a bit of that momentum. Pops it up. Short kick. Van Rooyen's alone. Just behind right half forward. No one on the mark. McHenry comes in late, but Van Rooyen's released it into the 50. Flying Woden and Petty spills to Oliver. Jams it forward. It's bouncing through the goal square. It'll sit up, and Nankerv is happy to let it roll through for the minor score. 14-point lead once again for the Demons. 10-16-76 to 8-14-62. Still enough time in this contest. Great to have your company for the opener to gather round on ABC Sport.
Two critical players. Dawson on the bench trying to get on, as is Keziah Pickett.
Michael Annie to Fogarty at half-back. Can't take the mark. Brodie Smith swoops onto it. Kicks up towards the wing. Keys couldn't take the mark. Onto it McVie for Melbourne. Half past the House. Kicks up towards Petrarca. A vice-like mark at left half forward. And he wheels around on his right. Looked like he was going back for the set shot. Long to the goal mouth. Fritsch is there. Flies against Van Rooyen. It's brought down to the front. Van Rooyen lays the tackle. And locks the ball in the right forward pocket. Ned McHenry was jammed in the middle with Keane getting back for support. A goal here for Melbourne. We're just about finish it.
Adelaide season hanging by a thread here. Gawn won it down. Check side from Neil Bullen. Misses to the right-hand side. Whoa, that would have been special. 15 points the lead. 4 minutes on the clock. 10-17, 77 plays 8-14, 62.
All behinds to the D's in this last quarter. 2-5 Adelaide.
Brodie Smith with the footy in his hands as he looks for options to bring the Crows back into play. How attacking can he be? Down the middle. Kicks looking for Cook. Caught behind. Had to spoil. Neil Bullen is locked up. And the ball will be thrown up at left half forward for the Demons. Jordan Dawson finally getting back on, the Crows captain. With the ball stuck in the forward 50. Off hands, it comes away at Petrarca. Kicks a high ball inside 50. Van Rooyen comes out, spoiled by Butts. Oliver's been quiet, just left the footy behind as he tried to gather. Petty for Melbourne on 50. Hand pass looking for Petrarca. Knocked on by Laird to Dawson. Back to Laird. Needs support. Hand pass to Berry. Cuts past Billings. He looks out to the wing. Chips the ball through the middle of the ground and Rachele marks.
Cleaned up after his mark. No extra penalty the Demons way. Pops back up. Long ball inside 50 for Adelaide. Gawn's rising across, forcing a spoilers Rankin. He claimed it as well at the ball drop. No mark paid. Tumbles it towards the goal square. Keys was there and knocked away from him. We'll get a boundary throw-in or a minor score. Minor score on the right-hand side. So back to a 14-point game. Wondering if that was a mark there as Rankin flew over the top of Gawn and actually tapped it into his lap.
Was late. I think there was all of 50 in that.
So Lever with the long kick in for Melbourne. Van Rooyen caught behind and Keane takes the mark. At right half forward, tried to move it too quickly. Couldn't find Rankin, out of bounds on the full. Christian Petrarca will take the free kick in the left back pocket. Adelaide just need a little bit of composure.
It's conceivable Clinchy too, but at the moment 14 points. They've got to score 3 goals, and the way Melbourne are playing, it's unlikely.
Christian Salem at left half back, kicks long down the wing. Van Rooyen sets himself. Worrell makes the spoil with support from O'Brien. Spills out over the top of the footy. Neil Bullen, Berry over the top of him, and the umpire will ball it up between wing and half forward for the Crows.
It's been clean since he's come on, Sam Berry.
24 minutes, 25 minutes gone. Final term. Won't be a long quarter from the thrower. It spills down the way of Petrarca. Hand pass to Windsor. Kicks down the boundary line. Over the head of Van Rooyen and Keane. Keane will want the boundary. He steps over. And the umpire says throw it in.
It's all or nothing now for the Adelaide Footy Club. Just one team since the top 8 system was introduced has been able to overcome an 0-4 start. Melbourne, meanwhile, want to extend their winning streak. Toss back in. O'Brien wins it down. Petrarca swarms, brushes off 2 tackles, gets it inside 50 for Melbourne. Van Rooyen, it fell into his lap and it popped out like a bar of soap. Adelaide get a chance. Crouch to Saligo, and the meat grinder is wrapped up by Windsor. Ball up to come, 55 out for the D's.
Just disciplined by Melbourne. Just they're doing the little things right. Gone, wins down the tap, straight to Jones of the Crows, into the middle of the ground. Richelli was clean, ran out of room as Viney lays the tackle, gets the hand pass away. Rankin can't take it, still a chance for Saligo. Hand pass almost picked off by Chandler. Desperation of Salem's tackle into the back, and the free kick going the way of the Crows, and Matt Crouch needs to move it.
Clock's ticking down. Hand off to Rankin. Low ball, hit and hope that bounces straight to Petty, waiting in defensive 50. And he bangs it back where it came from, Devaney. Back with the flight, claims the mark. The best and fairest winner for the D's. Hands it off to Windsor. Forward to Chandler. Akers in front of him. Takes his time. Puts it to Van Rooyen. Dropped another sitter. Won't matter because Pickett can pounce. Snap and miss. Minor score on the right-hand side. 15-point lead. Melbourne up 10-18, 78 to Adelaide's 8-15-63.
Harrison Petty, the centre-half forward for Melbourne's at centre-half back.
Brodie Smith straight down the middle. Time their enemy now. Looking for Walker. Can't take the mark. Spills to Berry. One way, then the other. Jams it on the boot out to Dawson on the wing. He marks under the match Bashir stand. Looks up to half forward. Kicks in the direction of Worrell. He takes the mark. Decided against the hand pass to McHenry. Turns and drives it long. Fogarty in a one-on-one. Spoiled away by McDonald. Spills out to Clayton Oliver. Saligo couldn't take it cleanly. Richelli, one way, then the other. Hand pass to Matt Crouch. Pokes it into the pocket. It never quite got to Keys. McHenry tries to knock it on. He's tackled by Petty. Desperation left, right and centre as Lever comes charging in.
This is how good Melbourne are. It was 13 or 14 points with 6.5 minutes to go. We're at now 39 seconds to go. And it's 15 points. They're just structurally so sound, Melbourne.
Adelaide need a miracle. O'Brien wins it down. Langdon gets the exit. Waiting there was Smith. Paddled it towards Hinge. The Crows now through Keane. Back to Smith. Races towards the 50. Pickett run him down. Ball trickles into the attacking arc. Rankin outnumbered. And forced towards the boundary line. It'll be tossed back into play. Left forward pocket. 25 out. Matthew Nicks, concerned look on his face. The season is slipping away.
Thrown in. Gone, tangling with O'Brien. O'Brien knocks it to the back. The Demons through Neil Bullen. There's nowhere to go as Berry lays the tackle. And this is exactly the way the Demons want it. As the clock ticks down. 28 minutes gone in the final term. Thrown into the air. Gawn slaps it down in the direction of Salem. Berry can't break his way clear. Oliver lays support with a tackle. The ball does come out. A chance for the Crows. Neil Bullen lays the tackle. Berry trying to knock it forward. Over the top, Neil Bullen. The siren sounds. And the Demons claim the South Australian double. An impressive 15-point win over the Adelaide Crows to start gather round. And for the Adelaide Crows, their woes set to continue. Winless through the opening 4 rounds. Melbourne by 15 points.
It's the high-flying flag. It's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
Adelaide led by 5 points at quarter time. The Demons by 17 points. They got out by as much as 33 points in the third quarter, leading by 28 points at three-quarter time. The Crows got as close as 15 points, 13 points in fact, in the final term. But Melbourne were too clinical in the end to run out 10-18-78 to the Crows 8-15-63 in front of 48,020 fans. The Demons with 2 wins in South Australia.
It's a grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag. It's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
The Despite being held goalless in the final term and Adelaide kicking 2-6, the Demons make it 4 wins on the trot after their opening round loss to the Sydney Swans to very much boost their credentials that they are one of the teams to threaten in 2024. The Demons 10-18-78 to Adelaide 8-15-63. For the winners, 3 goals to Bailey Fritsch. They all came in the third quarter. 2 goals to Van Rooyen and to Pickett. Individuals to Petrarca, Petty and Chandler. While for the Adelaide Crows, 2 goals to Darcy Fogarty. Individuals to Keys, Rochelle, Dawson, Walker, Rankin and Laird. The Demons winners by 15 points. They're 4-1 in round 4 of the AFL. The thoughts of Adam Romanascus and Rod Jamieson with you on ABC Sport.
Well, they were super impressive, weren't they? And again, my own experience in bumping into Melbourne last week, and the coach, they just said they love this. It's a hub. We're used to it. It's not that they live out of home for a week, but they just get together and they know what they need to do, and they certainly did it really well. Tackles inside 50, Melbourne 15, Adelaide 7. So again, just the defensive pressure in their forward line, the way that they were able to be so efficient when they went forward. They were challenged in the last quarter, but just when Adelaide gave up the game, remember we spoke about 15 minutes, they just couldn't contain, and that's where Melbourne got on top. They kicked 4-7 in the second quarter, 4-6 in the third, and when Adelaide were in control, they just couldn't get the score on the board, and ultimately that was the challenge that we said that Adelaide would have to face right at the start of the night.
Well, 4 goals in red time, so 3 in that third quarter for Melbourne, and then 1 in the fourth quarter. So, red time, and then you look at the Crows, they've only kicked 2 goals in red time for the game. So, that's a tricky part there. That's a concentration thing. Like, I harped on Melbourne's discipline all night. Like, I'm sitting there going, what are Melbourne doing? Why are they winning this game? What are they doing tactically? I'm looking and I'm searching for something. What they've done tactically was just held their structure much better than Adelaide for the entire night. You look down the field, what they're doing, how they're setting up defensively. If they had the loose play, that loose play will come up just behind the contest and be the release handball. You look forward to the ball when the ball's sitting in Melbourne's backline. Their forwards are up the ground. They're creating space for each other. The efficiency in that third quarter, they had 13 inside 50s for 4-6. Bailey Fritsch kicked 3 goals in that third quarter. So it was an efficient, disciplined, workman-like game for Melbourne. You wouldn't go that's going to be the A-grade standard game for their season, but if you look at it for work rate, for effort, and the like, you go, that was just a magnificent performance. 66 tackles to 57 in Melbourne's favour. They win clearance by 4. They lose inside 50 by 6. They win contested football by 3. So, the stats are reasonably close, but there's just those moments of full concentration. And I think I mentioned it in the call just a little earlier. Jomo mentioned at 6 minutes 30 left on the clock, the margin was 15 points. And you look at that point, how many opportunities did Adelaide have to score for that next period? Not many.
Yeah.
And that's simply because Melbourne have the ability to set up the ground the way they want it. They place their players there. You see Harrison Petty drop back in defence. You saw Bailey Fritsch drop back in defence. So numbers start to roll back. They're not necessarily trying to score, but they're not going to allow the opposition to score easily.
Time in possession in the last quarter, 47% to 35 in favour of Adelaide. Yep. So again, it's the ability to do it. Can't sustain it for the length that they want, and then at times throughout the game, at critical moments, turn it up too easily. And the glaring one again, Rochelle running in front of Walker when he laced him out by Rankin, I think it was too. Yep. Those moments that can actually just play to your strengths and stop your instinct thought of just going at the football. You're bringing your opposition, but you're just getting in the way of your other forwards. And it was a lace out, then turn around and have a 20-30 metre shot on goal.
I just think Adelaide's biggest problem right at the moment is there's a lot of the same. That's what the team feels like at the moment. There's a lot of the same, and the question's going to be asked: Is Matty Nicks prepared to make moves on the fly? Like Jamo and I will disagree slightly on that, I think, but you look through the middle of the ground. I thought Saligo was really good today. I thought he had a good game. He was up against Clayton Oliver for a lot of the game. Oliver only had the 16 possession. Saligo had the 27. Matt Crouch had 29, but
we're critical of what he's. Is he taking the ball forward with those 29 possessions? So 108 metres gained. Christian Petrarca has 29, kicks a goal, goes for 500 metres gained.
Yeah, so Matt Crouch has 5 clearances, but he has 2 inside 50s. Christian Petrarca, in comparison, has 8 clearances, has 7 inside 50s. Yeah, they're different players with different roles, but it's also part of the issue for Adelaide.
But that's which player for Adelaide does that. So it's probably Jordan Dawson when he comes up, but Jordan Dawson's expected to play everywhere.
Yeah.
There's a moment that he's at half back, then there's a moment that he's in the middle of the ground, then there's a moment when he's forward and kicks a goal. He's the jack of all trades for him. But is it time to go, well, Jordan, you're just going to play midfield? That's what we're going to do with you now.
And the other thing too, like midfielders and outside players in your wings, like scoring, kicking goals, and you have a look at Melbourne and they're able to do that too. Like Petrarca 1-1. I mean, Sparrow plays through the midfield but plays forward. And you got others like Gawn, he's had a shot on goal too. Billings on the wing, he's kicked 3 behinds. Adelaide is so reliant on the same few, which is up forward in Fogarty, Walker, Keys. These types of players, Rankin, Rochelle, but they're predominantly their forward targets and they're not getting enough from the midfield.
It doesn't... Watching Adelaide's forward line this season, it doesn't feel like they're prepared to sacrifice for each other right now. It feels like when I'm watching it, it's I want to be the star, and if I can't be the star, it's like I don't want my mate to be the star.
We'll come back to the Adelaide Crows. The Demons win us by 15 points down to Lauren Borden.
Just a bit of warm applause as they're walking in here. It's kind of a slow clap as they all make their way in. Still quite a lot of people in here for an away game, but of course they've been here for about, 8-9 days or so as Max Gordon let them in. A few kids getting in as well. Adam Tomlinson's kids were here, Jake Lever as well. So there's plenty of young ones in the circle as they're all getting in there and slowly making their way into a circle. Jake Lever's the last one in as well, and he'll link arms with Stephen May as they get ready to sing.
Grand old flag, it's a high flying flag. It's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of Team We Love. Sing out the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue. As we sing a song to you, what we sing to an old acquaintance being forgot. Keep your eye on the red and the blue.
So a nice rendition of the song. They're nothing too boisterous, but I guess when you got 4 in a row, they're feeling pretty good about themselves at the moment. So we'll try and get some reaction and see what Melbourne has to say after the win.
Thanks to Lauren Borden down in the Melbourne rooms. We'll bring you a reaction very shortly. Matt Clinch and Aaron Bryans alongside Rod Jamieson and Adam Ramanassis. I just want to come back to a point you made, Rama, at halftime, that if Adelaide lose, a lot of the focus will be on the Adelaide Crows, but you were impressed with Melbourne. The fact they played Port Adelaide on Saturday night, a 5-day break. They beat Port Adelaide in what felt like a high-calibre match by 7 points.
Yep.
And they were able to come out and play with an impressive manner tonight, be it they weren't at their scoring best, but they were able to restrict Adelaide when they had to.
Like I said, I don't think it, by any stretch it was Melbourne's best game, the way they played, but it was Melbourne's probably best game from a discipline point of view, the way they forced Adelaide into error, the way they forced Adelaide's forward line to be really non-existent except for a couple of moments within the game. Like I think Melbourne, the capability is no doubt there to be a top 4 team. There's class on every line. Like you look at
a better team than last year in your eyes, or is it too early to say that?
I think it's a little bit early to say that because they've been a very good team now for an extended period of time. Like Caleb Windsor clearly helps Melbourne because he's got leg speed. Does when Lockie Hunter is fit, does he come back? Does he take Caleb Windsor's spot? Probably not. I don't think.
So got Jake Bowie, Shane McAdam, who they picked up.
Shane McAdam will come into the
team. Jake Melcham, who's long term. He's 11 to 13 weeks away. Charlie Spargo.
But they've got options. They've got a bit of depth.
Yeah,
which is exciting. I think that should be because it puts pressure again on every line.
The question I had in the pre-game, Ramo, that we bounced off a little bit, how statistically they're not overly dominant, but structurally they're so good.
Structurally they're dominant.
When you put them against a better side, so they've got Brisbane next week, who are struggling right now, but a grand finalist. Does this brand match up against, a grand final contender?
Well, you would have to say yes because it's won a grand final before. Now, but then someone else would undoubtedly say no because they've gone out in straight sets as well. So it's... I don't know if there's an exact answer to it. I always think Melbourne are at their best when they're moving the football. Like, there's a couple of instances tonight where you saw Trent Rivers just bursting off half-back and the ball moves quickly and they score quickly, or Christian Salem's off half-back, or Petrarca bursts through a contest. Like, I base my thoughts on Melbourne on their offensive game rather than their defensive game, because their defensive game is sound. So if their offense is flowing, they're a very hard team to beat.
I agree with your point, though, Aaron. They're a side that prides themselves on their defence and their contest.
Yep.
So when they play a better side, can they beat them at the contest? And that's going to expose their defence. But they've got Brisbane at the MCG on Thursday night, a bye, Richmond. So there's a possibility at 4-1, maybe 5-1 at the bye. It's laying the foundations for being a side who were knocked out in straight sets last year, but under Simon Goodwin, they've missed the finals on 3 occasions. He's in his 8th year of coaching, and it feels like the team's more balanced.
All you can do is qualify. And I think once you qualify for the finals, then you make your own luck from there. Now, Melbourne haven't done that over the last couple of years, Jamo, for whatever reason, and knocked out in straight sets. But again, if you just got to front up, and this team has still got years in it.
Yeah.
It's not like, well, this is the end. Like, if you look at their real stars of the show, which one's coming to the end?
Only Max Gawn, who's 32.
He's not coming to the end.
Yeah.
He's got no doubt. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I could judge to your point, Ron. I don't know if they're a better side, but I think they're still a quality side. I think they're a top 4 side. I actually picked them to go all the way last year. You know, they got rolled by Carlton, but I really did. And what I've seen in terms of, Rivers a bit more composed, and hadn't seen a lot of him. Windsor coming into the side and the speed in which they have. I think they're really bullish around the midfield. They've got the speed in Pickett, and they've got the run, they've got the tools in the back half, and they've got the targets up forward. So I think they're a well-rounded team and they'll have their bad days, but I think they're definitely a top 4 side.
Got a culture question for you, Jammer, which I know you love to answer. The Crows are all about positivity right now. They're backing in Matthew Nicks, who's built a team that certainly enjoy playing with each other, and there's a lot of energy around this rebuilding side. Melbourne have been unapologetic about the issues that have plagued them over the last couple of years. They come to Adelaide on a trip of 5 days away from home between beating Port Adelaide and beating Adelaide, and it brings them closer together, and they're just so tight-knit, and they don't care what anyone else thinks about them. Do you feel like football clubs should have that attitude, or should the Adelaide Football Club be a bit more ruthless and say, look, we're not getting the job done this way, and maybe we need to start asking some tough questions?
No, I think they ask the tough questions. I just don't know if they've certainly got the quality to be able to do what they want to do tonight, and we've highlighted on many occasions, whether it be in the forward line, they can't execute, they can't do it through the midfield, they don't have the speed, they don't have the run and carry from defence.
So the tough question out of that is then, is that a list problem, and whose fault is that?
Well, I know you keep going there, Aaron, with all of this too. You want to be definitive around whose fault is it. It takes some time to build. I'm not being defensive around it. I'm realistically looking at it, and they've got injuries. And I genuinely thought Adelaide were a top 6 side last year. So I was super bullish with them last year, and they couldn't make it happen. If they had they pretty much have the same list, because they haven't exposed any of the new players at the moment. But now they've got 6 key injuries to their probably 6 players that would be in their first 22. So they've got a serious amount of work to do. And yes, they need to make their list better, but they're not in a position to at the moment. They've got to work their way through it, and they've got to find a way. And there were multiple examples tonight, whether it be in the back half, with inexperience, lack of cohesion, to the midfield that don't have the speed, the spread, the ability to dispose, and then the targets and how they structure and set up forward to actually create space for their opposite. And Rama touched on it a bit around, I think one player wants to do his job and he wants to contribute, but he's actually causing more issues than he is actually contributing to the team and how they can perform. So Matty Nicks would be livid. I have no doubt. But he's got to work through this somehow, and the players have got to put their hand up and work through it.
Correct. I think one of their big problems is spread. Like, that was exposed a couple of times tonight. And, if you can't spread through the middle of the ground, whether it's offensively or defensively, you've got to have I thought, Jammer made the point a couple of times. You've got Nankervis and Jones on wings. They're quick players. You've got to use that. That's an asset. How are they using their assets? So why doesn't a Rankin and a Rochelle come up closer to the stoppage and then work back the other way and use it? Like when Rankin came higher up the ground, particularly in that sort of last quarter, he looked a hell of a lot more dangerous. Like he wasn't playing on the ball, but he was just higher half forward, Gemmo, where, he's between the centre and the 50-metre line, and he was able to win the football there. And he was able to cause a little bit of damage. So that's what I'm saying. Like structurally, every team's got their structure. That's how they play. But sometimes you got to tweak it. You got to tweak. Like if Rankin's matchup was McVie inside defensive 50 tonight was all over Rankin. But when Rankin comes up a little bit higher, McVie could go with it.
And it's first quarter Melbourne play so much forward half footy, so Adelaide have got to come up. So you can't hold your shape or your structure around the football. Second and third quarter, Melbourne just got on top. So then you go, well, these Bulls in the middle, and they're actually winning the football. So you can't actually play to a strength. You've almost got to defend, but they weren't able to do that. And then I think the last quarter, I think Adelaide probably, though they won that last quarter based on
2-0.
Yep. But also around the ground, and Melbourne were trying to defend. So there's something there. It is there. But again, they've got some serious work to do, and the games ahead are going to be tough too. They're going to play Carlton, Essendon, Kangaroos, Port, Brisbane. So I don't think any game's really that easy. Throw in travel, do all the other things that go with it too. And here's to say that, Parnell, whether he gets through tonight, he had another shoulder, it was seriously wrapped, so there's another injury potentially too.
They remind me a little of Freo last season, Adelaide, and they're, as you said, they're the contest side, so they can win it in close, but they don't have the spread at the moment. And the question would be, have they improved off the back of the form last year, where a lot of people thought they would be natural improvers and push into finals, but as we know, it's not always linear. So I suppose the question Aaron posed to Jamo, they re-signed Matthew Nicks for another 2 years. He's contracted to 2026. It takes a bit of the week-to-week sting out of it, but when the side is 0 wins after 4 weeks...
Yeah, but that doesn't make him not the right person.
So how do you know...
Well, but how do you know someone else is going to be better? Like, you look at the way they played football last year, and everyone would go big tick. Now, okay, they've started the season where they are, but that doesn't say to me, oh no, Matthew Nicks is not the right. The point I want to make is what players do a lot of times when they have a bad start to the season is they look to the coaches for answers. Sometimes you've got to look to yourself as a player for the answer and go, am I doing everything possibly I can to be the best footballer I can and be the best teammate I can? And if I can't tick both of those boxes, I've got to change something myself.
Matthew Nicks admitted during the week that he may actually be overcoaching a little bit, that he is searching for answers and maybe he's giving too much information to the players.
Well, I think sometimes you do that, don't you? Again, it's just you're trying to find different ways to inspire. You probably try and get into the game too much, and you probably try uncover things that are causing either the challenges or we're not doing well enough, as opposed to how many times you say just throw a keg in the middle of the room and you're not leaving until it's finished, and then they go out and they play well, or a new coach comes on and they play well. So, and again, to Rama's point, like I'd throw it to you go like, well, who's going to be who's going to be a better coach? So that was where you first start, and then go. So I don't think it's, and he's only in his 5th year, and it's always been a question that I pose, as a coach, unless they've done it horribly wrong or there's something inwardly that they're not doing right. How long does the coach need to actually, once you inherit a team and you work your way through, it takes you 3 years, 4 years before you get the players in the position and or the growth that you need. So I certainly think he's there, and I think the 2 years are warranted. And then maybe at the end of that you reassess. But I just think the reliance on the same players that performed so well last year, they're not going to. And I'm not saying they aren't and haven't been good or great players. They're just not going to play to the level that they did last year, and you just hope that the others coming through are going to help and grow during that time, and you're going to find out more because they're probably going to lose more than they win.
So Matthew Nicks' 5th year of coach, Rama. They were 18th 2020, 15th 2021, 14th 2022, 10th last year.
So there's 4 years of improvement.
Yeah, so my question is, did you have them playing finals this year?
They were in that 6 to 12 category. Yeah, that's where
injuries have obviously affected
that's where they are.
Early season form. Okay.
You got your 1 to 6, and you got your 7 to 12, and then you got your 13 to 18. They were in that that 7 to 12 category.
Gemma, you would have known him quite well, but I'm a big fan of assistant coaches making up a premiership side, that it's not just one man. You need a structure around you of senior leaders.
James Riley. I'm going to say
James
no
Riley leaving for Geelong. Has that hurt the chemistry in the forward line?
He's a quality person and quality coach, but it hasn't hurt.
So you don't think that his loss is the reasoning that they're struggling right now?
No, I don't. So again, Nixie takes over. You've debuted 9 in 2020. You've debuted another 9 in 21. Just 3 in 22. I'd have to go back last year and have a look. I think it might have been 3 or 4 last year.
A few last year.
Yeah. So he's debuted a whole team. He's debuted a team and a bit.
Yeah, the list has turned over.
You know, so he's doing what he needs to do, and he's identifying. And the biggest challenge will be the integration into a Sloan, a Smith and a Walker, because they're not going to play every game. So who's playing in those roles to step up to then? Who's coming through? And I would say right at the minute, because of injuries, there's no one down there that's doing that or blowing them away until one of those blows either get an injury and they get an opportunity.
Like Dan Curtin will get an opportunity at some stage this year.
He's not far away.
And he's a very he would be right now in that back line. He'd be playing centre half back or full back or whatever, whatever. Like, the talent's there.
Do you like them protecting him by taking the time
100%.
or throwing him in?
100%. Yeah, why put him in before he's ready? Like, let him get his body right. Let him get his body at some level of match hardened. Then play the kid. He played a lot at waffle level last year. He was very good at the under-18 national championships and the like. So he's going to be a very good player for the football club. But I personally want to see some injection of other players through the middle of the ground. Melbourne winners by 15 points over the Adelaide Crows to start gather round from South Australia. Let's head back down to the Melbourne rooms with Lauren Borden.
Thanks, Clinchy. I'm down here with Bailey Fritsch. 2 games in Adelaide for 2 wins, 5 goals for yourself across the 2 games. You probably couldn't have asked for anything more than that, could you?
Yeah, no. We came here on a mission over 5 days and against 2 Adelaide teams at their home deck. To get the 8 points, go back to Melbourne with 2 good wins and be 4-1. It's a great start to the season and gives us a good springboard to keep moving.
You got a nice little challenge in that last quarter when Adelaide brought it back to 14 points or so. What did you just have to switch a little bit to make sure that you could turn that momentum back your way?
Yeah, going into last quarters, we had a bit of a lead. We always look for our best defensive quarter. And off the back of that, we're going to get our opportunities. And, we knew they were going to come. They're a quality side. Obviously, haven't had some results go their way this year. But we knew they were going to come in front of their home crowd, and they did. But I think we stemmed the flow a fair bit and, walked away with the 4 points, which is nice.
It looked like Simon Goodwin kept you in at the 3-quarter time huddle just that little bit longer. Did he say anything special leading into the final term?
Oh, nothing out of the ordinary. As I said, best defence, fundamentals, just normal footy stuff. Yeah, nothing.
All coaches talk.
Yes, 100%.
Let's head upstairs now for some more questions from our experts, Adam Ramanauskas and Rod Jamison.
Bailey, congratulations on the win. Just take us through what you did this week in Adelaide. How did you spend your days in Adelaide? Did you get out to a winery? What did you guys do?
Yeah, post-game from Port Adelaide, we went out to McGill's estate. We had a bit of a team lunch for the people that didn't have their families here. The guys that had families here obviously spent time with their kids. We've got a lot of kids, and obviously being Easter Sunday. And then, really focused on recovery. Obviously 5 days in between. We didn't really have a main session. We had a bit of a run around on Monday, and then yesterday we did a little bit of contest work just to prep us up ready for tonight, because we knew that Adelaide were going to bring their best, and thankfully got the win, and we'll head back to Melbourne tomorrow after doing some clinics tomorrow morning somewhere in Adelaide.
And just the importance of spending time together, one as a playing group, but also the club bringing the family and the kids, and I think there was parents there as well, and I even heard there was grandparents around as well. Just the importance of that.
Yeah, the family orientation is a massive one for us. We want to make people proud to belong, and we're a really tight-knit group. There's a lot of families here, as you said, a lot of kids, grandparents, parents, everyone. And the club really bring everyone in when you come to this footy club, and I wouldn't want to play for any other.
Bailey, Rod Jamison, also well done. 2 games, 2 good wins here. The speed in your forward line defensively too, just to be able to hold it in and play it there. You've got a real good balance at the moment.
Yeah, we base our game off contest and defence, and I thought our defence was very high tonight, and it's something that we measure each week, and we know that if we defend really well, we're going to get some great opportunities going forward, and I thought we did that well tonight. I thought we were a little bit clunky going forward in the first half, but we got it going in that second half and got some runs on the board.
Trent Rivers off the half-back line gives you the run and rebound. Also Judd McVie.
Yeah, Judd and Trent, they're only young in their careers, but they're very exciting players for our footy club, and hope they're going to play some really good footy for us for a long time. And they've come along in leaps and bounds, especially Juddy. He's only really his second year of AFL footy, and he gets one of the best small forwards every week, and then uses the ball really well as well, calm and collected, and yeah, very high praise for him.
Bailey Fritsch is with us from in the Melbourne Rooms on ABC Sport. Bailey, it's Matt Clinch here, who nominated themselves to test out Stephen May's ribs over the weekend.
I think he had a little bit of a run around yesterday. I'm not too sure who it was, actually. I think it was Cade Chandler, because he had a bit of a test with his knee as well. So I think he did a bit of tackling with Maisie, and really courageous and of Steve to get up. He wanted to play last week. He's very tough and obviously a very important player for us. I think he'll be a little bit sore tomorrow, but we've got a 7-day break now, and really looking forward to getting back to the MCG in front of our home fans against a grand finals last year in Brisbane.
Yeah, it sounds like he was pretty determined to play. I mean, he and Jake Lever both had sort of injury clouds after that win over Hawthorn, and to think Jake Lever played the next week and Stephen May comes back a week later for two crucial wins on the road here at South Australia. It's a strong statement by two of your leaders.
Yes, 100%. They're A-class professionals and obviously very important players, but for them to be able to get up for us and not only get up but really perform well, I think that's a testament to them.
And 3 goals from yourself tonight, 2 goals to Jacob Van Rooyen and to Cozzy Pickett, Ben Brown in the forward line. Do you feel like your forward line dynamic has improved since the end of last season?
Yeah, 100%. It's been a work in progress, for a number of years now, probably since I've been at the club, and at times it's been a little bit frustrating maybe for our supporters or people on the outer to watch, but I think we're really starting to get some reward for all the work that we're putting in, and hopefully moving forward we can keep evolving that and keep putting scores on the board, because we do a lot of hard work to get that ball back and get it in our forward 50, and we really want to make the team pay.
Bailey, we've spoken a lot about the expected score joke of last week, where you beat Port Adelaide, but statistically you weren't supposed to. Simon Goodman had a good laugh about it. Structurally, we've spoken about how impressive you are and how it doesn't really matter, I guess, what's happening in terms of the numbers. But did he have to address any of that at all, that you were losing clearances or losing inside 50s?
I think we definitely dialed up ourselves around the ball. But other than that, from an expected score point of view, we've one expected score a lot of times, and we've come off the field and we've lost on the scoreboard. So to actually have one go the other way was actually something really pleasing. Obviously, to get the win and have so many learnings, even tonight, we've got a win and we've got so much room for growth. And that last week was a really pleasing thing to get the win when, the numbers say we shouldn't have.
Bailey, I'm a swimmer. I saw you last Sunday down at the beach at Glenelg.
Hello.
There's some incredibly loud sluggos that were worn by your blokes.
Yeah, we got down to the Glenelg, sorry. It was actually good weather. The only probably day that we've been able to get down to the beach, because it's been a little bit cold. But it was nice to get down there and get in the water as a group, and have the kids in the water with us and do a little bit of an Easter egg hunt as well. It was good fun.
Well done.
Congratulations, Bailey. 2 wins in South Australia to kick off Gather Round. Thanks so much for your time.
Beautiful. Thanks, guys.
Bailey Fritsch joining us from the Melbourne Rooms. The Demons winners by 15 points.
Clinchy, what happened?
I'm not sure. I think Rammer knocked my chair.
No, don't
break the chair first night in the box.
15-point winners, 10-18-78 to Adelaide, 8-15-63. I thought I was going to go through the front window.
We've got a long weekend, Clinchy. You can't break the gear.
Dicky chair.
No. Don't blame your tools, Clinchy.
Righto. Cozzy Pickett will be looked at, Rammer, for a bump, which took place in the second quarter. I've got so many levers underneath this chair. Tell me how you view that incident while I work out what's happening in the chair.
I saw Aaron playing with it, actually.
Look, I think he's off the ground, a little elbow raise. Oh, I'm getting 2 weeks from the back stalls in the box here.
Just having a look at the replay here. So Saligo's handball, Cozzy jumped in the air to initially smother. On his way down, he's then braced as a hip and shoulder and got him high. So I think he's
The only comparison I can say, if it's the Braden Maynard rule of jumping and then electing to bump on the way down,
well, he gets
was that what Liam Baker was suspended for last week, where he's gone back with a flight and he was only given a one-match ban for medium impact, which was a concussion.
Yeah,
Saligo
if we're going on that,
fine. One?
He's in trouble.
I think one.
I think the AFL's a bit harsher on that now.
Yeah.
Or anything head high.
And electing to bump.
And high shoulder too.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily just head, it's shoulders and above. So
he's pretty important now to Melbourne's forward line.
He's enormous to
his
it.
Speed and his versatility brings pressure and fear to opponents.
It looks like the structure of their forward line is operating really well at the moment. So Bailey Fritsch, Ben Brown, Petty, Ben Royan's coming up into the ruck, Chandler, Pickett. So they've got that sort of 7 that they want there and work through it that way. And then you can throw in Charlie Spargo when he's fit into that mix also. Because Tom McDonald's gone back, he's playing, so that releases Jake Lever a little bit more. So I think structurally, since that Sydney, it's a bit of a disaster for them, that game. They've just changed the structure around slightly, and it's worked a charm.
And the dynamic in the middle too, isn't it too? Just rather than their number ones that go through the middle, he gets in there and gets some real speed.
Yeah, it's good tonight. So Oliver doesn't have a big game. He's what's he at? He's at 12 kicks for 16 possessions, but they've still been able to come out on top.
Going at 33% kicking efficiency. It was a very un-Clayton Oliver-like game. Who's got the votes for the ABC Football of the Year tonight?
Wow.
I'm a guest here, so the host has to take that responsibility.
I might need a little bit of time now, Clint.
How about we rattle off some numbers while you wait? So for the Demons, Christian Petrarca, 29 touches at 67% kicking efficiency. 15 of those were contested, 8 clearances from it, 7 inside 50s and a goal. Judd McVie, who had the task on Rankin for a lot of the night, finished with 20 touches. He's only 20 years old, the East Fremantle product, and already starting to shine down back. So 20 touches for him, 7 of those contested. Tom Sparrow, the South Adelaide product, had a bit of a spark as well throughout the night. 20 touches for him, 8 contested, 5 clearances on top of that. In terms of the goal kickers, as Clinchy ran through before, we saw 3 from Bailey Fritsch, who was very quiet in the opening half, just the 2 touches, but certainly was the spark that blew out that lead. Keziah Pickett had 2 alongside Jacob Van Rooyen. The best of the Crows, Matt Crouch, 30 touches. And we touched on it a bit across the night, but only 108 metres gained from those touches. 11 contested, 5 clearances, 2 inside 50s. Brodie Smith, electric off halfback with 27. Saligo continues to shine. They put a lot of investment in him. He's signed till 2029 at just 21 years of age, but 27 touches, rewarding them tonight at 80% efficiency. Rory Laird, a little quieter, 24 touches. Jordan Dawson, 23, but 8 marks alongside it and a goal.
All right. Adelaide, 1 vote. Jake Saligo. I thought his game was good. In the middle too, and he was the spark that they needed. He is composed, and I think over his time and his experience, he's going to learn it or earn his stripes, but he's going to spend more time in the midfield. 2 votes, I'm going to go with Judd McVie. I think off the halfback line, the way he played, young bloke, you've just spoken about it, had 20, goes at 93%. And I'm going to give the skipper the 3 votes in Max Gawn. He's had a fair game, sort of under the radar a little bit. He's had 15, but then he goes 13 contested, 6 ground ball gets, 5 clearances, 2 inside 50s and 39 hit-outs, mind you. And around the ground, he's just imposing. He's really laconic, isn't he?
Maybe you shouldn't go to Christian Petrarca's cooking class tomorrow, because he might not be happy with that.
Oh, he was all right.
Is there a little bit of tension just in that corner, Clinchy?
I think he's...
You and I, we're like brothers.
You know what
we
he
haven't
is doing?
seen each other for a while.
He's squashing me in the corner.
These 2 over here are like stepbrothers. They just go at it.
Think like the Crows. He's trying to push you in the corner and you're going to fight your way out.
Yeah, that's all right.
3 to Max Gawn, 2 to Jug McVie, and 1 to Jake Saligo.
I think there's a 5th flight coming, Clinchy, too. They had 4 last night, and the 5th one's tonight.
Let's hope not. We're lovers, not fighters on ABC Sport.
We are.
In the ABC Footballer of the Year. So it takes us to Gather Round, which continues tomorrow. Ramo and I are heading to the parade.
We are.
You'll love that.
Won't we,
You been there, Ramo?
I have. I played a under-18 Teal Cup game there in 1998.
Yeah, right.
And there was 2 inches of water on the ground. It poured with rain, but Beautiful. I've been to Norwood a number of times.
Yeah, no, it looks good. It's they've done a fair bit of manicuring to it over the last couple of years too, but clearly stay away from the brick wall.
Well, Clinchy's sort of he's after the game, he's venturing to just a little watering hole, I believe, after that.
Don't have to go too far for the Food and Wine Festival.
Just taking in all the activities of Gather Round.
Yeah.
Just out of interest, what's going to be your highlight for the week apart from watching the footy, Rammer?
I'll find myself a couple of watering holes. It's fair to say, yeah, I will. And
not a zipline kind of guy, Rammer?
No, I'm not a zipline kind of guy. I just enjoy the company of people, Clinchy, and having a drink with them.
Well, if I can indulge more football too, so you got South Australia and Victoria playing at Glenelg Oval on Saturday afternoon. So the SANFL playing the VFL. So make your way down there, and then of course, on Sunday at Prospect Oval, they've got the SANFLW girls, which is the All-Stars game over here. And they'll whittle that down to a state team to take on Western Australia over at Perth.
Well played.
Later in the year too. So if it's not AFL football, there's certainly plenty of other football around the place.
Old stomping ground, Prospect Oval, good part of the world to watch the footy.
It is.
What other games are you looking forward to the most, Rammer? Do you feel like have the highest stakes?
I think tomorrow night's going to be a good one. I think we'll find out a little bit more about Essendon, where they are now. They've still got some injuries there to key players, but just it'll be a good test. And I think Port Adelaide. I think Port Adelaide are a good team. I think structurally they look like through most of their lines they're pretty stable. I mentioned the GWS and Gold Coast game. I've got to watch on Gold Coast just to see where they're at, and I think is it Geelong and the Western Bulldogs, isn't it?
Saturday night.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a beauty because I think Geelong are in good nick at the moment. And you mentioned it, I think, Jamo, I think Bulldogs are just starting to turn the corner a little bit.
Starting to. And Peter Wright, too. I know he's only one player.
It's important.
A huge impact, but,
structurally it's important. Yeah. So, look, they got a good game last week out of Harrison Jones. So that's the forward Essendon. I know they need him to come on.
Yeah.
Because, you can't expect... Jake Stringer's... The consistency's not there where he's going to kick you 3 or 4 goals every week. It's not going to happen. So you need those multiple goal kickers, and Peter Wright is important, and then Harrison Jones, can he come on?
How's their defensive pressure on turnover? Because down the spine, Port Adelaide can go within 60 seconds end to end.
I say this with the greatest amount of respect. I reckon I could still get a kick going the other way against Essendon at that time. So that's something that they need. Look, I know it's being addressed as much as it possibly can be, but teams still do walk through them. And, that's really... Defensive transition's an effort thing, but it's also a discipline thing. And I think there was no better example of defensive transition tonight and the discipline that it takes, how Melbourne showed that.
Well, the pause sort of gave the answer as to how you felt their defensive intent. I did get a chat to Zach Merritt for AFL Sunday last week. Talk about a guy who's single-handedly trying to set the standards for his club.
Yeah, defensively, he's a beast.
He is trying to do everything he possibly can in his power to lift the Bombers back into September action.
And Clinchy, how are you? I think you would have been disliking footy for a little bit, but there's any chance the Hawks over the Hot Pies?
I think Jack Ginnivan against his former club will certainly keep everyone entertained. If you were umpiring, would you think he's going to get a free kick in the first half?
I'm not giving him one. I'm not giving him one at all.
Laura Kane came out in the AFL, admitted that they missed a few free kicks that he should have got.
If he raises the arm, it doesn't matter.
Look, he's clearly he's tried and played for him, but if they're there, they're there, so I accept that, but yeah, they probably want to give him one early, just to get it out of the way. But I've never been a huge fan of how he operates in that manner.
I'm also looking forward to Saturday afternoon. I think the stakes are so high for Carlton and Fremantle.
Yeah.
I'm a big believer on the Blues. What they've been able to do without Sam Walsh, I think they're only going to get better in the second half of the season. Harry Mackay's been a bonus. And equally been impressed with Freo's form early. They're a bit similar to Adelaide in the sense that they need a bit of luck in terms of injuries. That feels like they've got that this season. But if they can win on the road, that lays the foundations for the first half of the season where they have to win at home, and then they've done more than half the work.
I tell you what, Luke Jackson is some sort of player.
See why Melbourne are desperate to try and keep him.
He's worth the price of entry.
What about Harry Mackay, though? He's a completely different player.
Completely different. He looks like his head's clear.
Yeah, right. A bloke that didn't even want to kick a goal and then wanted to snap, and this year he doesn't look like miss.
He's a Coleman medalist, so he knows how to do it.
Yeah.
It's just what's
what's between the ears sometimes.
Yeah.
So
when is Sam Walsh back?
No, I think he's still a couple of weeks.
Little setback, I think.
I think Jack Martin had a little setback as well, so he's still a couple of weeks away. So those two guys are pretty important. Like Jack Martin, I thought was one of the big reasons Carlton's season turned around last year when he came into the team in the second half of the year. Yep. And we know what a star Sam Walsh is. Like his final series last year was just off the charts good.
Yep.
What do you do next week when Sean Darcy's available? Because Luke Jackson
That's a great question.
So good.
And I honestly don't have an answer for that because Sean Darcy is a very, very good player as well. Like, there's no denying that. But to watch Luke Jackson in the middle of the ground, he rucks and then he's another on-baller.
Yeah.
Like the game we did the other week, North Melbourne and Fremantle, he was the best on the ground by that far. It wasn't funny. He had midfield numbers as a ruckman.
Yeah.
And you just look at it and I was amazed.
It's $1 million problem for Fremantle now. They've got two elite ruckmen.
Well, it
can't play both.
Well, it's
in
not
that same role.
It's not because for whatever reason, the ruckman merry-go-round in trade period happens every single year, and a club will go if it's Sean Darcy, for example. Look, Brodie Grundy. There's the perfect example at Sydney.
Someone will come ask.
Someone will come ask.
Yeah.
If Fremantle really want to get rid of him, someone will come ask. If Fremantle pay a bit of the money, no worries.
Melbourne winners by 15 points to kick off gather round from the Adelaide Oval. 10-18, 78 the Demons to the Adelaide Crows, 8-15, 63 in front of 48,020 fans. The Adelaide Crows kicked 2 goals, 6 in the final term to Melbourne's 5 behinds. But the Demons moved to 4-1 to start the AFL season. Rod Jamieson gave the ABC Football of the Year 3 votes to Max Gawn, 2 to Judd McVie and 1 to Jake Saligo. Jamo and I are heading to the parade tomorrow alongside Mick Moldhouse and Ben Cameron. We're available on the ABC Listen app. And, sorry, Rama, you're coming with me tomorrow, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, it's all brothers.
Just getting a little late in the day.
I know. Aaron's trying to hug me over here. Hurry up.
I do like spending quality time with Jamo. It's been a long time.
It has been a long time. How many years were you here, clinching?
6.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey?
Every Saturday you had to put up with me. And we'd normally have a refreshment at the end of each day.
And we're going to have one now.
Okay.
Gather round.
Melbourne winners by 15 points. And then Port Adelaide and Essendon with Corbin and Clint Wheeldon to pick up proceedings. Cameron Ling and Josh Franku. So coverage wall-to-wall tomorrow afternoon with the ABC Sport team. Thanks so much to everyone for your company tonight. Thanks to our team, to Akash back in the studio, to the ever-reliable Andrea Williamson at the back of the box, to Lauren downstairs, to Rama. See you tomorrow. Thank you to Gemma and thanks to Aaron and all of our team. Gather round is just getting started in Adelaide. We look forward to your company across the next 4 days. Melbourne kick it off. Winners by 15 points over the Crows. Good night.
Here's my top footy tip for the season. You can get your games live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. I know, right? AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team. This season on the home of 100% pure footy, the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport. ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
本当に数日前まで Up until a couple of days ago, I didn't know that this was happening. Just to kind of just go over the result, in conclusion, Ipe has been stealing money from my account and has told lies.
That is Shohei Ohtani from the LA Dodgers. He's a big deal. He's the biggest name in baseball and owner of the biggest contract in US sport. It's worth about $1 billion Aussie. And he's intertwined in arguably the biggest scandal in sport right now. It involves an illegal bookmaker, a generational talent, and claims he was double-crossed by his own interpreter to the tune of many millions of dollars. This story's crazy, and we can't wait to walk you through it. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily. Jared Diamond is a sports writer for the Wall Street Journal. Jared, this will sound odd to you, but many of our Australian audience will not know too much about Shohei Ohtani. Can you just briefly tell us who he is, why he's such a big deal?
Shohei Ohtani is in many ways the most incredible baseball player to ever live. And I know that sounds insane and hard to believe for a sport that's existed for